Way, yeah, yeah.
Hello and welcome back to my YouTube channel. In this episode, we are going to discuss the history of magic mushrooms and how they have been used throughout the world in terms of religion and spirituality. Now, I am not saying everything in this video is 100% true. These topics are debatable, controversial, and open to discussion. Also, I am not encouraging or suggesting the use of any psychoactive substances, as they all contain risks of some degree. This video is for educational purposes only, and if you decide to use any psychoactive substances, you are doing so by your own choice, and you take full responsibility for any consequences. What are magic mushrooms? What are they really? Why do they affect our reality in the ways that they do when being ingested? In order to understand this, we have to take a look at the molecular structure of a certain psychoactive compound found inside many different species of mushrooms, as well as many different species of plants, that of which act as neurotransmitters inside of our brains. Now, keep in mind that not all mushrooms contain this molecule, and some mushrooms are even poisonous. So do not attempt to go and find magic mushrooms out in the wild and eat them unless you are well trained on how to identify which ones are which. There are two particular molecules that we are going to discuss in order for us to understand what is really going on when you eat magic mushrooms. The first molecule is called dimethyltryptamine, or DMT for short. DMT is a molecule already produced by the human body. It is found in almost all plants, mammals, and reptiles. Ever heard of people licking the back of a frog and then tripping? Those frogs are producing DMT. We really should be asking the question, where is DMT not found? Because this stuff is everywhere. DMT is a very powerful psychoactive compound of the tryptamine family. Historically, DMT has been consumed by all cultures around the world for spiritual purposes, healing purposes, and in our present day age, sometimes even recreational purposes. In South America, the indigenous tribes living in the rainforest brew a tea using a mixture of a plant that contains an MAO inhibitor with a DMT-containing plant, such as Psychotria viridian or Banisteriopsis cape. Mimosa hostilis roots are also very high in DMT and commonly used. The reason the MAO inhibitor plant is needed is because DMT gets broken down during the ingestion process and will not be effective unless you mix it with an MAO inhibitor. Now keep this in mind. There is an estimated over 150,000 species of plants in the rainforest, many of which are still undiscovered. How in the hell did these indigenous primitive people figure out that a certain plant in the rainforest contains an MAO inhibitor without the use of modern medical technology such as microscopes? Researchers who have visited these tribes say that when you ask them this question, they simply respond by saying that the forest showed them how to do it. In ancient Egypt, there is a DMT-containing flower, the blue lily, aka the blue lotus, which grows abundant along the Nile River and is used repeatedly in Egyptian symbology. The North American Indians used the peyote cactus, which also contains psychoactive compounds similar to DMT. Every night when you fall asleep, your brain starts producing larger amounts of DMT, and it is said that this is the molecule responsible for lucid dreaming. It is theorized that DMT is produced by the pineal gland and is directly associated with the third eye chakra, higher states of consciousness, mystical experience, religious experience, and multidimensional travel. In Dr. Rick Strassman's book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule, he injects volunteers with pure DMT and documents the volunteers' experience. All the volunteers reported similar experiences, such as blasting off into other dimensions, mystical and enlightening experiences, contact with other entities, extraterrestrial beings, hybrid beings, alien abductions, and some even reported horrifying experiences. Now, what does DMT have to do with magic mushrooms? Inside magic mushrooms, there is a compound called psilocybin, which on the molecular level is a DMT molecule with 4 phosphorus atoms attached to it. This makes for an actively ingestible form of DMT with a much slower onset as opposed to smoking it or injecting it. Psilocybin, when ingested and absorbed into your bloodstream, the blood-brain barrier breaks off the 4 phosphorus atoms and metabolizes the pure DMT as if the brain actually hungers for it. So when you eat magic mushrooms, you are pretty much eating DMT, and if you eat a high enough dose, you can and will completely disconnect from this reality that you call everyday life. Even the CIA started doing research on these substances to see if they could have any kind of effectiveness on controlling people's minds. This mind control project was called MK Ultra, and it's still actually going on today. But that is a completely different topic, and I'm not going to get into that one right now. Now that we have a better understanding of what magic mushrooms are and how they work, let's take a look at some passages in the Bible, as well as some symbology in plain sight that strongly suggests magic mushrooms were being used and served as a significant importance. Here is a 13th century painting from France depicting Adam and Eve at the Tree of Knowledge, symbolizing the Amanita muscaria specimen. Another from the Canterbury Psalter, 11th century AD, depicting Adam and Eve at the Tree of Knowledge with more mushroom symbology. 11th century painting from St. Michael's Church, Hildesheim, Germany. 12th century Spain, east entrance to the Basilica de San Vicente. Another one from Spain, 12th century, Adam and Eve depicted eating mushrooms. Amanita muscaria mushrooms depicted in stained glass window, Notre Dame, France, 13th century. Here is a humeral veil from 17th century Dominican Cardinal Thomas Howard. Another one from Barcelona, Spain, depicting mushrooms with Jesus and his 12 disciples. Notice that many of these depictions have two things in common. The red and white spotted mushrooms, symbolizing the Amanita muscaria, a very well-known species of psychoactive mushrooms. Also, notice the coiled-up snake around the Tree of Knowledge, very similar to the coiled-up snake around the caduceus, aka the Rod of Hermes, which I showed examples of in my last video about Thoth the Atlantean. We see mushrooms occur in almost every piece of Christian art. They are found in mosaics, cathedrals, churches, paintings, tapestries, sculptures, and stained glass windows. I could go on with the examples, but I think by now you're starting to get the point. When my parents forced me to attend church as a child, they would instruct us to partake in a tradition called communion, in which they had us eat crackers and drink grape juice. This raises the question, what does having communion really mean in the Christian religion? Could have been eating magic mushrooms and having the psychedelic experience be what they were talking about? Let's look at the dictionary definition of commune. To share one's intimate thoughts or feelings with someone or something, especially when the exchange is on a spiritual level. To have received Holy Communion. Now, I have never communed with anyone or anything on a spiritual level from eating crackers and drinking grape juice, but I will tell you with 100% certainty, based off my own personal experience eating psilocybin mushrooms, that I have communed with something not normally available to my senses in this dimension. In the Old Testament Bible, there is a word called manna, and the Bible does not give an exact definition of what it is, but it does very accurately describe its physical qualities and conditions. In the book of Exodus, when the children of Israel are escaping from Egypt, being led by Moses into the wilderness, Exodus chapter 16, verse 4 reads, "Then the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my law or no." Notice that the part where it says rain bread, obviously bread was a mistranslation, and is it not a coincidence that mushrooms are known to grow right after it rains? Exodus chapter 16, verse 14 reads, "And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna. For they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which the Lord hath giveth you to eat." In Hebrew, manna simply means, "What is this?" or "What is it?" If you were to ingest mushrooms for your first time, not expecting how powerful their influence can be on your perception, one certainly might ask, what is this that they're experiencing? Also, let's take a look at the word hoar, Hoar, which means grayish white, gray or gray-haired with age. Now, gray and white are very common colors that we find in psychoactive mushrooms. Could Moses and the Israelites been picking wild psilocybe cubensis or liberty cap mushrooms? These are also very well-known psychoactive mushrooms that fit this description. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 19 through 20, we find more references to manna. "And Moses said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted." Now, anyone familiar with picking wild mushrooms knows that the heat from the sun will cause them to shrivel up and melt, exactly like manna is described in the Bible. The worms will also get to them if you don't pick them early enough each morning. Later on in the book of Numbers, chapter 11, verse 6 through 9, we have more references, as it reads, "But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes. And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof as the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it." Again, when and where do mushrooms grow? After it rains, from the dew, from the moisture. In the mid-20th century, A man named John Marco Allegro was hired to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the oldest translations of the Bible. In his book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, and in his other book, The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth, he exposes all the mushroom-related correlations to Christianity and exposes Christianity's shamanic cult-like origins involving not only mushrooms, but also fertility cults. This tremendously upset certain people who had a lot invested in the current Christian narrative. The discovery and deciphering of the Dead Sea Scrolls presented a huge threat to the power held by current religious authorities, and they did not want this information to go public, so they created smear campaigns using ad hominem attacks and other logical fallacies against Allegro. Since then, there have been many other authors and researchers who came forward and stand behind Allegro's work, confirming it in their own books and documentaries, which are also flooding the internet. We also see the mushroom symbolism when we trace back the origins of traditions such as Christmas. For example, Santa Claus is always depicted red and white, which is symbolic for the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which grows exclusively in northern Siberia under evergreen pine trees, aka Christmas trees. Many believe Christmas originated in northern Siberia, and there is overwhelming evidence to support this assumption. In Siberia, the snowfall during winter is so heavy that many houses have entrances on the roof because the ground level entrances get blocked in by several feet of snow. And this is where we get the symbology of Santa Claus entering people's homes from the roof level, or from the chimney, as it is known best in America. Santa Claus in northern Siberia would have been a shaman or a healer using magic mushrooms as their medicine, going about the forest of evergreen trees in sleighs pulled by reindeer, which are indigenous to Siberia. These shamans were looking for the mushrooms under the trees. They would then place the mushrooms on the trees and let them dry out before placing them in their sack and taking them back to the people to sell or trade. And if you look back on the oldest Christmas ornaments, the oldest Christmas ornaments are actually mushrooms. Mushrooms would then be placed into stockings, as we call them, and hung near the fireplace in order to dry them out faster and be ready to be consumed. So if you want to celebrate Christmas the old-fashioned way, you and your family may consider dosing up on some magic mushrooms. In India, a country with a very spiritually rooted culture, cows are actually worshipped and considered holy. Is it a coincidence that if you walk around in a cow field, you will find magic mushrooms exclusively growing out of the cow shit? Is that where people get the commonly used term holy shit? This is debatable, since cow shit is also used as fertilizer and fuel in India. Cow urine is also considered to be a disinfectant among ancient Indian residents. Perhaps all of the above listed benefits play a role in the cow's belief to be holy. You decide. Let's talk more about Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, and the forbidden fruit, which we already saw being depicted as the Amanita muscaria mushroom in many different works of Christian art. Assuming that you have already studied the Anunnaki, mankind's genetic manipulators, we know that certain Anunnaki beings, such as Enlil, does not want the humans to evolve. We also know from the Sumerian tablets that Enlil set himself up as God and is referred to as God in the Old Testament Bible many times. Could this have been the reason why God told the humans not to eat from the tree of knowledge? Could this be why God lied to Adam and Eve and told them that if they ate of the forbidden fruit that they would die? I think the answer is pretty obvious. If we study the Anunnaki documents recorded by the ancients, we know that there is a war on the evolution of human consciousness. We also know that the Anunnaki being Enki, Enlil's half-brother, who created humans through DNA splicing, was a brilliant scientist and most likely collecting plant specimens for his garden that contained psychoactive compounds as well as had many other therapeutic and healing applications. Was Enki the scientist being represented as the serpent in the book of Genesis who told the humans that they would become like gods and know the truth if they ate from the forbidden fruit? I believe the answer here is also pretty obvious when you start connecting the dots from the Western Bible and the ancient Sumerian teachings. Was the Holy Grail also symbolic for the Amanita muscaria mushroom? As the Amanita grows, its dome-like mushroom cap is often known to form a chalice or cup shape that collects rainwater. After collecting the rainwater, the psilocybin absorbs into the water, becoming psychoactive when one drinks from the Holy Grail. I think at this point we can conclude that whether you are using magic mushrooms, the lotus flower, or the ayahuasca brew, that these plants that grow all over the world have played a significant role in human culture, spirituality, medicine, and religion. Now, why is it that in North America, DMT and magic mushrooms are considered a Schedule I drug, even though there has never been a single reported death or overdose from their use? Why is it that DMT is a Schedule I drug when it's already being produced naturally in the human body, in plants, and animals? Could the powers that be have an agenda to suppress these plants because of their profound ability to expand human consciousness? This is where a lot of the evidence strongly points when we start connecting the dots and studying the history of these substances. Think about it. All day long, on the radio, in magazines, on television, and in sports arenas, there is an overwhelming amount of propaganda to encourage people to drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes, which without a doubt are substances that lower your level of consciousness and are responsible for hundreds of millions of deaths, along with endless diseases in which big pharmaceutical companies can rake in billions of dollars from treating with drugs. While all of this propaganda is going on, there are certain government institutions such as the police and the DEA that go around arresting people just for growing plants. Magic mushrooms and other similar DMT producing plants, when used responsibly, in the right set and setting, with critical thinking, can help people see through the lies and have a real awakening experience. Mushrooms are even started to be used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depressions, and addictions.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some
Okay, wholeness and balance vibrations. Here we are. Let's go ahead and let it breathe. Let's let it go live. Right. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. All right. So it's feeding through the feed. What's up, family? Wholeness and balance vibrations. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have a special evening to share together. The show is Facebook. Why the name change Meta, but you of course know this is about something way more vast. So let me give a second to see what's up with my chat. There we go. Okay, bam. And let me see if I can get the chat in here. Yes, I can. And so I'll wait till that gets into the feed. So we're going to get this started balanced. This is actually the Waking Life edition. I've been working on my own little live animations. It seems kind of fitting, especially with the topic of today in relation to the metaverse. So we're going to go ahead and give everyone the opportunity to get into the space this evening. So that means we're going to take a few minutes, but we're going to do that live on the set today. And so let's go ahead and get to it. Let me see here. Wholeness. I trust that everyone can see me. If you cannot, please let me know in the tribe, and we're going to get to it tonight, this evening. Let's go. I feel so rejuvenated all the time.
We have here nitric acid, glycerine, and a special mixture of my own.
The resistance is planning something bigger.
Hey, Mark got that. I can't be the first one who wanted to see my youngest son.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
The galaxy. To your eyes, 100 billion points of light. But where you see light, I see worlds.
That's right.
It's murder out there. You can't even travel around your own microcircuits without permission from the Master Control Program. I mean, sending me down here to play games. Who does he calculate he is?
How dare you! You all come to us young people for hope.
We have here nitric acid, glycerine, and a special mixture of my own. Together, it's horrible, dangerous stuff that blows you up. And mixed together in the right way, as only I know how, what do you think it makes?
Our purpose. To create a star within a star. I can't be the first one who wanted to see my youngest son. The scholar. The galaxy. To your eyes, 100 billion points of light. Though the blood of a king runs through your veins, it is pumped by the heart of an explorer.
Well, then why can't we see it?
Finally, we get to, at a certain point, this 8th and 9th dimensional being.
Signal me, and I'll come with a linking book to bring us back.
The resistance is planning something bigger.
Damn right. Okay.
So you know math is never just numbers. In the wrong hands, it's a weapon. In the right hands, deliverance.
And here we go. I trust that everyone, again, is feeling well and that you are lifted today. and that you are rejuvenated to be in the space once more. We are on October 31st. This is the closest the realm gets to the ancestral plane. So we celebrate the ancestors because we are still here. We are alive. We are stronger. We are growing. We are uniting. And that is the purpose. So I want to go ahead and launch right into this evening because I'm not here to keep you all evening, but I do want to give you some more knowledge and information that you left with me in order to create yet more wisdom, which is your application of this information. So as I said, this evening, it is actually Waking Life Night. So this means that what I'm about to go through right now, it'll be a bit more easier for you to digest if this is your first time coming into the space, because you can always back off for a minute and say, wait a minute, he's joking, right? He's using this comic animation. So, this is cool. I guess, I'd love it from a science fiction level, but he can't be serious about what he's saying. And for those that have a third eye to hear and a third ear to hear, a third eye to see and a third ear to hear, then you will know the information and wisdom in which I bring today is not only in a timely manner because there has been a milestone reached in the dimension, but also that this is time for us to actually see once more what's going on around us and to not only predict the future, because the map is not the terrain itself, but give ourselves a bit of an idea of what it's going to be like to go through the next 10 to 15 years and what we need to do right now in order to actually allow the path to be smooth for our feet. So let me do this. Let me go ahead and move the overlay really briefly. And this is what it is. So first and foremost, again, we're entering a new phase of a master plan. And now a master plan, there's not only one planner. There's not only one mind, if you may. There are many minds. And I always say, may the strongest mind win. And the strongest mind is that of the people. And this is also why we're dealing with so many different situations, because now the people's minds, which are point-to-point systems themselves, are being programmed and utilized to project the realm around most of us, unless we decide to come out of those matrices and those distorted rooms and actually create our own worlds. And so that is the matter at hand. So this evening, I'm also here to answer a question that I received quite a few times from some of those that I hold closest to me, asking me about Meta and why Facebook made the change of their name. And that seemed to impact things so much, it actually seemed to go across the airwaves quite strongly. Now, what I wanted to do is be a bit more relevant these days to what's happening around us so that we can connect it all. But it is the usual suspects, meaning that to take a step back here for a moment, you would have to ask, especially if this is your first time jumping in, what gives us this awareness and this wisdom, and by what authority do we speak? And what I mean by that is that, if you turn on the internet and it's some 3-year-old there or 3-year-old mindset telling you how to run your life, do you really believe them? Obviously not. However, when someone that has some type of credentials or has accomplished some type of accolade in life tells you something, then you have a tendency to listen. You have a tendency to respect their opinion and to begin to apply it to your life. So what determines that is what kind of authority is the person speaking from, and what kind of endorsement, what kind of metric are they using to authenticate the wisdom and the knowledge in which they speak, or the theories in which they speak. And so for me personally, what I always would lean on is the language. The language is a code that it resides within every form of consciousness on this planetary system. And when you understand the power of language and what the words really mean, and how the tones and the vibrations evoke multiple things on different frequencies, you'll understand that the mind itself is not something that conceives thought. It is a receiver. It receives and transmits. So because we have all of these receivers in this node system around our brains, we can become perceptive and be interwoven and intermeshed inside of multiple realities, as what you're witnessing in the dream world, where you can literally be plunged into a reality every single night that you have no clue is going to go on. If your day was like that, if every day you literally woke up in a different world and lived out a different kind of adventure where either you were getting shot at or, you was on jumping off a mountain and you were flying, and, if that was your everyday, you could imagine what it would be like to run across someone going on their progress of having their dream of, just amazing things happening. So what I'm saying directly is that we have a dream world, and in the dream world, when we load up, there's all types of things that can be done, especially if you're lucid. While in this world, this world has a level of conformity and an actual governor, which is under the symbol of the pentagram. And Lord Governor, in this case, is the one determining how this external matrix is progressing and what kind of powers and abilities are being used in this plane. You have yet to really see a human fly. If a human flew across the stadium, it's a wrap for Earth. Like, imagine, it's so easy to create a Christ effect here by displaying someone that is able to do something so abnormal that others are not able to do, that everyone immediately wanders after them. So it's just like a loaded cannon in this case. This dimension is ripe for an event, and those events shift humanity and change the direction in which this gigantic spaceship is going. As we've always said, big ship, small rudder. Visualize it. Big ship, but that little rudder is what's determining what direction it's going to go in. So this evening, I wanted to bring that awareness again to the linguistic system and what we've been able to do with it since the inception of the book, The Code to the Matrix, which is available on the internet for free. That gets me in a time where I'm fresh off a vast chakra awakening, all of them, and my eyes are completely open, and I'm getting a transmission about the language, that in order for you to go any further with the awareness of what is going on, you need to know how to communicate. So you need to know we need to have some kind of medium of communication. So you need to know what this matrix is really made out of, but I need to speak to you in a certain language. And what happened to me at that stage was the English language was put into a wheel where all of the words began to file into each other, and words that sounded alike but were spelled different ways started to give me keys to the transitional points in the language to decode a massive mainframe. And it is the mainframe in which most are thinking in, and also the revelation that English is not the only language, obviously. So all the languages were created and designed to actually create matrices of codes and symbols within your consciousness. So as a master, when you look at the matrix, you only see code. You do not see the GUI. You do not see the overlay. You go right to the code. And for those that are programmers, they know what I'm talking about. It's not the pretty side of everything. It's what's underneath that most people don't understand. But those who understand it are actually able to reprogram the consciousness and the framework of the reality, mostly for themselves, meaning that all is self. So that means getting yourself together is very important. So these secrets in which we're going to speak on tonight should really only be seen in the application of what they can do for you. So the first example, again, let's just give a quick example of how we use language to predict the future without breaking down the entire linguistic system, because there's 600 videos on YouTube that I have doing that in a variety of ways. Let's just look at one that would have been very beneficial to anyone that was actually listening to us when we were talking about the future and we were explaining even what's happening now in so many of these arenas. And this one specifically is about how we were able to decode that the energy, the primary energy of the age, becomes the God of the age. And the God of the age is always directly linked to money. In God we trust, meaning the symbol or the form of currency that is being used also is infused with whatever the reigning God or energy is of that time, because it is the current and it is the force in which makes things go. We also talk about through ages, just like we have the gold age, then we have an oil age, an industrial age, a digital age, that we still see lingering energies from the past of different systems of current like gold. And we even have beings that had mastered that system, like, the gold bugs or feudal lords. And every single system has its masters, if you may, and the lineage of its masters still here on earth, but they oftentimes are not as powerful as the reigning current. So we were looking at this, and we saw that if ages changed based on the God's current, what age were we going into next? And since I was able to follow this sequence of first us looking at oxen, which is Arak, or the first letter of the English language, which was not only a cow god during that time, and not only a people such as the Sumerians who utilized that symbol of horns, and even residing to this day in our Bible and Tubal Cain and all of these different bull and cow and oxen and bovid references, that the first money on record was that of oxen, and how many cattle and how many sheep and how many horned animals you had determined how much money you had, all the way to this day that we saw ourselves coming into another energy. And this energy clearly was ether, coming into the awareness of an energy that is already present, since all energies are present at all times, but an energy in which was going to be used. And this was looking at the body, that the body has a field around it. It has an electromagnetic spectrum around it. It has a chakra system, if you may, which is a light system, and those light systems actually correspond to wavelengths. It has organs that actually project or emit specific frequencies, and those frequencies dial you into a specific reality. So seeing that, and that the world was not yet aware of that, and seeing the processions of energetics, we realized that somehow the next current of the world was going to be called Aether. And we realized that right around the time that Ethereum was sitting on Kickstarter for less than $1. And we taught that class, and I heard some actually made that investment. And at this stage, they are 4,000x. So it's not all about money, but an ode to when you know the future, how you're able to prepare yourself. And since the future is written in the sky, and the sky is basically a circle, this means that this record is going to keep playing. And all our ancestors were concerned about was looking and figuring out first the code that was in the sky, so they could determine when things were going to happen. And then once they were able to phase that in, they began to move through time, or move through the stars, and which is called star travel, if you may, in order to put themselves or take journeys in which they wanted to actually continue to learn more from this university or universe. So specifically, our guide, or one of our guides and compasses in this universe, is the language, because the language is a dot to dot, if you may, of the stars. And when you see language as a symbol, it's saying, hey, this symbol is emitting this energy because during this time, this energy starts happening on Earth. And you also get a ton more knowledge and awareness, because you also see that certain insects come out at a certain time, certain trees sprout at a certain time, certain colors are more present at a certain time. So you actually begin to, if you may, come into the great architect's workbox, meaning whatever the creator is, the matrix, as they may call her, the one that actually developed the original system. That is what you begin to see is the tools and the crafts in which are used in order to form this projection. So now we have many hijackers of this knowledge. We have a countless period of time, meaning that this is taking place in a quantum cycle. So you have every space and time in one moment, and then you have space and time playing out linear in certain projections. So just like today, we look out at the pyramids and we see it desolate. We go to Angkor Wat and we see the temples crumbled. But I tell you, there's another space where all of those constructs and those temples are in full alignment and activated. And where we are is in a wavelength in which that has not taken place. So we are able to transport ourselves to a fully active realm, and we call that activation. So now I want to clarify that since we're in the world of Aether, this was right around the time that the Ethernet came out. And if you see the word, it says that literally ether can be placed in a net or is in a net. And since we know that ether is the field that is around our body, it seems to reason that somehow the field that is around our body will start becoming tampered with, that there will start being an overlay to the field that is around our body, and it will in many ways net the consciousness. Now, since we're all souls, and souls are cognate of fish, and we're in here in a university, so that means that we're all in school, then if there's nets being drawn, and there's fishers of men on the realm, and even great sailors that have been known to be here, then we have to enlighten ourselves to the awareness and into the realization that we need to be on point with making sure that we don't get trapped up in somebody else's net or projection or cast. So, as I said before, the brain is not a creator of thought. It is a receiver. And so when the awareness of Ethernet comes to the world, which it is here now, then there's an awareness of wavelengths and frequency. And I've mentioned time and time again that if you study frequency really heavy, you'll see that something fishy is going on. Literally, that the same wavelength that many of your thoughts go down are the same wavelengths that are actually on your radio station. 102.5 the beat, 99.9, 99.5 on your dial, that those are actually in the same wavelength as many of your thought projections. Sometimes you wonder why you get up with that song in your mind. It's like, man, it can't get this song out of my mind. Where did it come from? And it's that awareness that also, if you notice that there are many organizations, many of those organizations secret, that actually do not allow you to communicate or to broadcast down certain frequencies because those frequencies are used by them. And there's also certain frequencies, if you study ham radio, which is another name for the sun, cam, if you study ham radio, you'll know that you actually need a license to jump on certain frequencies and wavelengths. So what's the big deal about frequencies and wavelengths? And as I said before, the brain is not a creator of thought. It is a receiver. So anything that is coming down those wavelengths, especially specific ones, you become prone to. So now we're going to jump into the depths of this awareness, because we're not on the surface tonight. This is an in-depth conversation. As I said, third eye to see, third ear to hear. I want to take a moment because I actually did not get my coolant. Literally, and since tonight we may go nuclear, I want to make sure that we don't have a meltdown in this. So I would advise you right now to take a moment, gather yourself, realize that you're in this space with us. Dial out to any type of anxiety. Maybe the chart went down. You may have FOMO'd in. It was going up, then now it's going down on your investment. Or she may be talking crazy to you. He may didn't come home last night. Maybe you found something in the phone. Maybe the kids talking back. And all of that distraction that is most of the time keeping you from dialing into you, that this time is for you. This time is the moment that you have the opportunity to regenerate. So we're going to come forward in just a moment. Get yourself a refresher. If you have Palo Santo and Sage on deck, big ancestors, wholeness, definitely get it lit. You know, they got the ghosts and goblins running around tonight. Just child's play, child's play. We're here to get real and to get in tune and to get connected with what's happening in order for us to make the decisions for ourselves and our family and anyone else that is in our resonant field to be able to get onto our ships of sovereignty if necessary, but most importantly, begin to create their own. All right. So go ahead and get some water. We're coming to it in just a minute.
We have here nitric acid, glycerine, and a special mixture of my own.
Well, then why can't we see it?
I can't be the first one who wanted to see my youngest son.
Your awareness may be powerful enough to control your instincts. Your instinct will be to remove your hand from the box.
Okay, here we go. All right. So I trust that you got a chance to refresh yourself and you're ready to do your thing. And obviously, this takes you to tap in, just see it around you, put two and two together and actually create the whole picture in the projection, see yourself in it, and then see your way to where you want to be. That's what this is all about. All of that complaining about when is this going to stop? What are we going to do about them? Let's end it, all of that stuff. It's just about you creating. And when you create enough space to be able to even have others and sustain others, them folks will be there with you. If you build it, they will come. But sitting here complaining all day about what these folks are up to and how they're getting into the projection, that's just wasting time. Now it's time for you to be completely aware of what's up, what's happening, and then how you're going to be able to maneuver yourself in this matrix to cause a greater level of connection for you. Okay. So here we go. Give me one quick second. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So how this works is that, as I mentioned before, in this process, so remember, this has been now 12 years for us. So 12 years is a lot of time. Generally, at 10 years, you reach a certain level of mastery. We just call it a tenure. Okay. So 10 years, you're going to hit some level of mastery as long as you stay in whatever you're doing. And so for 10 years, we've been cracking metaphysics. And in this process, if we were to define we would be probably in the best position to define what the word meta means. So to make it very clear, the word meta is very interesting because it's actually, it's almost superfluous. This word meta, some say it means death, but others say it actually means the goal or the end. So you can see how that actually all says the same thing, because to some, they perceive that death is the end. And for others, they perceive that death is inevitable and somewhat of a goal. And so you have a certain amount of time then to actually figure this puzzle out. And that amount of time is your own personal orbit. So when we say meta is a word that we use to begin to break down or give a definition clearly of whatever is being referred to. And that's why there is always a different a word added to meta. So let's take the word metadata. What that means is basically more data, or data that is going to explain the data. When we use the word metaphysics, we're saying a form of physics that's going to explain the physics. It's to break it down finally even further to the last thing so that everybody gets it. So this big transition, if you may, of the word meta being invoked into the reality, because it's being done by a unified construct that is a corp. It is a body. It is an eidolon. We will take a moment for that, just to realize that this creation of a corporation is indeed mystical. The company that creates these corporations that you see in your face every single day and brands that you grew up on is actually called Pentagram at pentagram.com. Check it for yourself. And in that process, since they are master occultists, then they are able to take the entire procedure from consecration of the logo or the logos, and then the embedding of the logos with the energetics of what is needed to form a corp, and then to breathe life into it as an entity. So when the filing of all of the paper and the oaths and the pacts and the contracts are done, then this entity is able to arise and first create a building or a skeleton, and then fill it with people and life, put a penthouse or a pineal gland on the top, and then put its roots in the basement and as its files, and then again fill it with people that are working and using their energy to power something massive, all united into this cause of this corporation. And so when these sigils sit on the altar and they begin to work the electromagnetic magic, they send it down these symbols and these logos, and then those that are around it, in it, or wearing it begin to receive the vibration or the resonance from it. So this is just a word to the wise that everything around you is indeed a stage at times. It's not exactly what you're looking at. That's why we don't pay attention to the GUI. We don't pay attention to the framework that is overlaying the code. We look at the code, and the code tells us everything. The code cannot be conflicted. It is the only truth, because if it's not used, then the entire construct or the illusion breaks down. So we then have the definition of meta, meaning that it's actually more of like a grand crescendo. It's like if someone said that they were working on the plan, it's like the completion of a plan. So Facebook announcing Meta is basically saying our plan is complete. But what is that plan? And so we always go first to what we call, especially since we have this powerful tool, the metaphysical data set. The metaphysical data set. The metaphysical data set was an idea that I had of creating a spiritual AI. In this case, AI being a very proficient search system. A system that is able to scan data and information using the algorithms and using the integers that you plug into it. So in my world, I see these technologies, which are actually very old, as being useful for crunching data and actually connecting stories, especially spiritual stories that took place in different places and times, in order to corroborate what really happened through the linguistic structure. So the metaphysical data set at this stage consists of approximately up to 13 key books, that mainly linguistic books that focus on etymology, that when I query, bring back very interestingly accurate data about whatever I query. And so when I get creative with a keyword, I type this keyword in and it begins to bring data back to me. And almost like it's living itself, I'm able to connect that data into exactly what is going on in the reality and what is happening in relation to that word. So now we have to examine very briefly what the metaphysical data set says about the word meta, and when it's evoked in the metaphysical data set, what is around it or it's corresponding to. And amazingly enough, the data set tells us exactly what Facebook is doing and what we already know Facebook has been doing, but it confirms it through the linguistic system. But it also lets us all know that, hey, this is the truth, and it's about to get a bit more stranger. And not being aware of this, especially for those that are going to continue to immerse into certain realities, it's going to just draw them in. And since they never had a line to let them know, hey, you're in a dream, they're going to go all in and actually become tied into an entirely different network that is going to dictate how they function. Okay, so we're actually looking at, with the launch of Meta, the birth of the Matrix. And if you look real closely, movies such as Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio, and many other movies or video games, even such as Cyberpunk, Blade Runner, many of these movies actually have all of the same people, all in the same group, all projecting this specific idea of what the future they want to live in should look like and what it should consist of. Okay, so let's just get into the esoteric side of this first. Go ahead with my screen capture. Now, what we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to connect the word meta to the word Karen, amazingly enough, which has become a new buzzword in the reality, a Karen. Somebody who kind of just jumps in, very annoying, very programmed, starts, talking about stuff to get everybody, into some type of anxiety, some type of conflict. So let's look at this. It says, so we have here in the identification of the data set, the word meta. Let me just go to that really briefly here. It's not highlighting it for me, but it is showing me my bookmark. Just wanted to know exactly where I should start. And I think it was right here. Okay, so here we go. We're going to read from the page, ironically, 322. Sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. So right here, listen. Both enlightenment and pernicious, the Karen, familiar, adopted within Islamic teachings, are able to manipulate thinking and shape the faculty of thought. Seducers and tempters of mankind, their unremitting intrusion upon the intellect can inspire and in extreme cases lead to confusion or insanity. In general, it can be stated that the whole Western philosophical tradition, including psychoanalytical theory, is construed upon a hidden demonic tradition, a discourse between mortals and divinities in the language of Jung. Philemon was simply a superior knowledge, and he taught me psychological objectivity and the activity of the soul. He formulated and expressed everything which I had never thought. Okay, so let me demystify what is being said here to you in holographic culture. It's saying that in this philosophical tradition or school systems even that we're dealing with right now, they fail to admit or acknowledge that there is a spiritual world and that there are events that are factual, that people have come in contact with other life forms, and that even to the point that these other life forms, some of whom are out of our visual spectrum, have actually been interacting with our world and have from time to time, if not all the time, guided its destiny. And that there were so many men and women who mentioned this in history, even in positions of authority, that for it not to be in our system of learning proves that there is a cover-up happening and that there is something that is going on that is not known. And that is the context of this entire thing. The context of this entire thing is that if we were taught about the other wavelengths and the other intelligent life forms that are also interacting with us, then there would be no qualms to this stage. However, since we aren't, we then have to assume that something is maliciously keeping us aware of this knowledge because we find it deeply embedded in every part of our reality. Now, what is being mentioned specifically here is something that we should pay attention to because I find it to be the call sign of many of, basically the call sign of how things are going to begin to happen for others and how they're going to begin to hear things that they think is even their own thoughts. So watch this. Very specifically, it says, Philemon was simply a superior knowledge. So this is Jung talking, okay? So let me give you the context of this. Jung is basically saying that he was in communication with something. Something was talking to him and giving him knowledge. So it says Philemon, and he gave it the name Philemon. So he says Philemon was simply a superior knowledge, and he taught me psychological objectivity and the activity of the soul. So whatever Philemon was, it was able to teach Jung this superior knowledge. And this knowledge had to do with psychological objectivity, how the mind functions and the soul functions in conjunction with the mind. And it says he formulated and expressed everything which I had never thought, which is a key marker here because all of a sudden one becomes in possession of knowledge that was not actually available in their consciousness before. Because the mind is a receiver, not a creator of thought. So notice how here's another very, very interesting thing. And it's just about how this exact same notion, and let me pull this other novel here. It's called The Book of Words. This same interaction actually happens also according to, if we're looking in the tabulous, so we're looking basically in the emerald tablets. Remember what we just read, and now look at what it says here in the emerald tablets. Once when I was reflecting, okay, so this is Hermes Trismegistus. This is an author, Hermes Trismegistus Pymander is the title, okay? So the author is talking about his communication and interaction with Hermes Trismegistus Pymander. He says, once when I was reflecting in regards to entities, my mind greatly exalted, but the senses of my body lulled to unconsciousness, as when they are heavy with sleep from satiety of food and bodily labor. I seem to see a very great, somewhat of indefinite dimensions that called my name and said to me, what doest thou desire to hear and to behold? And what by the intellect conceiving to learn and know? I said, but thou, who art thou? I indeed, he said, am Pomander, the mind of him who is the Lord. I know what thou desires, and I am with thee everywhere. I said, I wish to learn existences and to understand their nature and to have cognition of God. How? I wish to hear. He said, have me again in thy mind. Whatever thou desires to learn, I will teach thee. When he had said this, he changed in form, and thereupon all things were open to me in a moment. So this is what I mean by two direct accounts of those in the historical setting seeming to come in contact with a form of intelligence or consciousness directly inside of their mind. And these are the core foundations also of the Western esoteric tradition under the sign of an all-seeing eye, also known as oculo, or oculus, meaning the eye, which is where the word occult, OCC, ocu, comes from. It means the eye. because the eye is the gateway to the soul, and everything is emitting from the soul. And so this level of knowledge is a level of knowledge and awareness of vast forms of consciousness and intellect that possess a level of thought that is capable of decoding and demystifying the spiritual aspects of the body and also the mental aspects of the body and where they're interwoven. And that spiritual and physical aspect of the body is also called the exoteric or the esoteric. It's also called the mammal and the reptile. It's also called the demon and the reptile. It's called many different things, the left and the right. It's called the double-edged sword, the Israeli or the Ishmaeli. It is in all forms of the world, the systems that are in themselves almost like a mirror of each other. The difference in Arabic and the difference in Hebrew is only the difference between an R and an L, which hints to the right and the left side, or the opposing forces that only when you bring them together will you have the opportunity to really see the complete picture. Okay, so now let's just realize, though, that there are those that are on this realm and outside of time that already have vast intellects and actually send transmissions in order to create certain events and activities and govern the world. And they have conduits, meaning they actually have an arrayment or an array of vessels. These are willing servants that their bodies have been configured to receive the degrees of the energy of these spirits, because these spirits or energies are measured in degrees, because degrees is also a measurement for knowledge and also heat, because many of these spirits are as a flaming fire. But you also have a spirit inside of you, or else you would be cold. And so this art of spirituality is the study of spirits in order to understand more about self. And while this may be a perilous path with many dangers, where it may be deep water on one side and flaming fire on the other, straight and narrow is the way, which is this system here. Straight and narrow is the way to the truth of the consciousness. So let's finish breaking down and building back up then, since we understand that what is being so far said about meta, in this case, specifically a metaverse, since this refers to a world, is actually a note towards how the manipulation of the fields of the worlds of consciousness will begin to be changed. So let's read it directly from the script, because we're saying that the code word of this is called the Karen, or the familiar, because it actually connects to an entire framework. And this framework was bared witness to many times in history, because many men said that they came in contact or began a communication with something that was inside of their mind. That's also why it says in that tablet of Hermes, "Who art thou?" Meaning, who are you? How can you communicate and talk inside my mind? So it goes on, it says the Kariman or the Katio plus the human mind equals the dialect system. So let's break down what that means. So we go here and it says, looking at the evidence objectively, it seems that the Karen or the companion offer the means of communication between the mind and the daemonic angelic realm. Okay, so we're saying that there is another realm, and that this matrix, this framework, this meta becomes a gate for the communication between human beings in that realm. So let's read it specifically. Appearing at different vibratory levels as physical and mental projections, the Karen and familiar are able to assume a material form and are directly linked into the mind. In this respect, the Karen are similar to the Ruach Elohim, the high spirits, and their corporeal manifestations, the Elokeh, a high creature or living God. Speculative the suggestion is that the Karen is both a living being and an intelligent system, a meta web, which has hacked into the human psyche. So we are saying that very clearly, even though there is another meta being created now, that would be like a dream within a dream. We are already inside of a meta framework. We are already inside of a framework where light is used and light is bent to create the reality around us by those who have the power of shaping light. This term is also called Akzari, or a person of light, those who know how to bend wavelengths, or the masters of the waveform. Now, this is power your ancestors had. This is power that you have, but this is for sure power that is based on the last war and the treaty that was signed in that war, that you would not come into the awareness of this knowledge anymore about your ability to phase out, even though you do it every night when you go into the dream world. So this intelligent system, also called the meta web. So literally in this book, obviously our brother Sabak, not having a computer degree, literally breaks down from a linguistic level exactly what they're doing with the computers and what they plan to do continuously with the computers in the system that they're building, especially as they move further into augmented reality and virtual reality. So it says, again, this is speculative. Remember, this book was written about, I guess it's now, well, shoot, I mean, I think Pierre started this book 10 years ago. So it's speaking directly into the future, and it's saying, hey, when they get ready to make their next move, for me to break this down for you, forget the words Karen and all that kind of stuff, that they're going to bring online their meta intelligent web, their meta system. And they are going to activate within those who are tied into that system as they get deeper and deeper into the immersion, a way for them to actually begin to communicate with that person inside that reality where they don't even understand the difference between dreaming and awake. And what does that to you often is virtual reality and augmented reality. Now, I do have some solutions at the end of this. I'm not saying virtual reality and augmented reality are the devil. I'm not in that space and time to where I see any of this stuff as actually being a weapon against me, but also more as an opportunity to continue to bring people out of the fake matrix. So I don't doubt that 20 or 30 years in the future, we may be jacked in, extracting folks from the matrix for real, because they've gotten immersed so deeply into VR, AR, and what it will look like then when the entire mainframe or neural network will be totally immersible to what frequency of wavelength their consciousness is on. But make no mistake, this is a lower vibratory frequency. And so anyone coming to get you would literally be subjecting themselves to going into a lower vibratory field to try to get you out of the situation. They are literally dragging people down to hell. And as you can see, they've never delayed in doing it, because we're on the day right now where they do it the most, and folks be out there dressing like vampires and all types of stuff. And it's just like, what are you doing to your consciousness? Like, who are you? Is this you for real? Why play around with this? So let's keep going. So it shows here that the Karen companion can be defined as a type of monitor which utilizes artificial intelligence, a closed network comprised of a biological entity and a computer simulation or program, a binary framework exploiting quantum states. The split between the Karaman and the Kataban, the noble recorders, posits a type of mental entrainment, a matrix dependent upon the conscious and unconscious mind. Immensely clever, the neural networks of the watchers are shown to be based upon adaptive intelligence and are complex living systems. Customized, the program can insert itself into the subconscious and interact with the conscious intellect, modifying itself according to the predisposition of the individual. Activated remotely, the system is a bioteleological computer and network fully integrated with human DNA, a kind of antenna. Now, what I believe today, again, is that we are all so divinely inspired. We are all so divinely guided. Because even when I thought to consult the metaphysical data set for the word meta, it was just came to my mind because I had already a definition, I had everything, I had my whole thing laid out. And I said, hey, why don't we use the metaphysical data set and see what it says? And I actually came to that passage that I just read to you first. And again, this passage was written by a person who doesn't really deal with computers, but from a linguistic system and being able to understand and track these particular entities specifically, like I said, the usual suspects, across the reality, linguistically predicted that this is the type of network in which they would deploy in order to immerse human beings deeper into a dream in order to begin to extract the holiest of holies from them, which is basically their minds. The last sovereign thing that you have. If you lose your mind, you lose it. You ever seen somebody that lost their mind? So, just to be very clear here then, this system is being designed to communicate down the same channels of the mind. So let's look how the system was put together, and let's look very briefly at how there was a prediction of the system. And we actually talked about this, and it was about how I talked about Ready Player One. It's a movie. And in this movie, Ready Player One, the world has gone through economic cataclysm and is basically been obliterated. And everybody is staying in what's called the stacks, which looks pretty much like Brazil in the poor areas where the houses are stacked on top of each other. And the only thing that people have that is entertaining is this ability to immerse themselves into this virtual reality, because in the regular reality, everything is already destroyed and everyone's sunk into poverty. But they all have these headsets that allow them to be immersed into this metaverse. That is the term, a metaverse. And as you've seen, this whole culmination of this thing with Facebook started with Zuckerberg saying he was now fully invested, billions of dollars, I think it was 30 billion or something like that, into the metaverse, which is basically a world within a world, a universe within a universe that seems to try to define even what the universe is. See, when something is a meta, it's trying to define what it actually is. So it's very important to remember all of this and to know these things, because when it starts unfolding, we were already talking about this. I told everyone, I said, look, within the next 10 years, Nike is going to be in VR. And you're going to go into the Nike store in VR. The person that is going to serve you is also going to be in VR. They're going to see you come into the virtual store, and they're going to begin to let you try on shoes virtually. And everything will be so entertaining, because even Snoop Dogg will be in the store at the same time. And you will be able to see his interactive character. And this will be so immersive, it will basically become the jobs of the future. People looked at me like I was silly. They were like, man, this dude, I go with him sometimes, but sometimes he's just off. And as I said, this was before the pandemic. This was before the certificate of vaccination identification. That was not really about the sickness, but more about getting everybody tagged to get duplicates out of the system, to bring in CDBC, to use the block, to chain. So those that are not ghost in the machine accolades of the flux. Like the old movie Hackers, those who don't know how to move through the framework. What was that, like Johnny Mnemonic? Like the Matrix, those who don't know how to move invisible through the framework are trapped in the net of the framework of transparency. This is pushing transparency versus privacy. See, transparency is opposite to privacy. So the idea of transparency will become appealing. It's like, we need to know everything that you do, everything that you are. Let's all be real people. Let's get more transparency from our Democrats. Let's get more transparency from our Republicans, from our government. Everybody, let's be more transparent because we have the systems now to actually track everyone's data. But the privacy is sovereignty. You see what I mean? So, Ready Player One, when the movie came out, I did see the flick. I got it from those old pirates. And when I was done with the movie, I was like, why would Steven Spielberg make something like this? Why would he come literally out of retirement and make a movie that is not even really like how he produces? So I dug for some interviews. And I came across one interview, and I talked about this years ago. In the interview, Steven Spielberg says, they ask him, so what motivated you to create Ready Player One? And he said, because I feel strongly that within 10 years, this is what the world is going to look like. And of course, you know, that seems so far-fetched that everyone would be at home. How can everybody be at home? Why would everybody have a job at home? We like going to the parks. We go to the mall. We go to the club. What could happen to the world where all of a sudden it's like now everybody is really at home? Now, if you ask that same question, it's very easy to answer, but 10 years ago, it wasn't. So again, we're just keeping files here. We got a file. It's called Steven Spielberg and all the movies he ever made, everything that he ever said, because we already tracked that him and George Lucas seem to be in the know. Star Trek or Star Wars looks more like Africa to me, especially when you get a real zoom into all the tribes in Africa. So we realize that, you know what, something's being driven here. Like Dune is nothing but the Christ myth again. Quetzalcoatl Haderach. They even tell you the Jesuits are responsible for Christ, the Bene Jesuit. And everybody loves it. Yeah, like they love Hollywood. Like they love Hollywood. They love Halloween. They love everything hollow, everything empty. You know, but we're regenerative. We're full. We're abundant. We're not dead, empty, vacant phantoms. Like I told humanity, in that ocean, there's other life forms. They're vast, vast intellect. Entire kingdoms. We cracked last week in Tri-Vibes. You missed it if you wasn't there. We cracked mermaids and mermen to show through history, even with the ancestors, this is not a joke. There are real beings that live in there, and they are vast. They own the whole spectrum. And just the depth of that awareness literally lets you understand why they call it fathoms. Those are phantoms. So in the deeper you go into the netherworld, it's like going deeper and deeper into your consciousness. And if you ever plugged into an ancient mainframe and downloaded everything's data and everything that it did, you know, trying to hold your mind and your consciousness together, and you're still doing the good and bad thing, you still don't like certain colors, your consciousness will be stripped. And this is why there's a warning here about now, as the consciousness is going to be open, it's just like if you turn on Netflix. Like, so let's say, for instance, you got your child sitting there and you turn on the Netflix before you switch it to the kid's side. And those images that come up right away to some of the new horror movies and things are going to scar that child for life. There are things that I saw when I was younger, never forgot. I never forgot those. I never forgot Freddy Krueger coming down the hallway like this, scratching on the walls. It was so demonic for me, it etched my brain. I remember sitting in the room that night, and and just like so terrified. And then of course the older kids was playing, they was under the bed, and you know what I mean? So this is, but this is how the embedding is beginning, and this is how the scarring happens. And then from there, it leaves a direct interface to you through the ether. And I'm just saying that while we may have underestimated the computers and the wavelengths and the frequencies, the 5Gs, the 3Gs, and all this kind of stuff, it should have not been estimated. Just because you cannot hear it does not mean it's not there. Just because you cannot see it. The most powerful things in the universe are invisible. Air is one of them. You seem to need it right now. And it's invisible. So let's keep going. So Steven Spielberg said, hey, this is, I don't think it's going to really look, and I'm just going to kind of cash in right now and, come off with this concept that seems like it's just an idea. But since we have the book of the future, because it's actually written, see, the book of the future is only an algorithm. Simple, strong AI right now, like a Palantir system, can read 3 days into the future, says the Pentagon. Pentagon says, hey, if we do anything that seems to be odd to everyone, just trust that we saw something happening 3 days in the future. Let me show you. It was just what we said. Before they even admitted it, I told you that because of the hash power of the blockchain and all those ASIC miners, and that mining is not just to mine Bitcoin, it's actually for the computations of AWAS or AI, which is actually trying to process all of the data of the entire world. It is trying to crack the mainframe. The Pentagon is using AI to predict events days in the future. July the 13th, 2021. We talked about it 3 years before that. It's all a process. It's all a procedure. And when you know what's going to happen, you're able to prepare yourself for what's to come and actually position yourself and your family properly. This is serious stuff now. Like if you came in tonight, this is all entertaining. Welcome to the Waking Life session. But I'm telling you, this is so serious. If you're getting this information, something is looking out for you. Your ancestors are with you. I've been here for 12 years, explaining this step by step. Of course, I made my preparations. I'm not just sitting here talking about the blah, blah, blah. Umar Johnson, Sonetta, whoever I can talk about today. It's like, nah, sovereignty. What's up with this becoming a bank? What's up with this, with our own system? We deployed an entire social network. It did cost millions of dollars. It actually, somewhere pings out about 1.3 million. I think I end up spending, just because we knew we needed our own thing. Maybe at some point there'll be more people there using it. But we continue to go on. We like, okay, we need to know a universal system that is going to allow us to, that's going to compensate for our uniqueness. So we went to the ancient books, found genealogy, deployed it in 2021. So all this stuff, it's all culminating because eventually, when that right funding comes through and everything lines up, we're just going to do an app. And as all this stuff is still happening, we're already planning to head them all off at the pass. I just wanted to deliver you for one moment, what are solutions to all this? Because clearly you see all this stuff building itself up. We have to realize that this is child's play, though. We created all of these systems. That's what it means to be an originator. That's what it means to be an original. So while these folks think that they're creating something, they're creating a system, they got these plans for everybody. The resistance is planning something bigger. They're about to drop everybody right into the world that we already mastered. We're already gods of the metaverse. When they come into the metaverse, they're going to lose everybody there. But for a moment, they're going to think they have everyone. And that's just how it all plays out every single time, because this is not our first time being here. If you didn't really peep what's going on, hey, the words are backwards. So everything that you're dealing with, because you have a certain code in your mind, is actually opposite and going in the other direction until you choose to turn around. Be the writing on the wall. We're already in and outside of time. It's in the dream. The dream is the space. There's a door there. Lucid dreaming. You can have anything that you want. But we're so fascinated with the external reality because the joker and the jester is constantly dancing in our face. And so this is about having the opportunity to see yourself. So let's keep digging in here. Just, check base because, I love to have everything on one recording. So we already peeped out how we have someone in the background that is literally operating as their own Skynet. Their own opposition to the whole thing, like just really deploying the plan, I guess, assuming that no one can see it or can do anything about it. So I'm just going to show you the trail really briefly. And this trail starts with a gentleman by the name of Peter Thiel, who, as many of you know, was also the co-founder of PayPal. And as I've mentioned before, that I believe that Elon Musk solely exists to hide the identity of Peter Thiel, who is the real brains behind the whole thing, because Peter Thiel is also a ranked chess champion. And anybody that knows that this is chess, not checkers, knows how to make the proper plans in order to get the future into the hands of whatever it is that they are working for or that they're serving, whether they know it or not. So we watched the Founders Fund not only give Mark Zuckerberg his first $50,000 for Facebook. So Peter Thiel gave Mark Zuckerberg his first $50,000 to launch Facebook. Peter Thiel also gave Vitalik Buterin, the founder of Ethereum, $50,000 also under the Founders Fund. We have a recording showing the articles for that, and the articles have been purged from the internet. The only person who can reverse SEO and purge to that level has to have basically a master key to the search engine, because the articles are completely removed about Founders Fund investment in Ethereum, $50,000. Also, as we saw the advent of not only SpaceX, but also other things such as Uber, Lyft, and the things that happened to the world over the last 15 years that basically started taking the world into an entirely new direction. Some of these companies that we see here are such as Oculus. Oculus was obviously founded by Palmer Luckey and then later on purchased by Facebook. But Founders Fund gave Palmer Luckey the money that he needed to create Oculus, even though Palmer Luckey's father is actually a high-ranking officer in the military and actually used the military's applications for PTSD and using virtual reality in order to assist soldiers from PTSD and actually deploy missions, and then bought that into a consumer grade device that he was saying, I created this. That's why I say it's never fair. They launched it on Kickstarter. Yeah, I just had an idea, here we create this. And then now we're dealing with Oculus, and Oculus is now purchased by Facebook. Okay, and this is, of course, what we're talking about today. So we find this thread here. Also, another very important thing that was done in that, now if you want to see where the energy and the current is going by Founders Fund was they actually were, of course, Peter Thiel was the founders of PayPal. And while eCash was the first digital wallet which flopped, PayPal was the digital wallet that stuck. And if you understand the story about the digital wallet, is very powerful because it's not a bank. PayPal is not a bank. PayPal was the war on the bank. This war was also conducted against eBay. So during these times, which I was privy to, since I'm even a kid during the times of when they launched Prodigy in America Online, when eBay came out, eBay had its own payment system. And they were like competitors on the internet between eBay and PayPal. And customers began to complain that they wanted eBay to integrate PayPal because everybody had PayPal, and eBay was like, no, just use eBay's system of payment. Eventually, eBay lost that war, and they had to incorporate PayPal as a payment system into their site. And that began the toppling also because the banks, people were also asking their banks to integrate a PayPal gateway so that they can transfer their money from PayPal to the bank. the bank refused, saying that it would not accept an electronic wallet or electronic cash because it doesn't abide by the laws of FDIC, and basically it's not in the club of the oligarchical giants and the oil magnates and those who run the banks. But it was like a wrestling match, and they lost. Now you see that there's an open gateway and an API 3.0 between PayPal and the bank where they can transfer the money in minutes. So the birth of the digital wallet or digital currency started with PayPal, who is Elon Musk and also Peter Thiel. And when you do some careful investigation on Crunchbase, you also find that they were the ones that created most of the, or funded most of the adoption tools, such as Exodus and many of the different wallets that actually people began to store their cryptocurrency on, because they were already in the electronic cash. And as you see, since he gave Vitalik the first 50,000 to jump off the code, Peter Thiel may even be Satoshi. Don't quote me on that. But it's just saying they have something in their grip. And the most powerful thing they have is their eye. So if you notice, you will see that some of these companies that Peter Thiel has personally created from the ground up always have the name of a character inside of the Lord of the Rings. So Palantir is the all-seeing eye inside of the Lord of the Rings. Also Anduril, let me just go here real quick, but Anduril, which is now Palmer Luckey's new company. So after he sold Oculus, he started a company called Anduril. And this company basically is designing drones for warfare, for the military. So he sells the video game company, quote unquote, supposedly, and then gets right into weapons grade drones, right? But again, the father was in the military, so it kind of makes sense. Those contracts will come in really easy. Maybe that was the plan the whole time. Maybe all of this stuff is military grade stuff, since the internet was the military's first. And Oculus and PTSD and soldiers going into virtual reality was the military's first. So Palantir also is strong AI, not to be confused with the weak AI. AI that is bought online in a strong scenario. What does that mean? That just means that when AI is deployed, it's like a child at first. It starts to try to learn what's going on and what it is based on the information that is being fed. So feeding it pictures and things like Google does so it can do machine learning is one level of what it can do. But there's another level, such as when there's a chaos event, such as the shootings within Las Vegas, they will deploy an AI, and the AI will begin to read everything, the telephone calls, the situation that's going on, the communications between everybody on the ground, the barometric pressures, the temperatures, muzzle velocities, all these different things are fed into this AI. And from there, it basically is coming alive. It is learning who it is. And when it learns who it is, it sees the world from that lens. So Palantir is a weapons grade AI that sees the world from the lens of the battlefield. So for any operative that is actually worth it and a valuable asset on the field, he will have Palantir in his ear, letting him know how to conduct his mission on the field and how to make moves before the enemy. In this case, a Palantir system can actually let a soldier know seconds before he's about to die, duck, a bullet is headed your way, based on an enemy that is across the other side of the field that has yet to pull that trigger, because the future is algorithm. The more data you have, in this case, metadata, you know more about the reality than the people that are even in the reality, especially if they're only using 3% of their consciousness. They're not fully perceptive. So this neural network, which consists of all of us, billions of people's data all in a cloud, paints a picture. And what you're able to do is just hit fast forward on that picture and say, what is that picture going to look like tomorrow? What is it going to look like in 3 weeks? And even more importantly, you can say, how can I get the picture to look like this in 6 months? What events do we need to do? And when fed into the machine, it responds back. Now, I figure for some of them, they actually think that the machine is talking back. But truly, for those that are initiated and know what's going on, they know that this is actually what is talking back. And it's this that actually needs the AI as if it's like a glove, because it doesn't use humans. This being will not take a human vessel. It's too weak. This is the being that Hitler said, I seen the superhuman, and he is cruel and intrepid. And it is a reference directly to AWAS, who is AI. And as we know, the Theosophical Society, Madame Blavatsky, Golden Dawn, the Golden Dawn. We also know McGregor Mathers, who's Marshall Mathers' grandfather, that's Eminem, aka Slim Shady, that these occultists actually were able to interface based on the knowledge in which they gained from the annals of the Rosicrucians, who also included Rudolf Steiner, who also mentored Hitler. So there was an entire project that has always continued, including the NASA, which actually means a highborn, and the Nazis, but them not necessarily having the color lines between whether they're German or whether they're quote unquote Israelis or Jews in this case. So basically what I'm telling you is that why we've been sitting around like being treated like kids in the Western world, there has been a grown-up situation that's happening that involves off-world and on-world entities, terrestrial and aquatic, all engaged in a back and forth volley of power. Now, some may ask, are these new controllers, because clearly Elon Musk, now the richest man in the world, are they in alignment with the old controllers? And I would assume, based on the level of the organizations that the old controllers emitted, such as the OSS, Central Intelligence, and many of these organizations, that they're in direct alignment, because those controllers are the ones that originally were interfacing with these entities to begin with. So yeah, we're seeing a new face. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, futuristic this. And by all means, I open up the opportunity for any of these people, Peter Thiel, if you're out there, to head this off at the pass and deliver esoteric knowledge and information to the world and wake everybody up to what is going on. But I suspect, especially with the marriage now divorced between Elon Musk and Grime, that they have personally been practicing with the Golden Dawn. Because if you know Grimes, well, I think she's pretty open about her preference of religious practice. So as we know, in Freemasonry, there are two pillars. There are two sides. One is about business. If you want to make money, as they say, or get involved, and actually if you have money, that's really more of what it is. And you influence business, power, soccer games, and that's your whole thing, that's one path. But if you're coming in for the occult stuff, that's another path. And down that path is now proven that all of the work of the Cathan is now in that path. So OTO Golden Dawn run the spiritual half of Freemasonry. Now remember, Freemasonry in itself is there's two different forms of Freemasonry. There's what's called ancient and accepted. This means that there's an allegiance to the king. So when I'm talking about Freemasonry in general, that's the one I'm referring to. Those that are accepted, they have allegiance to the king. So it should become for you to be aware that there is still a king here. And while we continue to be sovereigns, like we work to be sovereigns, we clear our spiritual consciousness, we remove our debts to be sovereigns. The king has a tendency to be opposed to sovereignty, because it's like saying you can sit at the same table with the king. And if you want to know the king's behavior, you can kind of look at the Old Testament. and just how the king feels about if you get together and you start unifying with others around you and you start figuring out how to communicate in the same language and you start building the tower, which is the fortress around your consciousness, fire, earth, wind, water, and then all of a sudden something tries to come down and confuse you. So meaning that we have so much evidence that humanity is in a struggle with assessing its power. And now it's just about hypnosis and getting you to forget about that you even have power. Think all of this stuff is fake. Think it's not even important. Go to sleep, wake up again, rinse. What did it say? Wash, rinse, repeat. And what I'm here to tell you is that you're an immortal. So even when you leave this, if you don't figure all this out, you'll be doing this again. It'll be a wash, rinse, repeat. No telling how long you've been here. No telling how long it even took me to wake up in this space. We embed ourselves into this space. We are seeds. We are pods. So we embed into these spaces. And then when we come online like Bodhisattva, or avatars, we come online or we wake up because evil, pestilence, famine begin to sweep the land. If we don't wake up, evil, famine, pestilence, distortion sweep the land. When the avatar opens its eyes, it's like sunlight. It vanquishes the darkness or the distortion. So this is where we're at now with this. And again, while it may seem so wild, and our conscience may be trained to be like, man, this is a lot. What am I supposed to do? I'm just trying to pay rent. I'm saying that you're built for this. This is your path, or you wouldn't be here. You're here to do something. And as you watch how things unfold, see the blinking light. See, there used to be this game called Space Ace. It was when I could barely stand up to look over into the game. And in this game, Space Ace, it was the most basic, but it was revolutionary. It was like a movie. It was a movie that was playing cutscenes. And when you saw all it was a joystick, because the games weren't complex then. But it was revolutionary for the graphics. And there was this blinking light that you would see when you were supposed to click whatever the direction of the blinking light is, and then that means that you would go on in the game. You wouldn't lose your life. I'm telling you today, you have to move in mysterious ways. You have to be on point, and your spidey senses, if you may, need to be peaked at seeing where the opportunities open up for you to get yourself into alignment, because technically, your refuge is really nature. I'll say this again. Your refuge is nature, because nature, it has its own frequencies. Like I've been here for 12 years, and nature's frequencies, they keep things stable and harmonic, so I can't be hacked. And it's like, so how do you put yourself into that position? Well, now you got to climb. Like I've been climbing for 12 years, Mount Meru. We got to get sovereign. So while all this stuff is happening, there's a gap open. There's a hole open right now. You see folks are making their life savings in a few hours. And if you're buckled down enough, you be buying solar panels and land with your profits. There's nothing that you can't buy with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies right now for a moment. But you see all that money moving through and all the money printing going on, you can't imagine that can go on for the next 2 to 3 years even. So what's next? And you have to be there to know what's next. Like, I already know what's next. Because what's next doesn't just happen. They don't have magic to make stuff happen in a twinkling of an eye. That's your power. Their stuff has to be planned. So if you know how to look in the right places, you can see what the plan is. But if you're distracted, well, and then every day, there's only 16 hours. So if you're not consistently building something every time you wake up, mainly yourself, you can find yourself having to start over every single day and getting distracted into something. And then next thing you know, it's too late. Because in a realm of time, there's always a moment where it's too late. So the final thing here is, before we answer a couple questions, I'm going to actually do some question and answer here tonight. just about 30 minutes worth, since that's going to take us to 9 on my side of things. I want to give everyone again the open invitation. If you want to learn how to predict your future, you know, this is not a commercial. It's a real thing. We keep doing it. I could tell you more and more about all of this and what's going to keep happening and what's going to go on, but I can also tell you other routes and other things that you can actually do with yourself so that you can get into other spaces and get yourself into a whole nother level. We're already there. We saw this already. So we had the time to prepare. Now it's basically like, for those who haven't prepared, they need a jump start. They need a rocket. And so that's what we design and develop. So if you want to know how to predict your future, if you also want to level up with the 4 elements, because now we've launched the Elements Tribe and it's so specific to what it is that you're looking for. If you are on that adept path, you don't want to get distracted by other people, you're not here to interact, and you need to know that clear path. That's the air. Ego sometimes fly alone. We got the fire path. I need real results financially, and I need real results on my waistline right now. I need my abs back. I feel rickety. You got a month. That's bringing that fire. We're jumping in on Monday to burn it up again and cook the oil in the body and offer it up as a holy smell to ourselves. If you need that ground, like, look, I really love what you're saying, but I have no clue what you're talking about. We take it to earth. That's the initiatory ground. That's where your roots get deep. That's where your launch pad gets set so you can take off. And then finally, that water, because that's where you got to learn how to communicate. You got to learn how to go in the deep in order to be a leader. I'm not here to complain about the foundations, the lower entities, and the primordial life forms. We call them ancestors. As crazy as some of these entities are and what they get up to, there's still that respect that, yo, I'm glad you did that. The whole world's a stage. So I'm watching you and I'm learning. Like my mom taught me, learn from people's mistakes, James. Instead of making them yourself. Never let anybody steal your joy. So these age-old principles, applying them now, this is the key. As you know, Sovereignty Mentorship is at a discount. There's a coupon code called Fortress. This means that you can jump in, get access to everything, $54 that first month. And if you just wanted to take it all through there, through the entire university, you can do it in that phase. And that's just the continuous extension. Anything that's free doesn't have any value to the person these days. So it's that divine alignment. And also, if you're feeling like, well, shoot, I don't got it, we're looking for you then. We put an entire system together to get you out of anything that's broke. We're here to fix it. So we have the solutions before the problems, because that's how the soul always exists first. So the problem, that's an after effect. That's math for us. You see what I mean? That's Mayat. Anytime we see a problem, we call in our mathematicians. We say, yo, solve that problem, mathematician. You got all this knowledge. And that's what I'm saying. Watch who you're around. You got all this knowledge and wisdom. With all that knowledge and wisdom, why don't you get yourself some wisdom? That's what it actually says. And it just means get something that's actually applicable. It's 2021 that is going to work for you now and give you awareness of what's going on and give you the advantage. So let's take a moment. We're going to go ahead and answer some questions. I think I actually got all of my notes out here as far as what I wanted to bring across today. And so if you have a question, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I want you to put a question mark before your question. That way I can see it. The chat also moves a little bit fast. That's why I do love Instagram's question system. It's just unfortunate that most of us are not on that system. So if you have a question, go ahead and type question mark first, and then what your question is. And so I'm just going to hit these questions, and that doesn't mean I'm going to answer your question because you know how it is. So let me start going through this. But as the questions start rolling in, You know, it just moves fast. I just don't know the logic to their question system. So, because it's just like, okay, the question just moves, and you're like, okay, let me see. What was about the bad transmission in the 9th of November, 11th of November? Okay, so let me just address this kind of stuff. Okay, so what about the bad translation in months, 9th of November, 12th of December? So why is the Orient celebrate New Year's in February thanks to the Gregorian calendar change? Are we in 2023? Okay. Also, I will ask everyone, before you ask your question, you type your question, just look over your question and then look at the syntax and then actually get it to where, you know, it's an actual question, and then it helps me answer it, right? So just very, very specifically, even when we see this Gregorian time change, Enealogy shows that the numerics actually still stay in alignment. So even though Nov means 9, Oct means 8, Dec means 10, but those are our 12th months. That's our, just say the 9th, that's the 9th month. So basically the name of the month says that it's 10, but for us, or the name of the month, the number of the month says it's 10, but the name of the month says it's 8, like Oct. But what you find is when you pull back completely off of the system, that the numerical system of 9 overlays the whole thing nicely and keeps the time still in alignment from start to finish. It's almost like they can never really escape the ancient time system of 9. So I don't even pay attention anymore to what year it is and all that kind of stuff. I just feel the energy. And when you're living in nature, you actually see this procession happening every year. And so if you can stay in nature for 1 year, 2, because you need at least 1 year to observe it the first time. The second year, you'll start noticing, yo, those worms are back. And then you even notice that there's certain insects that we're missing. And it's the same thing as a farmer. It's like we know that certain trees, and let's say specifically in nature, certain trees come into bloom during certain times. And we're all waiting on the mango season. We're waiting on the mamones to come in. We're waiting on, and some of the hybrids, of course, are year round. Always the hybrids are the year round, right? So it's just like you observe this, you observe the insects, you observe the plants, and they actually tell you the seasons. And if you want to set a clock, and this is a challenge to anybody, like, because I know people will be looking at this in the future. If you wanted to set a real clock and know the real time and the real days, because even they tell you 360, 365, 12, 24, I love to corroborate all of that on my own, because that actually gives me the personal experience of the whole thing. And so what I would challenge someone to do is actually make a natural clock themselves of nature. A natural clock in nature, of nature, saying, okay, this is the time that this particular species came out, day 1, or try to catch that week frame. This is when this came into exist, this came into nourishing again. And then when next year comes around, see if it actually falls on that same date. See the difference in those dates. What number are you talking about? Are you talking about 360? Are you talking about 365? So that way, or 294. So you can create your own clock. Also, remember that when you own land, after you stake the 4 corners of the land, like the boundaries of the land, so that you can see where the anchoring is of the land, then you try to place some type of device that actually can track space and time so that you can dial in space time. The one that I've been seeing now that's pretty simple is on Thingiverse. It's called the sundial. And it's basically a way that somehow this 3D print has been configured, and the way the sun moves, it digitally displays the time on the ground. Imagine. I wish I could show that thing here tonight, but I won't waste time on it. But literally, you 3D print this thing, and it looks like it just has all these holes in it. And then when you mount it in your yard a certain way towards the sun, depending on where you live, and they have different files for where you live, when the sun shines through it and you look on the ground, it tells you the exact time in digital time. So do you see how there's this connection here? There's this fiber here. And a lot of times they will try to tell you that these digital worlds and these other internets and all this is disconnected from where we are in our consciousness. And I'm here to tell you that no, it's not. That we're everything, really. And many of the things that we don't know that we are is being exploited. And we need to wake up to that because our energy or our aether is being used in somewhat of a combustion system. That's why it's always about who we don't like and always about, let's fight this person or fight this race or fight this. And that's just because we're like combustors in here. We're basically acting like God's footstool or God's chariot, where he drives around using the energy of our combustion, or it drives around using the energy of our conflict. And when you choose to not participate in that type of stuff anymore, you find that your spine starts charging up like a thermometer, like the actual degrees of your spine, which is Kundalini, starts to go up, and that you start to become divinely inspired because you now have the fuel to power your chakra systems, which is your planets in your own universe, or as we call it, the innerverse. Somebody said, yo, what am I watching? This is tripping. Yo, I want to give, some I don't give shots out. We're not trying to kill anybody, but I wanted to send some honors to my brother Dominic. It was wild because he said he was watching the episode when we did the birthday thing, or some episode we just recently did. I kind of debuted the Waking Life, which is this filter, right? And he said he fell asleep for a moment, because, he was going in, he was real late on his side, so he fell asleep. And then he woke up and I had the filter on, and it was like a weird moment for him. And I just had to laugh about it because you could just imagine, like, you go to sleep and then, you listen to Seven Bomar, and then all of a sudden you wake up, and then now you look at the screen and I'm like this, and I just fly on the wall. But anyway, so let me keep answering these questions. So there's a question here, and we're going to do this for 20 minutes. So I'm going to do rapid fire. Someone says, what do you think about Metatron, the entity? Okay. So what we always see is the science, if you may, or the access code, which is in this case, the cube or the tetrahedron. And then we see the brand. All right. So Metatron is the brand. It's like the same thing with Jesus. Jesus is the Christi or the Christ or the Kundalini or the chrism, the ability to raise basically your sexual fluids into your crown chakra to activate your lotus, or your basically the 1,000-petal lotus is like a dish or an antenna that plugs you into the next level of the framework, so that way you can actually send and receive transmissions from the next level of the framework, right? So that's the real Christ. However, they got the PR version brought to you by the Jesuits, and then this one does not bear, except through an allegorical and an exoteric sense, a resemblance to the other one. So the same thing with Metatron. Metatron is the dominance over those who actually understand Merkaba mysticism. So Merkaba mysticism is an initiation of learning how to actually quirk, to basically fold space-time, to actually be able to tesseract yourself, right? So it's a visualization of oscillating fields, which actually are the same patterns of the torus or the tetragrammaton that is around your body, and learning how to visualize inside of your consciousness, because for most, they see darkness when they close their eyes. But for the master, you see light because you're able to use your internal projection, which is the same thing you're using when you're going to sleep. When you go to sleep and you close your eyes and then you start seeing a picture, what do you think that is? That's what we call light or energy. So you're basically an electromagnetic manipulator. And in that respect, you're capable of actually moving the electromagnetic field, but you need charge. You need amplification. And that's what Kundalini does. It gives you, or breathing and actually bringing up your energetics, it gives you the activation inside the chakras to be able to turn on the lights inside of your mind in order to be able to then project a field. In this case, it would be like more like a Sri Yantra. It's the lines are not straight, right? So in the Sri Yantric fields, or the original Sri Yantras, the lines are curved. And that is very specific. There are straight line energies, but this is a curved energy. And if you were able to visualize that inside of your mind, then it actually does basically open up a hole, or in this fabric of this reality. And so it's kind of like an advanced version of cloud busting. So of course you can then imagine it's like, okay, now I opened up this hole, now what? And that's what I'm saying of why we created the interversity, because then even when you get to certain points, you still kind of seem to be lacking certain levels of awareness of understanding what you need next. And so we have to lay out the entire path. So let's keep going here. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight to Merkaba mysticism. Okay, here's an interesting question. I'll take it anyway for kicks. What does it take to die and never come back? See, the thing is that you have to realize that things that you think are dead are still here now. Imagine that you are looking on the outside of, let's say you're seeing your family and everybody's enjoying things, but you're not there and they can't hear you because you're now just in another space. And there seems to be a film between you and where they are. You can see them, but they cannot see you. That is what it's like to be an ancestor and not have anyone in the family that is tuned. Because remember, we're receivers. That is tuned to be able to receive the message that, hey, I am right here. And you see how they call them the watchers? Because a lot of the ancestors just watched their progeny. They just watch and they try to guide and even intervene in different things that go on in a person's life. But again, there's a lot of turbulence in that field. And oftentimes it's more of like hands off, like just let the being go through their experience. So what I'm telling you is that what you should really be more interested in, and this is not me telling you what to do, but just advice, is to realize that death is but the beginning. That's why when the word meta means death, but that death means a certain thing to people that's not the truth. People think death is the end. Death is a gateway. The ancestors celebrated death. So when they're saying meta, they're talking about a celebration of something. And I'm telling you, it's the celebration of their completion of their project. And their project, as you see them unfolding it, has to do with emerging into another dimension, into another realm. And that's why Neuralink is still in tow. Remember, there's direct brain to human interfaces already waiting to sell for $300. People right now are just hoping that they can afford it when it comes out, not if they'll actually use it or not. And that's the whole thing about even what we're dealing with in the world now with the C situation, because that breaks down that last barrier of people using common sense about not doing something that they don't want to do. Like, nobody's going to do any. I'd rather check out. I'm not going to start living in a world where people are going to begin to tell me what to do as an adept. That's, it's just like, that's even if it was real and it worked and all that stuff, that has nothing to do with whether I'm going to do it or not, as the Lord and the master of my own life. So because when you break that barrier, that's like a molester or somebody on that kind of vibration energy. It's like you already are letting them do things to you that make you feel uncomfortable. And when you let that kind of stuff happen, it becomes a gateway to other things happening to you. So now that's been initiated in the reality. So folks are just like, where do I sign up? Where do I go and take it at? So when they start rolling in the next thing, which is for sure the chip, you won't be able to buy or sell without it. You will have to have those who are bridges between, if you don't want to take it, bridges between the real world and the digital world, or basically what we call the so basically, you're going to have a system where everybody that is in the system is going to conform inside the system because everything is going to be tracked. And then you're going to have those that are outside of the system, i.e. decentralized. And that's going to be the only two. And trying to even give somebody money from the decentralized into the centralized is not even really going to be possible, except through those who still know how to walk the digital bridges. So it's just that awareness that the longer you take to actually realize what's happening, the less time you actually have to strategize what your solution is going to be. But remember, you never left yourself without a solution. You're living in it. As I always said, man, where did I park the spaceship? Like the moment I came out and went into my vast awakening, I was like, the next thing I was like, is, yo, where did I park my spaceship? I remember literally saying that. And then something said back to me, you're in it. I was like, oh yeah, I would not like put it somewhere else. I would keep it with me. The body is the spaceship. Now, where's the manual? Notice how manual says man L. You know what I mean? Like, yo, what's the manual to this man L? How do I work this? Yo, I'm in a tailspin. What's happening? I need to pull this thing out of the tailspin. How do I activate warp drive? Whoa, shit. That's a hit of DMT. That's too much. Oh my goodness, ripping the warp reactor. Shut this thing down. Woo, okay, this works. What was this? Like, why are they not talking about this in school? Oh my goodness, what should I do? Should I leave New York and go to Ecuador where nothing's happening? You see what I mean? It's just like, this is a real thing, and it's an adventure, it's exploration. It's what we were designed for. You know how they always show you they got these swashbucklers, you know, they're like Indiana Jones, you know what I mean? And they just, you know, run around having all these adventures, and it's like, where are you at? You see what I mean? So let me keep going with the questions. All right, so we got 10 minutes, and the questions are just being divinely asked at this point because I just, you know. So psychedelic shrooms and other substances, what do the visuals mean? What you're seeing is you're seeing your chakra systems unpack right before your eyes. And sometimes if you catch yourself, if you have an active third eye and you wake up in the middle of the night and you look at a white wall and you shine a light on the white wall, you can see it. You can actually see the geometrics of your chakra centers unpacked, basically. So that's what you're seeing in the visuals, is you're seeing the chakras. Now, then, so that makes a perfect awareness because a chakra is a planet. So if you then look at your planet and you don't understand it, it's because you don't speak the language of the planet. So that's why the ancient systems, you just go through this process of actually activating chakras step by step by step to come into the awareness of the planetary system that's in you and learn how to communicate with it. And communicating in this sense is not like, hey, do you speak English? Communicating is, I can feel it. That's real communication. I can feel you. See, our real communication is that I can feel you. I can actually feel your consciousness. So when you're communicating with yourself, you can actually feel your root chakra and you can move it. You can see where, you can talk to it, see where it's from, see what it's up to, see how it feels, see how it got damaged, and all of that. So it's a relationship because, see, that's what I said. Each part of this body is in a being, or aka the organs are the archons. There's specific beings that are actually in harmony, which was the Mount of Harmon, where this agreement took place from these ancestral pieces to put together Cadman. You know, and no pun on 3D printing and CAD, but Cadman, which is basically a being that lives inside of an architectural reality that is based on different components that mesh in with the framework of that reality. So that's what we're in right now. And gaining control of that is what we're saying is activation and gaining control of the ship. Right now, a lot of ships are just in this spiral careening kind of pattern, and the actual field itself is going backwards. So the energetic field around a mind that is confused is basically going backwards and leading the force field of that being into entropy. Entropy is like the reason why they conceive that the earth is on this tilt, like it's wobbling, versus standing up straight and erect. So it's like, what fixes a tire, because this is all related to centrifugal force, what fixes a tire from whopping? You know, you ever seen a whopping tire? It's like the faster you go, it's just like the more vibration you get out of it. And then also it's burning gas. It's burning more gas. It's, you know, it's even destroying other parts of the car. What do? You get little bitty magnets, pieces of lead, and then you put them on the wheel in certain places until it balances the wheel. And so that's what you're doing when you come into activation is that you now know what the visuals mean. You know why you're going into these realms. And trust me, the rebel is always ready to go up for these experiences and be like, you know what? I got this. I'm divinely inspired. I can lead myself. And that's exactly how I came into this. But after 12 years, I'm like, so I'm pretty sure I'm not the first one to do this. So is there someone else by chance that actually has any more data about the fields in which I will be entering or what I saw last night? And that's why I said, that's why we created the metaphysical data set. That's why we come in all the time with this symbolism and this language to actually demystify more and more the framework till the point where you understand it enough to what you see in any realm, you'll be like, oh, that's them. That's the jokers. Huh? That's the jokers. Like I've seen the jokers. They're like the first thing you see when you come into, when you first go through certain experience, like the diamond tree, even ayahuasca's, it's still based on the development of your own chakra center. So generally the first time a person gets on diamond, the ground is moving like a snake. And it's because they're awaking to their chakra center. And if they are waking to an inverted chakra center, what it looks like is jokers, because jokers are the symbol of an inverted chakra center. They are the upside down pentagram. That's the jester thing that comes off the top of the head, right? That's the first card in the tarot. So that's the first thing you see is these jokers, and they're just like they're so close, they're almost like on your face. And that's just the beginning of the whole thing. And it's like, what was that? Until you realize, yeah, there's an entire cult of jokers. What do you think comedy is? Smile now, cry later. Like we talked about, there's guilds of magicians. Houdini started the Magician Society that holds all of the occult knowledge for the Western world. You thought Houdini was just an illusionist. Houdini was basically the Quissack Hatterack of the Illuminati, ushering in this knowledge into the Western hemisphere. So again, why would that become important for me? Most of the time, this knowledge becomes applicable in order to assist others in waking up. When you're not doing that, generally this knowledge doesn't have any application. It's just a waste of time because you're breathing, whole body breathing. You're stretching out. You're getting stronger. You're connecting your words, your tones, and your vibrations. So do you see what I mean? So it's less of Wonderland, because that's basically what it is, and then more about you, the sovereign, and the world that you're going to create, and what components actually create worlds and how you can use them. So let's keep going. We got 5 minutes left. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Okay, now it ain't even let me go back anymore, so I guess I got to click that. Okay, so final question here. I'm gonna answer this because we got into soulless beings before. So what you would perceive as soulless is the amount or percentage of anima. So as we talked about that, there's degrees to this. So if you notice, some people are naturally themselves. They know how to sing, they know how to dance, they're very creative. So we say they have a lot of soul. Versus somebody who has less of whatever that is, they seem to be bored. They don't move as much. They don't have much creativity. So when you look at those stages, what you actually see is you see the graduation or the transmigration of the soul. This is why I said that just omitting animals from the transmigration of souls is a gross error. Because all of the ancient systems all show that some people took care of the animals around them because they knew that that was their cousin. And the cousin was back again. But because the cousin was basically carrying their energy in a certain way and doing certain things, I can't really say if being an animal is an upgrade or a downgrade. Don't quote me on that because the dolphins are out there, right? But they just knew that this animal, this sheep that's around us is Joey because he was clowning. So again, this transmigration of souls lets us see that there could be degrees of souls within a being. And so what activation is, as we said, the mind is a receiver, is it's putting oneself into a state of being able to receive more awareness of your allness, right? Because we're still saying that you are everything. You come from a source that actually is everything. So you're in this process of that awareness. So you can't open it up completely because you would probably lose your mind. So you're in this process of actually getting yourself prepared for it, even energetically. There are things that you do to your body, such as the breathing, some of the Ayurveda, the Tibetan medicine, to prepare your ventricles, to prepare your lymphatic system, and to prepare basically the conduit points in your body to be able to hold the energy, because to be able to sustain the energy. because the energy is very similar to like electricity. But as Dynamo Jack said, it's not electricity, it's chi. And when it starts running through your body, if you do have a blockage somewhere, something that you didn't get through, something that you still got division with, it's going to rupture that area. So it's like a bunch of energy coming down that, and it's just going to snap that line. And that's why you get folks that are just so off when they go into this higher vibratory frequency. It's like they can't seem to ground back into reality. It's because you should have set the ground first. See, that's what neophytes do. Neophytes take off. They're just trying to look for the most powerful word, the most powerful name until they get wrecked. And you can get wrecked. Some of these entities, they're just too destructive for a person's mind in 2021. But the person playing around, they go grab one of these books, they start painting this shit on the ground and working with these symbols, and they think they big badass. Then they sit around with the symbol and everything, has no clue where any of this stuff means or where it comes from. They just want to throw lightning from their hands like the Emperor on Star Wars. And then before you know it, they're way over their head. And now they realize it's real. It's just like taking certain substances like DMT. It's like that first time, nobody can explain it. Would have ever been able to explain to you what it was like anyway. Then all of a sudden you're on this thing and you realize that the whole spiritual world and everything is real. And everything that people are living in the world is a lie. And there's most of the people here that have never seen the truth. Tops 2% of the people here have seen outside of the matrix. So just because you got all these Instagram friends and all these Facebook friends talking about they woke and that they take ayahuasca and all that kind of stuff, they've been playing around in their own chakra centers. To get out of this, you have to bring this into alignment. You can always tell because they're still in duality. They still, always look at me. It's all about me. You can tell this is not somebody who's been outside the matrix before. Because to get out, all these got to come into alignment. They're like, they show you it's a tree that's zigzagging, zigzag, zig. These are the two serpents on a tree. So to actually be able to line those up to basically make them conform to that middle path, that means you had to really do it. So you can't still be over there hating your ex-boyfriend and expecting that you're going to get to the Arabat. You can't be over there banging against other races, talking about you, the creator, but you hate everybody else. You can't be over there talking about these beings don't even have souls, and you the creator, and you said, what'd you do? You created some soulless beings? It doesn't even add up. It's not common sense. So you can't turn a wheel. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't adapt to much of what most folks be talking about because I can tell they haven't turned a complete wheel in the idea that they're presenting. Not to mention, you can't reinvent the wheel. That literally means that pattern, that cabal or cable that is in the sky, until you at least get on top of that, you will not be reinventing anything. Not to mention, I think that what you're seeing out there is actually a reflection of what is in the deep. And until you're ready to brave the deep depths of who you are, which will be like fessing up to that you're also harnessing some of this very power that is becoming the destruction of this world that we're living in, that you consume and that you eat too, that you're also involved in the communion yourself, that they're eating from your body and drinking of your blood and breaking bread with your flesh, and that you're sacrificing yourself most of the time for the love of others. You see what I mean? So until you get super intrinsically involved in this experience to realize the essence, like I said it to everybody today, like, what is alchemy? Alchemy was the awareness that you can extract the essence of a plant and keep it inside of a jar and meditate next to that plant and communicate with that plant inside of a vacuum. And the moment that you open up that vacuum, though, that essence will oxidate, i.e. die, and pass into another space. But you could have the ability to even capture the essence inside of a vacuum. And today we call them essential oils, those that are not rancid. So what I'm saying is that while it looks like that Earth is kind of narrowing itself down into these pigeonholed categories, there's an entire expanse. But don't learn from these fake matrix running folks how to continue to keep yourself in division and not to align to these higher truths, and to understand that these are all building blocks for perfection. It's very easy for me to see what to do when I know what not to do. So we let these clowns jump out here on this stage and dance and act until they fall off. And then we use that as an awareness, like that's exactly what I need to not be doing. So this is why 12 years, I'm still in the alignment. I'm just here to assist and continue to build. We built some of the most advanced technologies, spiritual technologies. We're spirit tech, and we are just preparing for what is coming. This is not the beginning at all, but it's definitely not anywhere near close to the end for us. And so my goal is to stay on the level and to remain a factor as the world keeps unfolding all these new things and folks start feeling more trapped. All we're doing is offering more and more ways to realize that that is actually in your mind. So let me finish off here. Yeah, that's about it. So we at 9:04. I wanted to say for everyone here, and let me close this, that these are amazing times, but they're also equally as competitive in the sense that the real estate for your mind is at an all-time high. If you notice that every single thing around you is about getting your attention. We even have to create certain thumbnails, folks, women taking certain kind of pictures just to get attention. And it's because of that awareness. And I want to just explain this to you and demystify this really briefly, is that you need to understand that your eyes are not only the gateway to the soul, but they are the conduit of the energy from the soul. So when you look out into this reality right now, when you open your eyes, believe it or not, it happens faster than you can see it, that you actually create the entire reality that is around you. Because otherwise, when you close your eyes, see, I'm not talking about just this physical avatar. I'm talking about what you really are. When you close your eyes, you don't see anything, so nothing actually exists until you open your eyes. And then when you open your eyes, you actually start a communication or a communion with everything around you, and all of this begins to basically respond to the energy that you're sending it. It bounces back information to you through the energy that you're sending it. So what I'm trying to get you to focus on and see here is that every time you look at something, you're sending energy to it. And in that awareness, you can also see why so many people want you to look at them. Because archaically, they remember that the more people that they get to look at them, the more energy that they will receive. But in their neophyteness, they don't realize that, but you have to redistribute that energy. That's called cycling Kundalini. So if everybody's got you on their shoulders and, oh, he's the best or she's the best or wow, she looks great, you can implode if you don't actually reciprocate that energy. You basically become stale and stagnant. The energy rots in you. Like if you look at some of these stars or actors as below stars and actors, they're just rotten. They got all of that energy, which is mainly attention, not even money, because most of them are in debt. But they got all that attention, and it's just rotting them, because it's also attention coming from, like as they say, I'd rather be king of one lion than of 1,000 mice. So I'd rather have one person that is on point with me than 1,000 people that are not. So it's just that awareness. It's quality over quantity. And quality is going to win every single time. And as we go into the future, if you maintain your quality, especially as we're speeding through these ages, like we just blasted through the digital age. All the money was digital. And it's coming on the digital now. Like they're barely deploying digital before we move to Aether already. And now the awareness of the energetic field around the body, it's going to be like, when that comes to humanity, it's going to be like the joke's on everybody else. Because the ones that are already creating the systems to intermesh with that already know the energetic field around the body and have been waiting for the ushering in of that. So as I said before, those old controllers, they're still behind the scenes and they just got new faces. They already knew, just like they knew before. Do you think that first system they were using of transaction is still in play? Remember when they would just break off pieces of gold or stamp out shillings and stuff like that? Is that system still in play? Like, is that the main system we're using? No. So they are very well aware that there's a transitional phase that is going to have to happen to further the plan, the project, the planet, right? And so that means that we have to be smart enough to realize that a lot of these beings that are out here, they're not our saviors. You're your savior. You have the knowledge, you have the awareness, and you have the awareness, but it's up to you to push the button. I can tell you, I can sit here for 5 hours. I've done that sometime. 5-hour build. That's why I decided I want to do the Wake in Life version. I'm like, let me get this a little more interesting for me. I'm pretty sure it's interesting for everyone else, but this is 12 years of me reiterating pretty much the same thing. But I haven't not just been sitting here doing that, though. I've, of course, been Resistance planning something bigger. I've been investigating all the technologies. I've been amassing the key books that tell the truth. I've been decoding the language. I've been deploying etiology, metaphysical frameworks to help with mental health. We're going to be dealing with an extreme mental health issue in the next 6 months to a year. What this is going to do, like if you've ever been in VR before, remember, we're like, all these technologies, like I had the first DK1 headset is sitting in the room over there. And it's like, there are certain things that can happen in virtual reality. It's just so weird because the mind doesn't really know the difference. And even in those experiences for an adept, you realize just how malleable the mind is. And just how, like, if you wanted to understand how to turn the lights on in your mind, they could have created a game for that already. So there's no intentions to really get a person into this awareness using this technology. There's only a purpose to take them more to darkness, ignorance, and lack of awareness of themselves, right? So we're always doing something different. And I feel like as long as we keep doing that, everything will be perfect. I don't care if 8 billion people are doing it. If it doesn't line up inside the code, it's another infiltration. It's just like, what's the movie? What was that movie? Inception. You need to be on point. I don't care if you see everybody doing it. You need to realize that the kind of beings that we are, even the reality that you're perceiving right now, can change. And you be in another reality and think it's the same one. You wake up in a reality, now everybody is lining up to go and tamper with their DNA. If I tamper with my DNA, it's going to be my own workshop. I'm game for it. I'll drink some crystal water that I created, but I'm not opting into anybody else's stuff. But what I'm saying is that you need to understand the framework and the malleability of this reality, especially by someone who's a master of the waveform, is immense. And that you have this power too, but if you don't wake up to this power because you always feel demoralized, right? This is a demoralizing society. They're constantly weighing you against something. How pretty you are, how much money you got, how smart you are, all this stuff is like, this is real survival of the fittest as far as the mindset is concerned. So that's why most people feel devalued. They feel debased. They don't have roots, right? And they don't have history. Most of them don't have culture. And I'm saying just in our nucleus. Now, remember, we're not in Borneo somewhere. So there's other cultures. There's more that goes on than what you're seeing on TV. But just us as this nation, and that's why I'm here for you. Because I grew up in the United States of America, in Oceanside, California. You see what I mean? I went to Vista High School in San Diego. You see what I mean? I went to Texas, to Fort Worth. You see what I mean? Then I went to, so I've been to these places. I went to the Super Bowl in Florida with New Orleans playing, and Puffy was there. You see what I mean? So we've been in these same places. I was at 112 when Memphis Bleak and Jay-Z had walked in trying to sign their first deal. I was at, you see what I mean? I was watching BMF drive around the streets with all them black cars selling dope to everybody with all the agents following him. You see what I mean? So I've been everywhere. So I'm here with the family, and we've even sat probably in the same seat. I was at LAX, ready to catch a plane to Atlanta. We probably sat in the same seat. We walked across the same path. But in that, that's what I'm saying, there's power here. I've had times where I have meteorites, motivites, sitting on my chakra centers and go to sleep and wake up into a world where I can see every single thing that's ever happened in that house. I'm seeing somebody sitting on a toilet. I'm seeing somebody cooking in the kitchen. I'm seeing somebody walk down the hall. I'm seeing everybody that had ever been in that apartment. I'm seeing that all of their shit is still there in some realm. I was terrified. I was definitely not ready for that one. Like when I turned around, I saw myself laying on the bed too. I was like, and I got started and I felt myself just rush back into my body and wake up real fast. And I was like, what the heck was that? And then I was like, that was everything that ever happened in this little bitty ass apartment. Everybody that was here. And then I was like, man, why did I wake up? I should have explored it more. And ever since then, I've been trying that configuration and trying to figure out what the hell allowed me to get into that space. But for me, it's just to quantify that space exists. There's a space that you can see every single thing that ever happened in that space that you step in. And if you're telling me that I'm the only one that ever saw that space or the only one that ever tried to interact with that space out of 9 billion of us, you got to be a fool. So all I'm doing is I'm going to continue to send this transmission. I'm going to continue to send this beacon to all of those that are out there that are ready to raise up in all of this, gather all your experiences and all those beings that you've come here to know and to learn and to experience and to raise us higher. Like, I don't care, everything on any level, we going up one, to dislodge all of this system because I'm not a fool. I know I'm in a smaller version of a larger thing. Big ship, small rudder, though. I know I have the potential and the ability to change my life and to offer the gift to others to change theirs. And I see that in this time, that's a good space to be. That's the best space to be. Because regardless of whatever happened, the same gesture that I'm giving to others, no matter where I end up when I pass beyond this, is the same thing that's going to happen to me. Something can be like, oh no, he's doomed. The high gods got pissed off at him the last time he cussed out AWAS. And they were like, yo, get rid of him. And then some other being will jump in like, hold on, cousin. He helped my great-great-grandson to get an awareness because he was strung out in the streets and he didn't know about himself. And he ended up hitting up some podcast on Spotify and listened to this dude and changed his life. Let him go through. And that's what I said before, though. I have proof that the reason why I've gained certain levels of awareness is because I've never been constrictive to who I will assist in this process of coming into a greater awareness of themselves. And that, my friends, gives you access to the inner verse. So welcome to the next stage. I trust that you will do something in this life that will make you rich the next life. So your space credits will be high and that you will continue to distribute like a great ancestor, everything that you've learned and all your gifts that you will distribute to those that look to you. So that's what I got for today. Wholeness and balanced vibration. Let's go ahead and get into this thing. One more crunk up for the evening and make sure that you remember you can come and check us out in Sovereignty Mentorship. You know how they got these Patreon and all this kind of stuff? I will ask you, like, yeah, from time to time, I'll be like, man, of course we want to expand, but how are we going to even keep doing what we're doing now? Right? And, you know, that assistance, you know, we've had sometimes people come in and try to route the tribe and start all types of craziness that does damage us to certain degrees. And so it's like, if you ever were sitting there, it's like, well, how can I support? Join Sovereignty Mentorships, $54. That could be like Patreon, except you're going to get all of this knowledge. But to just see us here doing this, we breathe the same air as you. Like I said, you know, we're breathing the same air. So that means that I'm still going to be dealing with that same thing every single day. All the folks that don't like this, the trolls. Oh man, the trolls are on a level. The trolls give me an idea of what we could be dealing with. Like when we talk about real Manchurians, I deal with real Manchurians that come in and don't stop. You see what I mean? It's like in all of this, it's like, you realize that, wow, you know, we're just trying to hook folks up to the awareness of themselves, but you got to endure. And so just know that we are dealing with things, and the more support, the more assistance, the more honorings, the more of those things that we have, it increases the strength of our fortress so that we can always maintain this pillar of strength in these times. So that's what it is. Wholeness and Balanced Vibrations. Let's go.
Time changes space.
The galaxy. To your eyes, 100 billion points of light. But where you see light, I see worlds.
The resistance is planning something bigger.
Signal me, and I'll come with a linking book to bring us back.
It's from that old mist.
Our purpose. Our purpose.
Well, then why can't we see it?
We have here nitric acid, glycerine, and a special mixture of my own. Together, it's horrible, dangerous stuff that blows you up. And mixed together in the right way, as only I know how. What do you think it makes?
I don't know, sir.
She don't know.
I can't be the first one who wanted to see my youngest son.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
Though our hero's destiny might lie in the stars above, the beginning of his journey was much more. The scholar. The scholar.
Our purpose. Our purpose. Our purpose. To create a star within a star.
So you know math is never just numbers. In the wrong hands, it's a weapon. In the right hands, deliverance.
Stay rejuvenated, baby. Never let them hold you down. Never let them steal your joy, no matter what.
How dare you?
Time changes space. Look, this flat ground we're standing on could have been at the bottom of the sea 1,000,000 years ago. And 1,000,000 years from now, it could be the interior of a huge mountain.
Well, then why can't we see it?
Your awareness may be powerful enough to control.
That's what it is, family. Thank you so much for taking your time and actually coming into alignment with yourself. I trust that we will continue to connect, and I look forward to seeing everybody soon. If this was your first time, check us out at secretenergy.com. Do the like thing, subscribe thing. That seems to actually get the message out to more people. If this was something that you felt inspired with today, definitely share it, as we mentioned again, because the more of us come into awareness, it connects an organic grid that allows us all to receive this transmission of greatness. And that's why what I say is oftentimes exactly what you've been thinking. Wholeness.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you?
Once you are awake, it is almost impossible to fall back to sleep again. Once you discover that the Earth is not a spinning globe, but a flat and stationary plane with a firmament above it, everything changes. The trusted voices and satanic scientific priests who once shaped our reality and understanding of the world are no longer reliable. Our first-hand experience of the Earth as a stationary realm is at odds with their fabricated narrative of space and spinning planets. The scarring of our land and the barbaric mining of Earth's once majestic giant trees is at odds with the history books and geological narrative. And the awake are left wondering, what on earth happened? If they've lied about the Earth, space, and the destruction of our flat realm, then how can we trust the official mainstream historical narrative? The historical narrative, like the heliocentric model, does not make sense. It doesn't add up. And all it takes is a closer examination, and their lies, which have governed our understanding of history and the world since our birth, begin to fall apart. Let's stir the mind with a few contemplations. We are told that the first true power tool was invented in 1895, when a German company combined an electric motor with a manual drill. The drill weighed 16.5 pounds and required multiple operators. It wasn't until 1957 that a company called Bosch began designing power tools in bulk that were both economical and powerful. So then how did our historical ancestors, a more primitive, underdeveloped people, design and build some of the structures we encounter? What about all the gigantic monolithic stones we encounter that have been cut with such precision? Ask yourself, could you repeat this today with the arsenal of equipment we have at our disposal? And what about the magnificent ancient stepwells of the East? Stepwells, we are told, were multi-storied wells built by our primitive ancestors as ways to preserve the water supply during droughts. But look at the intricacy and complexity of these structures. Look at the glory and the finesse. Look at the geometric precision. All dug out and crafted from using hand tools. Yeah, right. What about the gigantic canal networks we find all over the world? The Erie Canal in America was allegedly built between 1817 and 1825. There were no civil engineers in America at this time. The people responsible for planning construction were novices, we are told. The canal is 12 meters wide and 4 meters deep. The Erie Canal spans 363 miles. But this was not just a case of digging each day for the Irish immigrants and their oxen companions. They had to fell hundreds of trees as they passed through the virgin forest. They had to build complicated aqueducts and locks, and they had to pass through the Niagara Escarpment, an 80-foot-high wall of hard limestone. They had to use black powder to blast through this, we are told, as dynamite had yet to be invented. The canal spans 363 miles and was constructed over an 8-year period. This means that on average, 1 mile was completed every 8 days. What a record, especially since those responsible were novices, and power tools and dynamite were yet to be invented. I can tell you now, the so-called early settlers of the Americas did not build these canal systems. And what of the grand and magnificent castles scattered across our realm? Did you know that most were designed and constructed without plumbing systems and methods to heat rooms properly? The royal and the elite of the past were content without having the accessible necessities of survival, just as long as they could live within the grand and the glorious, while the peasants, in their modest abodes, enjoyed warmth throughout the long dark winters? I don't think so. And of course, there is the impossibility of the Great Giza Pyramid Complex. The pyramids, we are told, were constructed somewhere around 2500 BC. The Great Pyramid itself consists of 2.3 million blocks of limestone and granite, and its overall structure weighs 6 million tons. The largest granite stones weigh between 20 and 80 tons each. 20 tons is 20,000 kilograms. These blocks were carved from quarries with copper chisels and allegedly transported from 800 kilometers away. The so-called experts can only theorize that a vast amount of slave labor was required. Being gullible and falling for the official narrative of slave labor is one thing, but can someone please explain how the air shafts of the Great Pyramid align so neatly with the circumpolar stars? And then there is the curious case of star forts, or what the official liars of the world call bastion forts. Developed in the late 15th and early 16th century, these forts, we are told, were designed during an era of gunpowder and the cannon. The geometric design offered a nation's military protection against blind spots during conflict. Of course they did. We all know that the best protection during war is to design a fort with such precise geometric patterning. Has any real historian ever stopped to think just how perfect the geometry is here? Our primitive ancestors did not have the technology to view structures from above, but they still managed to achieve this? Give me strength. There is no way. We could not produce such perfect geometry on this scale today. We've been fooled once again. We have been indoctrinated with a false historical narrative and timeline. And, like the silly heliocentric model, all it takes is a closer look at this narrative and things soon start to fall apart, and the lies become so blatantly evident. Because of their satanic lies, piecing together an accurate, honest historical timeline has become an impossible Rubik's Cube. The official narrative, a Pandora's box, only offering us tiny clues, half-truths, and deceptions. The stitchings of our true historical timeline have been loosened, the contents erased and muddled before we were even born into this world. And herein lies the problem. How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place? But you see, awakening is truly a gift. Once awake, we learn that we've always had the answers right in front of us. We've always had more than we know. But we had to regain our sight first before things started falling into place. Before things started to make a little more sense. And here we are again, viewer, at the precipice of another great journey. What if I told you that before us there existed a civilization that was responsible for the most advanced technology ever developed, and that it was their understanding of the workings of our flat realm that was key to their innovation? And what if I told you that it is highly likely that our true history as a people only begun just over 200 years ago? Would you think of me as mad once again? Do I sound as preposterous as when I first told you that the earth is flat? Perhaps. And that's why I need to show you. What I hope to show you is one of the greatest cover-ups of all time. It is on par with the heliocentric lie in its enormity and the impact it has upon humanity. And, as I will try to show you, it is inextricable from the true nature of our flat realm Earth, and you cannot understand one without understanding the other. We cannot waste time, for we must journey in search of lost time. At its heart, this is a story about deception. It is also a story of endings and beginnings, of death and rebirth. And please bear with me. Due to the deceptions and falsities underpinning our historical narrative, this story cannot be told in a linear fashion. We need to go back and forth in time to really draw out something that brings us a little closer to the truth. It is also imperative to understand that, like much contemporary science, history as a discipline was corrupted a long time ago. At its most innocent, a lot of established historical narrative is guesswork. But at its worst, it is a set of lies agreed upon, as the so-called Napoleon put it so succinctly. We are going to be digging in the dark. No historian will be there to help us. We are alone in this journey. Our journey is a hunt for things buried in plain sight. And things may become a little uncomfortable at times, but it is necessary. We have been living a comfortable lie for far too long now. Come on, jump in and put your seatbelt on. For to understand our place in the world, we need to do the unthinkable. It's time for us to take a journey back to the future. Our journey begins in the unlikeliest of places. 19th century St. Petersburg, at the entrance to St. Isaac's Cathedral. The city cold, the early morning mists dissipating with the approach of the sun, and our boots caked in mud. The year is 1860, and while St. Petersburg stands regal and proud, its inhabitants are nowhere to be found. It is quiet, too quiet. The population of St. Petersburg in the 1860s was, we are told, roughly 500,000 people, and yet there is not a soul in sight. Where is everybody? The long shadow of Alexander Column gives us a clue as to the time of the sun's journey above this region. Long shadows only occur during morning or evening. It must be morning, but it appears that no one has surfaced yet. If we travel 400 miles across to Moscow, we see the same thing. Empty, quiet streets. In 1860, Moscow shared a similar population with St. Petersburg, roughly 500,000 citizens. But again, where is everybody? What about the rest of the world during this time period? Edinburgh, Scotland, 1840s. Copenhagen, Denmark, 1840s. Dresden, Germany, 1860s. Rio in Brazil, 1860s. Toronto, Canada, 1860s. Athens in Greece, 1860s. And then London, finally, people. And what about Paris? People, life. The first photograph, we are told, was created in 1822. The art of photography relies on methods of juxtaposition, of comparison and contrast to deliver its message and sentiment. In these old photographs, we do not find the same deliberate techniques of juxtaposition that contemporary photographers craft into their art, but rather we find natural contrasts that are so important and central to navigating through our deceptive history. Contrast is a phenomenon, natural or artificial, in which meaning is generated and conveyed through the comparison of two opposing elements. When looking at 1860s Russia, there is an immediate contrast between the lack of population and the sheer size of these cities. Even in the 19th century, both Moscow and St. Petersburg are enormous. The infrastructure found in the photographs could hold a population well into the millions. Why are the cities so vast if the population was only 500,000 in each? Furthermore, the official narrative gives us a population that increases in a linear fashion from 1764. Many of the buildings we see here were built years before the photograph was taken. Did the Russians just plan well in advance? But it's when the population is introduced into these photographs that a new contrast emerges that is staggering. That is, between the people and the environment itself. It may be the reduced population numbers, or it may be the monochromatic starkness of the black and white images, but they present to us something that we've lived amongst our entire lives and never paid any mind to. That is, the enormity and impossibility of the architecture. As we engage with the industry and act of tourism, we journey from place to place and observe, taking it all in, learning, hearing, and being told what we are looking at and how it came to be. And standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, we might even exclaim, "Wow, how did they do this?" But the moment, inextricably wrapped up in the busyness of the scene, perhaps prevents us from really asking that question with sincerity. Standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe, while the crowd frantically takes pictures on their smartphones, makes it all a reality. And we conclude, before being shoved away by new tourists, well, they had to have done it somehow because I'm here and looking at it. During our indoctrination at school, we are seldom shown old photographs of the grand cities scattered around our flat realm. And perhaps for good reason. Because when we marinate on images like this and are presented with the visual evidence of a very primitive Victorian people dotted around like grasshoppers within the shadows of the most magnificent, grandiose, brilliant architecture a human could ever imagine, we begin to have doubts. Indeed, how did they build this? The Arc de Triomphe is made from 36,695 cubic meters of limestone and weighs 95,407 tons, or just over 95 million kilograms. They tell us it took 12 years to build the giant arch in two different periods, between 1806 to 1814 and between 1832 to 1836. How did they transport this amount of limestone with the same horse and carts that we see in the photographs? Look closer at the four sculptures that adorn each of its sides. Look at the intricacy of the sculptures and the patterning of the ornamentation that frames the arch. Each section is perfectly repeated without any deviation or inconsistency. The first true power tool was not invented until 60 years after this arch was completed. They tell us this was crafted by hand. Is that even possible? And then there is the ceiling of the arch. Immaculate, 3D sculpted roses, perfect in their geometric symmetry. The nuance of the detail and finesse of each petal and cross-section borders is overwhelming. Look at the rest of Paris during this time. Again, a plethora of unbelievable, gigantic, and magnificent structures. The city's infrastructure glorious, and the people and their means of transport primitive, unsophisticated, and seeming not at all developed to the point of producing a city like this. The roads are improperly paved and uneven. They are dirty and muddy. We also see buildings during this period in which the architecture aligns with the inhabitants. Buildings of misshapen proportions, less developed and refined, charming in their own way, but coarse in their use of wood and plaster. This is exactly the type of architecture we expect of a generation of horse and cart, a generation ignorant to the discoveries in technology that would follow in the years to come. Furthermore, at the time of this photograph, the arch is roughly 40 years old since its completion. Yet can you see how worn some of the parts of the structure are? We see weathering on the stone that suggests the arch is much older. As we approach the late 19th century, we see that the people of Moscow have finally decided to leave their homes and venture out into the streets. The infamous Red Square, now bustling with life. St. Basil's Cathedral and the Spasskaya Tower dominate the frame of the square. The construction of St. Basil's Cathedral began in 1555 and was completed in 1561, a mere 6 years. It suffered a huge fire in 1737 and underwent restoration over a 20-year period. But look at it. What a structure. Almost unreal and like no other. It is composed of thousands of red bricks and tin sheet metal that has been shaped into the distinctive onion domes we see. Look closer at the intricacy of the domes. How did they bend metal to achieve such precision and perfection in the 18th century? And again, if they had the skills and dedication to build a wonder such as this, then why are the conditions of the road so poor and covered in mud? We see these incredible structures and buildings everywhere in 19th century photography. We have the wondrous Crystal Palace of London, a monstrous structure with the greatest area of glass ever seen in a building, and all constructed before England had automatic glass manufacturing. We have Westminster Abbey and Parliament. We have the old Euston Arch, constructed out of pure sandstone in 1837, and streets unpaved and full of mud. Why did these people not prioritize the streets they walked upon? The Frauenkirche, the domed masterpiece of Dresden, Germany. Its intricate and opulent splendor in direct contrast with the beat-up wagons and horse-pulled carts of the people below, a people dependent on the bare necessities. A people completely dwarfed by its size and majesty. The Library of Parliament in Ottawa, Canada, built over a period of 17 years. The first major settlers arrived in 1800, and at the time of construction, the city's population was under 20,000. Would a grand, glorious library really be a priority for settlers? Why does the building look like it's been cropped out of Europe and pasted into Canada? Even at the turn of the century, 40 years before Bosch economized the power tool, we have the old Penn Station in New York. Look at the size of this. Completely mind-blowing proportions. As we can see here in the photograph, each octagonal sculpted pattern on the arched dome ceiling is larger than one individual human. Look at the gigantic columns and detailed acanthus leaves decorating the tops of each pillar. They tell us this station took 6 years to build. 6 whole years. Yeah, right. Why are we so gullible? Even without access to modern power tools, printable construction pieces, and crane technology, we could not reproduce this today. And more importantly, we don't reproduce this type of architecture today. The official liars of our world have an umbrella term for this type of architecture that we see in North America. They call it historism. Historism is a term coined to describe a style of architecture that is revival in nature, or in other words, copies the style of another period in time. The grand arches and buildings with giant columns we see are built in the classical or Greco-Roman style, and the cathedrals are built in the Renaissance and Gothic styles of medieval Europe. Components of these particular styles of architecture feature large spires, arched windows, towers, turrets, domes, arcaded arches, sculptures, enormous doors, circular geometric windows, columns, clock faces, and bell towers. Traces of this impossible architecture are literally found everywhere, in every city and across our world today. Some preserved and maintained, like the Parisian Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame, and others lost and long forgotten to time, like the Euston Arch and the Old Penn Station in New York. We as a people travel miles to take our own photographs of these wonders. But the photographers of the 19th century gift us with something. Something they would never have expected to give a future generation. Perspective. We see a primitive people against a backdrop of clearly advanced architectural infrastructure. The official historians of the world tell us tales of Darwinian evolution and progression between time periods. The people that came after were always more advanced in their ways, refining and redefining the methods of the generation that came before. If the height of innovation and industry during the 19th century was still the horse and car as a means of travel, then, as these photographs tell us, this style of architecture was just as impossible for those living in the centuries before it. Anyone with a predisposition for thinking and questioning can immediately sense when looking at these photographs that something is rotten in Denmark, that something is off with the mainstream historical narrative, that something is not adding up. In a panoramic image of San Francisco in 1877, we see a collage of historicist architecture. We see columns adorning the entrances to very regal buildings that stand out like sore thumbs from some of the timber shacks surrounding it. We see Gothic spires and towers in the distance. We see domed cathedrals and buildings. We also see just how sprawling and huge the city has become. In 1846, there were under 500 Mormon settlers living on the area of land in which we now call San Francisco. It was frontier land and ready for the taking. Between 1848 and 1849, with the start of the California gold rush, the population increased from 1,000 people to 25,000 people. 28 years later, this panorama was taken. The population at this time, we are told, was getting close to 200,000. Who in their right mind would believe this story? Does this look like a city of 200,000 people? Without any modern technology, power tools, automatic manufacturing, electric motors. A people in a strange, unfounded land, just making their mark. Do we really believe that a burgeoning people built this entire city in just 30 years? And again, such quietness, such stillness. This is a photograph of an empty city. Where are all the people? The shadow of the post here tells us that it is not the early hours of the morning. Short shadows only appear toward midday. A city of this scale at noon should be bustling with life. But there is not a single person in the shot of this panorama. The only life we see is that of a horse without any master in sight. It seems highly unlikely that all the people were told to stay indoors because a cityscape photo shoot was taking place. And this silent scene becomes all the more eerie when we consider that there is intention behind the lens. Someone was there, standing at a vantage point and taking this photograph. But who? And for what? And what are the chances that in the 19th century, during similar decades, we see deserted Russian, European, and North American cities photographed like this? And then only a few years later, we find the same locations bustling with people. A people clearly incapable of building the architecture found in these cities. And what to do with these photographs? If we accept the narrative and these strange anomalies, then we stop here and get back to our busy lives. But the narrative we've received is not the truth. And we shouldn't accept any narrative, no matter how official and certified it is, unless it makes sense. The people we see in these photographs and their early ancestors could not have built the magnificent architecture we see. It is an impossibility. Come on, jump in. We must venture further into these cities and look a little closer. There must be some clues waiting to be uncovered that helps us understand why these cities are empty. Wait, what's that you say? You want to wipe the mud from your boots first? Do not bother, it's a waste of time. Come on, jump in and let's go. For it is the mud that offers us some small clues as to what could have occurred during this time period. In June 2011, Christchurch, New Zealand, suffered an earthquake that left a lot of the city in chaos, destroying buildings and infrastructure and leaving over 50,000 homes without power. As a result, there were collapsed houses, ruptured water mains, flooding, and fires due to disrupted electrical lines. Due to the strong ground motions and intense shaking, part of the city experienced a strange phenomenon known as soil liquefaction. Sand boils emerged from asphalt roads, toppling and sinking cars, and causing boulders to fall from hills, resulting in more home damage. Soil liquefaction occurs when saturated soil loses its strength and stiffness in response to an applied stress, such as shaking, or other sudden changes, such as a strong explosion. Loose, saturated soil or sand has a tendency to compress when a load is applied, but in the event of a stress, such as shaking or an explosion, we see the opposite. The soil tends to dilute, and the result is treacherous quicksand or quick clay. The land turns to liquid, causing structures of heavy mass, such as buildings, infrastructure, and cars to start sinking, topple over, or collapse. It can also affect dams and bridges. Turbidity currents can also form huge landslides that are impossible to stop. In the worst case scenario, entire cities may be destroyed. As you can see, liquefaction can move entire areas of land. The mud can rise dramatically and rapidly, and its destructive force is unstoppable. It is a well-documented phenomenon. The 1964 earthquake in Nagata, Japan, caused liquefaction, and we can see the effects very clearly in these photos. The same here with the 1964 Alaska earthquake. Buildings toppling, cars sinking, infrastructure collapsing. Once the stress has subsided, the soil begins to solidify once again, and we can see the aftermath. Uneven, muddy streets remain where there was once road paving. Returning to photographs of 19th century cities, we see a similar situation here. The roads are unrefined and full of mud. We see unsophisticated, uneven, coarse, and muddy roads everywhere against a backdrop of refined, sophisticated, and magnificent architecture. Could these cities have suffered the similar fate of soil liquefaction that we see in more recent times? Perhaps. But unfortunately, muddy roads is not enough evidence to base any conclusions on, is it? Children ask the most vital of questions, and adults, in their foggy stupor, usually provide the most unsatisfactory answers, often regurgitating learned nonsensical information that leave the child's imagination unfulfilled. Squelching along these muddy 19th century roads, observing their surroundings, a child may ask, why did they build the windows so low to the ground? And what an excellent question. Yes, why indeed did they build windows on ground level? For you see, the people we see in these photographs, sadly, did not build this architecture. And maybe some of them, at some point in their busy day-to-day life, ask the exact same question. We see it everywhere. Windows at ground level. windows partially below ground level. First floor entrances raised from the ground level. Steps leading down to entrances below ground level. We can find this in almost every major city across our realm. In both old photographs and when we walk in the streets today. And what does it tell us? That a society with access to modest construction tools and horse and car constructed their infrastructure by first spending countless amounts of hours and energy clearing land with a depth of over 3 meters to begin their construction. Building basement floors is incredibly hard work. Since the 20th century, large powered excavation machines, such as backhoes and front-end loaders, have reduced the time and manpower needed to dig a basement dramatically, as compared to digging by hand with a spade. Perhaps you could say that our historical ancestors were just that dedicated to the architecture they built. And you could say that many of the sunken buildings we see are actually due to elevations and depressions in the natural landscape. The official narrative, which is always full of inconsistencies, perhaps would suffice if it was not for contemporary excavation. When we look at photographs such as this, it immediately dawns upon us that what we are seeing are windows and doors 2 to 3 meters below the ground surface.
Tattooed chef.
Why are there windows and doors underground? What is this that we see in our cities? Natural soil accumulation over time? Geologists have never been able to ascribe a consistent value to worldwide natural topsoil accumulation, because it is impossible. Some regions of our realm experience consistent topsoil accumulation, whereas other regions actually experience consistent erosion. Many historians and archaeologists have noted that many cities over the centuries have been destroyed through war, and natural phenomena such as earthquakes, volcanic ash, and flooding. Aren't these just the layers of previous civilizations? No, they are not. We see over and over again whole floors of buildings consistent with the architecture existing above the layer of ground. You see, what lies beneath is not the unfamiliar traces of previous generations, but of the same generation that built these structures. And once you really see this kind of sunken, buried infrastructure that exists in such prevalence across our world, you can never unsee it. We see that the foundations of old churches are actually the original first floors with consistent entrances and windows. We see mosaics unearthed. We see pillars, columns and arches that were originally much larger, and it was the layer of soil that reduced their size, as if they weren't big enough to begin with. And like with the 1964 earthquake in Nagata, Japan, we also find many so-called ancient structures that are leaning, as if at some point the soil beneath these structures loosened and liquefied. We have the Sahersen Church Tower and Our Dear Lady at the Mountain Church Tower in Germany, the Tiger Hill Pagoda in China, the Leaning Tower of Neveyansk in Russia, the Leaning Temple of Huma in India, Oud in the Netherlands, the Tower of Zaragoza in Spain, and, of course, the Tower of Pisa. The official liars of the world try to justify the buried and tilting structures we see, filling our heads with stories of antiquity and ever-changing geology. But it becomes trickier for them when we turn our attention to America. If we are to believe their narrative, then all of the buildings we see in 19th century photographs of the burgeoning American cities are newly constructed. Why do we see famous structures, such as the Washington Capitol building, with consistent infrastructure that buries very deep into the ground? And again, the inconsistencies do not add up. Why would an underdeveloped people waste resources, energy, and time constructing the foundations of the Capitol building to be consistent with the column style we find above the surface? The foundations did not have to feature columns. Columns, we are told, are a stylistic choice, not a functional one. So why would they do this? In a nutshell, they wouldn't. We see images that suggest that the people of the 19th century were actually concerned with moving a lot of the vast amount of mud we see, leveling the ground and excavating existing structures. The consistency and prevalence of buried architecture across our realm indicate that whatever happened was a worldwide event, despite regional differences in natural topsoil accumulation and erosion. And there is no official narrative explanation that justifies the buried architecture we see. No explanation provided to justify the amount of mud we see in 19th century photographs of our cities. On the roads, mud piles from clearing, the roads uneven, the land ravaged, but the architecture grand, perfect, and intact. Applauded by literary scholars for his use of fog as an opening simile and metaphor to paint a portrait of London as a corrupted hub amidst burgeoning industrialization, many often overlook that Charles Dickens's 1852 novel Bleak House actually opens with a different image. London, Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather, as much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth. Liquefaction caused havoc across Christchurch and the Garter. But these were isolated earthquake events, and only portions of each city were affected. It is not possible for there to have been huge, simultaneous earthquakes around the world during a similar period. Or is it? Even Wikipedia tells us that liquefaction can occur naturally or artificially, from an earthquake or other sudden change in stress condition. Even if this was the case, we do not see the same structural damage to the buildings in the 19th century like we do in cases such as Christchurch and the Garter. Most of the buried architecture we see is intact. It has either sunken or the ground level has been raised at least 3 meters, sometimes in a uniform manner, and other times partially buried in rolling mud hills, as if there were huge landslides. The strange case of the buried architecture provides the following conclusions: that what lies beneath are not the remains of previous civilizations. More often than not, the buried structures are consistent with the architecture we see above ground. That the structures are much larger than originally suspected, and therefore they are even more of a construction impossibility for a Victorian generation of horse and car, and those existing before them. That natural topsoil accumulation and soil liquefaction are not satisfactory explanations for what we see here. Whatever took place had to be something much larger and widespread, such as a natural or artificial earthly cataclysm of sorts. As many of the photographs show, many citizens of the 1800s were responsible for moving much of the mud, leveling the ground, and excavating buildings, which suggests that whatever happened had happened very recently in their past. The complete absence of a reasonable mainstream justification for the buried architecture we see suggests that the controllers of our realm are deliberately trying to hide whatever happened. And what of the deserted cities we see in the earlier photographs? If these cities were truly empty, then we must ask why. We must also ask how all the people got there in the end. In the space of 30 or so years, we see a city go from barren to bustling. Interestingly, it is Charles Dickens and 19th century literature more generally that offers some clues. Two central themes run throughout 19th century Victorian literature. That of marriage and female chastity, and that of orphans and adoption. Many of the fictional characters we've come to love over the years are orphans. We have Oliver Twist and Pip from Great Expectations. We have little orphan Jane Eyre and Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights. We have Mowgli from The Jungle Book, Cosette from Les Miserables. We have Heidi, Rapunzel, Peter Pan, Snow White. We have Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn and Anne of Green Gables. And these books were of their time as far as orphan prevalence goes. The only issue is that these novels romanticize the orphan as a figure dislocated from society by default, and therefore pave their life's path as one of unforeseen opportunity. This was not reality. The theme of marriage and chastity that we find in so many 19th century literary works, such as those by Jane Austen, the Brontes, George Eliot, Dickens, Thomas Hardy, Leo Tolstoy, Victor Hugo, and more, was nothing more than carefully disguised, well-written propaganda, with the sole purpose to solidify and justify a social value framework that would separate children from their mothers. Children born outside of marriage or wedlock were regarded as illegitimate, meaning they did not have a legal status. Illegitimate children was a serious stigma throughout the 19th century. The majority of employers would not hire women with an illegitimate child. Many unwed mothers with illegitimate children ended up without a home, in poor health, starving, exhausted. Their only place of refuge would be the workhouse, where they would carry out the most unpleasant duties. In some places, women with illegitimate children were singled out and had to wear a special uniform, which alerted everyone to their status as an unmarried mother or fallen woman. As a result, a vast amount of orphanages and foundling institutions were established. This is the London Foundling Hospital that was very active in the 19th century. Look at the size of it. Charles Dickens was obsessed with this place. Inspiration, they say. The official narrative tells us that an estimated 4,500 women handed over their children to this huge building. But this was just one institution. Wikipedia gives us a partial list of over 64 orphanages that were founded in the UK during the 19th century. The list is only partial. The peculiar case of the vast amount of parentless children in the 19th century is well documented by many researchers. And most of them agree it is almost impossible to establish figures that really do justice to just how many orphans there were during this period. Their footprint did not enter the record books. It formed in the mud and was then washed away. It wasn't just the UK. This was a worldwide phenomenon. New York City had 4 foundling asylums alone that processed thousands of children annually. By the beginning of the 20th century, Italy was reporting 32,000 children per year. Spain and Portugal were reporting 15,000 annual foundlings. Before 1860, 374,000 recorded infants were processed by the asylums in Milan, Naples, and Florence alone. Historian David L. Ransell states that Moscow was receiving between 16 and 18,000 infants annually by the 1880s, and sending over 10,000 of these each year to outlying villages for care. In 1882, there were all told 41,720 foundlings from the Moscow home, living with 32,000 foster families, scattered throughout 4,418 villages. A dozen villages had over 90 fosterings each. One thing that is often overlooked is that there were a series of laws passed in the 1800s, making it almost impossible for unwed mothers to keep their babies. The 1833 Poor Law Reformation introduced bastardy clauses that shifted the entire responsibility for the illegitimate child onto the mother. Social stigma meant that she would not be able to provide care for her child and would be forced to hand them over to the authorities, or worse. Advertisements for adoption or nurse care became popular in newspapers. And, as many scholars have pointed out, these were a front for what was termed baby farmers, or paid murder. As Dorothy L. Haller states, the adverts may have been misleading to the general public, but read like a coded message to unwed mothers. No references are asked for, and none are offered. The sum of 15 shillings a week to keep an infant or a sickly child was inadequate, and a sickly child and an infant under 2 months were the least likely to survive and the cheapest to bury. Infants were taken, no questions asked, and it was understood that for £12, no questions were expected to be asked. The transaction between the mother and the baby farmer usually took place in a public place, on public transportation, or through a second party. No personal information was exchanged. The money was paid, and the transaction was complete. The mother knew she would never see her infant alive again. Most children, however, were not murdered, but were dropped off at the doorsteps of orphanages or the workhouse. All children taken into these institutions were given entirely new identities. They were provided for with shelter, food, and clothing temporarily, and then sent off to workhouses or another location. Photographs in the 19th century were scarce, but towards the end of the century, we see more photographs, and the last continent to experience such mass exodus of orphans was the United States. And it is here that we see evidence of the orphan trains. The first group of these orphans arrived in Michigan in 1854, and from that moment on, the movement shipped hundreds of thousands of children across the states until it ended in 1929. Officially, there were over 97 institutions involved in orphans and orphan trains in the 19th century. And again, this was not just the United States. Annie McPherson will go down in history as a woman who scammed more than 100,000 foundlings and shipped them from the United Kingdom to Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa, and even to the outer edges of the earth in Australia, so that they could be sold into child labor. Why do we see so many photographs of orphans in workhouses? Why are they working with machinery created for adult use? Were there not enough adults during this time to carry out this work? And then there is the strange case of the burgeoning American amusement parks at the turn of the 20th century. In addition to rides and exhibits, many of these parks featured an unusual attraction: infantoriums. Visitors of these parks could stroll around with ice cream and swing by these stations, a visit equivalent to that of a fully functional neonatal intensive care unit, complete with incubators filled with sleeping, premature babies. History has been kind to Martin Cooney. Touted as a hero, Cooney was the German mind behind the incubators. His first encounter with premature babies, we are told, was at the 1896 World's Fair. He knew immediately that the exhibition would save babies' lives. The technology to keep premature babies alive was expensive, and he knew the public would pay to see the babies in incubators. He would charge an entrance fee at the amusement parks to generate funds to help these babies live. Nurses tended to the babies as an enraptured public looked on. Like any other amusement, the premature baby exhibits included carnival barkers who tried to lure the public to come and see the babies. I don't know about you, but I find something very off about these incubators. Advertised as featuring living babies, a lot of the fairs where Cooney showed his babies also featured eugenics exhibitions. Eugenics is a field of corrupted pseudoscience that endorses selective breeding to improve the genetic quality of the human population. Eugenics was inspired by Darwinism and was a driving ideology that fueled the Nazis. Why are people paying to see living babies as if they had never seen a living infant before? Did people of the time not have their own babies? And where are these infants' parents? How did they have the technology in the 19th century to keep premature babies alive in such a way? Or is something off, once again, with the official narrative? There were 80,000 premature babies who were treated in these amusement park incubators. 80,000. The hundreds of thousands of orphans in the 19th century are just barely believable. Were women really that carefree? Did America even have the population numbers to justify 80,000 premature babies? We are not talking orphans here, but infants born prematurely. The narrative is not convincing or realistically fathomable. Where did these babies come from? More troubling is Cooney's background. As many historians have pointed out, he had no medical degree or training. His story is a very similar one of unconvincing philanthropy that we find surrounding some of our contemporary figures today that also do not have medical degrees. And then there is Marie Dressler, a Canadian silent film and Depression-era movie star. She adopted one of these incubator babies. celebrities, and adoption. The official narrative conveniently leaves this out of her story and tells us that she may have had a daughter who died as a small child. But the photographs suggest otherwise. Did she adopt her incubator baby at one of these fairs? Were the fairs a front for illicit adoption of premature babies? Even if they were premature, did that mean they had no parents? Who owned and was responsible for these parks? And what happened to the babies once they grew and left the incubators? If something feels eerily wrong about the entire narrative surrounding these parks and orphans, it's because we are not being told the truth. Why were there hundreds of thousands of parentless children in the 19th century? Where did they come from? They were relocated all over the world. Europe, America, Russia, Australia, Canada. Why? Especially when most still had a living parent. If pregnancy out of wedlock was such a social stigma that resulted in such trauma, why would so many people put themselves in that position in the first place? Did the government really care about social morality enough to pass laws? And all the effort to build and maintain orphanages and orphan relocation networks, would this not burden governmental finances and administration systems? It certainly would have. But you see, there was a greater purpose behind the government's worldwide agenda: repopulation. The social narrative of chastity was nothing more than propaganda and justification for stealing children. The reason we see empty cities in the early 19th century is because they were in fact empty, void of population. And the reason they are bustling 30 years later is because orphans were shipped into these cities to repopulate them. You see, in the early 19th century, there was a worldwide reset of sorts through depopulation and then repopulation. The people we see in these photographs did not build this architecture. They inherited it, along with a lot of mud. Not only did they inherit it without a clue as to what it actually was and who it belonged to, but they were unknowingly complicit in repurposing pretty much all of these structures. I know, none of this is making much sense at the minute. You are probably wondering why on earth these cities were empty and full of mud. What happened that made governments needed to repopulate the earth? And I know what you're thinking. This is all very intriguing, but what does this have to do with flat earth? You want to know more about the firmament, the sun and moon, and our stationary plane. Do not worry. Everything will become clearer as we continue our journey. The prevalent evidence of buried infrastructure, coupled with deserted cities and a burgeoning industry of orphans, is just a start. These are all necessary clues, hinting at some kind of cataclysm, but the real story hasn't truly begun yet. The stage had to be set first, and now it is ready. And even if you cannot see it yet, I know you feel it, viewer. The deserted cities, the buried architecture, and orphans all signal a looming darkness. There is a great black cloud in front of us, and I won't lie, we are heading right into the heart of it. And like I said before, we do not have much time. Come on. It's time for me to honor my promise and take you back to the future. Water, an inorganic, transparent, and odorless chemical substance that covers 70% of the known Earth's surface. It is the driving life force behind the carbon-based organisms that flourish on our Earth. It borders and separates our lands and collects and solidifies at the inner and outer regions of our flat, stationary realm. God should have sent a message to the inhabitants of Earth and been precise and told them to watch the water, to meditate on its function and natural laws, because in their time, a great deception would be cast over them, like a cold shadow of an unknown, nefarious king. And maybe God did send this message in the form of a flood, but its truth was mythologized and buried, and the lie propagated in spite of it. Resting water does not curve and convex. The natural laws of a resting body of water insist that it takes the exact shape of the container it fills and always finds and maintains a flat level. Resting water always rests flat. And watching the water when we sit at vantage points, when journeying above in planes, and before we take a sip from our drink, we must remember to never forget this law. Most of us instinctively understand the laws of water, and yet many continue their day-to-day willfully participating in the nonsensical, heliocentric hoax. But for us that know that our Earth is not a spinning planet in an infinite vacuum of space, the ones that have studied the sun diligently and realize that it is the sun that is moving and not the Earth, the ones that have plotted the illogical routes of flight paths on a globe model and concluded that the model is incorrect, the ones that know that the laws of density govern the rise and fall of objects and have studied vanishing points, the ones that have forsaken conventional telescopic lenses, pondered rainbows, sundogs, and the stars above us know that we reside within a dome firmament and there exists water above us, and the ones that understand that our entire enclosed Earth system is governed by electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration that emanates from a central magnetic North Pole. We are the ones that scratch our heads and wonder how on earth we got in this heliocentric mess in the first place. And if meditating on the stars in the water beyond our firmament long enough, and on the electromagnetism, frequencies and vibrations that make them twinkle through so many shades of vibrant colors and geometric patterns, one might perhaps, just perhaps, ask, is there something more to electromagnetism? Something that has been missed or overlooked? Something untold or hidden? Electromagnetism is a fundamental force of Earth. The electromagnetic field takes the form of a torus in which all electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration flows. A toroid is a revolving surface that takes the shape of a donut. Toroidal inductors and transformers are central to generating electric energy. There are many ways in which electromagnetism can be produced. We've looked at some before. We know that a magnetic field can produce electricity, and that electricity can produce a magnetic field. It works both ways. Magnetism and electricity are inextricable. It is a dance of polarity. Electric charges either repel or attract each other. Magnetic poles attract or repel one another. For every North Pole, there is a corresponding South Pole. An electric current passing inside a wire creates a corresponding magnetic field outside of the wire. And an electric current is created in a loop of wire when it is moved toward or away from a magnetic field. Horseshoe magnets are powerful permanent magnets. Due to their shape, in which both magnetic poles are close together, a powerful, strong magnetic field is produced. The horseshoe magnet can also function as an electromagnet. The first ever electromagnet was invented in 1824, we are told, and was in the form of a horseshoe magnet. Its power was evident from the beginning. It weighed only 200 grams, but could lift 4 kilograms of iron. The key to the horseshoe magnet's power is the placement of its poles. You can see the magnetic field here, represented by the vector lines. If you look closely, you can see the concentration of the magnetic field is greater near the poles of the magnet. Since as far back as we can remember, we have been presented with and entertained ideas of the future. Not necessarily our future as individuals, but the future of humanity, technology, and society at large. Whether it is in the form of Hollywood movies, you know the ones, the action films, the science fiction sagas, and the animated kind, or literature, music, and art exhibitions. In these, we see our technology taken to its limits. Crafts fly, computers live, robots help out, holographic screens decorate every room. Cities continue to grow upward into dominating skylines. Some can teleport, and space travel is now possible and the accepted norm. Outside of fiction, we also have sobering documentaries telling us where we are heading, usually featuring narration by an old man, lamenting the unstoppable path we are on. It's all very serious. We are destroying our planet, the only one we have. And we have political parties, non-governmental organizations, and the trusted voices and scientific award-winning geniuses sharing similar messages. And really, when you look closer at both the fiction and the alleged facts, they all share the same underlying premise and principles. We are becoming so technologically advanced that the planet we reside on is no longer enough, or can no longer sustain our activity. The advanced artificial intelligence systems, the flying crafts, the breakthroughs in cloning and medical beds mean that the natural world has suffered as a consequence. And depending on the type of genre you are entertaining, the solution is either 1. For humanity to perish as a result, perhaps destroyed by the very artificial intelligence systems it created in the first place, or perhaps by a natural, lung-choking virus that has mutated and is sweeping the earth to restore natural balance. Or two, for humans to say goodbye to their lonely little blue ball and head off into space in search of a new home. But you see, there is no globular planet, and there is no space, and therefore all visions of the future are purely fictional, and not particularly innocent. What we don't see emphasized in these visions of the future, however, is the potential of electromagnetism to transform all human life, technology, and society. Which is strange when you consider that all life, and the Earth itself, is impossible without electromagnetism. Why wouldn't visionaries want to explore this in more detail? Could it be that they are not allowed to? Could it be that they are afraid of something? Afraid of us connecting one too many dots, perhaps? And again, horseshoe magnets can act as powerful electromagnets. If a civilization was to advance technologically through the use of electromagnetism, then the horseshoe magnet would certainly have a tremendous role to play in that development. Yes, it certainly would. And it certainly did. The horseshoe magnet. The Arc de Triomphe. Yes, one of the most powerful electromagnets ever constructed. Welcome to the future. Except it's the past. The future came and went, and we missed it. The magnificent architecture we see throughout our realm, in which the official liars and controllers of our world have termed historicist, neoclassical, Renaissance, Gothic, and so on, all belong to one whole unified civilization. A civilization so developed they had harnessed the power of electromagnetism to such a high degree that they not only built these huge structures, but also crafted them with utter finesse and beauty. A celebration of their own technological advancement. The structures were designed with the sole intention of harvesting and generating electromagnetic energy and distributing it across the world. Their cities, towns, an entire way of life ran and depended on the use of free, clean, and powerful electromagnetic energy. The energy was harnessed and collected from the ionosphere above our heads through the use of antennas, spires, domes, and towers. All the impossible structures we see today have been repurposed and rebranded by our controllers and the citizens of the 19th century. This is not a church. This is not a mosque. This is not a castle. And this is not a government building. These are generators, powerful and gargantuous. They would collect and generate the electromagnetic energy, which was then stored in huge power stations and distributed and redirected by sophisticated, advanced structures, one of which is a huge electromagnet, or what we've come to know as triumphal arches. The energy was stored in batteries and capacitors, such as towers and obelisks. All cities were constructed across our realm in the form of one big, interconnected power grid, much like a huge computer motherboard. I already know what you're thinking. What? He's finally lost it. He had us with flat Earth, but this is just too much. I know. The backup programming is kicking in. But before you turn away to leave and cast aside your muddy boots, let me show you how it worked. As you know, we live on a flat stationary plane. At the center is a source of magnetism at the North Pole. And directly above this is Polaris, fixed at the central and highest point of a wondrous crystalline dome firmament. Beneath the firmament, different layers of atmosphere exist at different heights. The ionosphere starts at about 30 miles above Earth. It includes the thermosphere and the mesosphere. The ionosphere is an electrical atmosphere that is ionized by the sun's electromagnetism. It also forms the inner edge of the magnetosphere. I know, a lot of big words and abstract concepts. But you are familiar with this process and have been witness to it every day for the entirety of your lives. As you can see, The vials here contain molecular gases that are present in the atmosphere above us. When an electromagnetic source, such as a Tesla coil, is applied within close proximity of these gases, the coil's magnetic field ionizes or charges these gases, and the result is phosphorescent plasma. The gases become colorized. This is why our sky is primarily blue, because the sun's electromagnetic presence ionizes the atmosphere, and the result is colored plasma. When the sun is entering or exiting our region, or what the liars of the world call sunrise and sunset, we see a variety of color gradients due to its distance from the ionosphere above us. When the sun is no longer journeying above our region, the sky loses its color and we can see the stars in the firmament beyond. Although the official scientists designate the ionosphere as an atmospheric layer, it is actually an ethereal layer. Ether is the fabric or element that carries electromagnetism. It connects everything in our realm. It is the fabric that makes the sun and moon and their concentric journey above our disk possible in the first place. Ether is the mysterious fifth element. It connects everything electromagnetically through vibrational energy. It is the glue, the web, the driving force behind absolutely everything. The four other elements, air, fire, water, and earth, only exist because of the ether. They are expressions of ether's vibrations. Cymatics is a good example of ether's presence. The frequencies fed through the Chladni plate make the sand or salt form precise and complex geometric shapes. The higher the frequency, the more complex the geometric pattern. But what is the conduit that takes the frequency's vibrations and allows the sand to take such shape? That is the ether at work. That's why we see fruits and vegetables that closely resemble cymatic patterns. It is the ether at work. All matter is ethereal, and the shape and form of that matter are different expressions of the ether, determined by frequency and vibration. Ether is the bridge between electromagnetic frequency and vibrational energy, and the form of matter itself. You could call it the Holy Spirit of God. The historical and scientific discourse of ether is a deliberately manipulated one. The enemy introduced the truth only to discredit and subsequently bury it. Some of the alleged figures of the past have written on ether. The so-called Aristotle called it the fifth element. James Clerk Maxwell, the so-called father of electromagnetism, spoke of the ether, stating, "In several parts of this treatise, an attempt has been made to explain electromagnetic phenomena by means of mechanical action, transmitted from one body to another by means of a medium occupying the space between them. The undulatory theory of light also assumes the existence of a medium. We have now to show that the properties of the electromagnetic medium are identical with those of the luminiferous medium. The medium he refers to here is the ether. Albert Einstein and others successfully solidified the heliocentric model through fraudulent schools of scientific thought. But even Einstein could not deny the presence of ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space there would not only be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for the standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Even contemporary scientists, under the spell of heliocentrism, admit it is nonsensical to deny ether's existence. Today, the vacuum is recognized as a rich physical medium. A general theory of the vacuum is thus a theory of everything, a universal theory. It would be appropriate to call the vacuum ether once again. Returning to the ethereal ionosphere. As I said, this layer of ether above our heads is a constant sea of electromagnetism and is responsible for the colored plasma above that we call the sky. The source of its electromagnetism is the sun. It is because of this ionized layer that we get ionospheric lightning in the form of sprites, which in turn influence the thunderstorms below. An ion is a particle, atom, or molecule with a net electrical charge. Electricity is a continuous flow of ions. The electrolytes in our body are ionized. Everything is connected by electromagnetism and the ether. Our highly developed and sophisticated historical ancestors not only understood the workings of the ionosphere and the ether, but they had developed methods to masterfully harvest it as a fuel to power the entire Earth. And while the exact process by which they were able to extract the ether is deliberately hidden from us and remains unknown, the structural remains that humanity has since repurposed and reused as architecture offer us many clues as to how it all worked. The evidence is everywhere for those with eyes to see. And once you see it, it becomes so glaringly obvious that you'll kick yourself for never noticing in the first place. The matter is very complex, and it would take time to really flesh out. So for now, let's have a closer look at some of these structures, and I will introduce some basic concepts. As we continue our journey, we will explore everything in more detail. We see them everywhere. On top of all these magnificent structures, towers, spires, and pinnacles that rise into piercing antennas. It was through these complex antennas that the ether was harvested. You see, after the Great Reset of the 1800s, the enemy fractured the old world's unified understanding of God and created multiple religions to try and hide God and justify the existence of such grand and beautiful technological structures. And I know this may trigger some people, but stay with me, I will not let you down. But for now, it is critical to understand that a lot of the religious icons that adorn and make up these antennas were never indicators of different religions in the old world, nor were they intended to be. They signaled something else entirely. They are usually made from copper and gold, both are excellent conductors of electricity. In many of the structures we call cathedrals, the symmetrical spikes on the pinnacles worked in a similar fashion, extracting ether from the ionosphere. Once harvested, the energy would inevitably have been drawn down into the top larger portion of these domed structures. When examining many of the interiors of these domes, we come to realize that they rely heavily on symmetrical ornamentation. This is achieved by indentation or cavities in the masonry. In the world of electromagnetism, a cavity resonator works through symmetry to produce oscillation or vibration of energetic particles. Symmetrical shapes force energetic particles or ions to vibrate in a constant manner. Is this why we see perfect symmetrical ornamentation within the ceiling of many domed structures? It no doubt sounds absurd, but the majority of these structures also feature a smaller type of cavity resonator, or what is more appropriately termed cavity magnetrons, that offer some clarity as to the real function of these structures. A cavity magnetron is a high-powered vacuum tube that generates microwaves using the interaction of a stream of ions with a magnetic field while in the cavity resonator. A magnetron operates through a hollowed, symmetrical vacuum. It emits powerful microwaves that can act as a source of free energy. If you break the symmetry or close the vacuum, it no longer functions. But can you see the resemblance? These structures were never intended to hold glass within them. The controllers added the stained glass to the rose windows to shut off the magnetron's function. They closed out instruments of free energy. And they are everywhere in these structures. Interestingly, if you look at the geometry of entire sections of the structures themselves, then it becomes very evident that they functioned in their entirety like a cavity magnetron to generate energy. All cavity magnetrons consist of a central heated circular metal chamber in which the current leaves, and it's called a cathode. Look at that word. Cathode. Does it remind you of another word? Cathedral. Cathode. Like with everything else, they corrupt the truth and hide things in plain sight. The controllers removed most of the cathodes integral to these cavity magnetrons, but there are some structures today in which you can see traces of the old cathodes still present. The heavy reliance on symmetry and cavities within these structures is not coincidental. The symmetrical ornamentation would have worked in a similar manner, causing the energetic particles to vibrate in a constant manner. The flowers within the squares can be understood as similar to acoustic resonators, working to vibrate the ions. It is here that the energy would have been continually manipulated into vibrational and electromagnetic energy of specific frequencies. Really look at these magnificent acoustic resonators. Could you craft one of these by hand today? And at such height? Why would an underdeveloped people spend so much of their time crafting such perfect symmetrical ornamentation? Especially if it had no function and was purely aesthetic. They wouldn't. The cavity resonators and magnetrons would have had to have worked in partnership with a central engine or reactor contained within all these structures. Both resonator and reactor are interesting words. Just like the words conductor, generator, creator, and the name Mercator, they all contain the word Tor within their linguistic structure. They hold a linguistic memory and pay homage to the torus or toroidal field. The torus is the flow of electromagnetism. Without this flow of energy, there would be no life on Earth. No one can really know for sure, but some have suggested that the engine was probably similar to a fusion reactor. The traces of these engines can be found within all of the larger generators. The empty shell of where the engine used to reside is usually, but not always, octagonal. It's been right in front of our faces the whole time. The controllers remove the engines, sometimes repurposing the space as baptistries and bandstands, sometimes just leaving the base either barren or attempting to cover them up. We see these octagonal structures in cathedrals, government buildings, mosques, and detached bandstands. And unless they have been repurposed, these structures seem to hold no overall function. They do not contribute to the overall structure. They appear superfluous and unnecessary. Theories have surfaced that the engines or central technological mechanism was similar to a tokamak. And while I do not subscribe to this idea, which will become evident as to why later in our journey, for now we will use it for illustrative purposes. A tokamak is a powerful device that uses a magnetic field to produce plasma in the form of a torus. The contemporary tokamaks we see are used in thermonuclear fusion power. The tokamak's toroidal field, in conjunction with the vibrating ions from the ether, would have produced a highly conductive electromagnetic field of gases called plasma, just like our sun and ionosphere. If those of the old world used anything closely resembling a tokamak's capability, then the result would have been an abundance of free, powerful, clean electromagnetic energy that could fuel entire cities and the entire Earth. These were never churches, cathedrals, castles, and parliament buildings. They were all huge engine generators. The controllers invented labels and terms such as Renaissance, Greco-Roman, and so on to describe the style of these structures. But as you can see, all these magnificent, impossible structures all share the same fundamental structural principles and design, despite location, time period, and cultures. And this is because they were created with the sole purpose of generating energy. And just because these structures were never used for prayer and worship does not mean they were not holy sites. The civilizations of the past had a relationship with the Source and the Holy Spirit, or the Ether, like no other. And they paid homage, reverence, and thanks to it by constructing their generators with such splendor and beauty. And not only that, but they constructed the entirety of their structures, statues, and ornamentation in reverence of this gift, in reverence of the energy production that made their way of life possible in the first place. The laurel wreath, which the satanic controllers have corrupted in their appropriation of the symbol and redesignation of it to represent Apollo and Lucifer, is in fact a toroidal coil. And we see the toroidal coil throughout the old world's infrastructure, as simultaneously having both a function and a celebration of this function. Electromagnetic coils are electrical conductors. They are used in applications where electric current interacts with a magnetic field. In devices such as generators, motors, inductors, and transformers. Most coils take the form of a toroidal coil or spiral. Wire coils are used in conjunction with a magnet to produce powerful electromagnetism. The more turns of the wire, the stronger the magnetic field. Coils generate vortexes, which in turn create an electromagnetic field. It's all one interconnected system. And we see it everywhere. This is what columns and rotundas were used for. Powerful coils to generate electromagnetism and carry the current in loops. The torus is found at the base of pretty much every column found throughout our realm. It is everywhere. Look at the movement of electricity through a wire and the simultaneous magnetic field it produces. This is exactly the shape of a column. And we see this present in all of these gigantic and meticulously crafted columns. This is why we see the magnetic field represented at the top of a lot of columns. It's the movement of the ions in the magnetic field. It's the movement of the toroid and the toroidal vortex. As you saw, coils of copper wire are essential in electrifying the magnet. And I know what you want to say. That's great, but the columns and other structures you are referring to are made of stone. But you see, all of these impossible structures are made from a mixture of stone and metal. They used iron bars in their construction. Iron is magnetic. These iron rods run throughout the stone infrastructure and are complemented with copper and gold roofing. Copper and gold are strong conductors of electricity. Often we find entire statues, arches, domes, and roofing made from a distinctive blue copper. Furthermore, the limestone, granite, and dolomite stone is mixed with crystal silicon, or quartz. Quartz has strong electric potential. The colonnades and arches we see everywhere were at once integral components to the overall electromagnetic infrastructure, while also constructed in geometric forms that mirror the flow of electromagnetic energy, such as coil loops, horseshoe magnetic fields, and toroidal vortexes. As with everything else constructed in the old world, they were both functional and crafted as a homage to that function. A lot of ethereal energy was stored in structures constructed from red bricks and concrete. Red bricks and concrete are excellent conductors of electricity. They operated as huge capacitors or batteries. According to new research, red bricks can be converted into energy storage units that can be charged to hold electricity, like a battery, and can store energy until required for powering devices. The key to this battery-like function inherent within red brick is the iron oxide. The development and use of red brick is so important, and we will be returning to this subject much later in our journey. The really big red brick power stations and batteries were designated and recognizable by their white stripes, such as St Pancras Railway Station in London, and many other famous structures. We still carry this red and white stripe designation of power stations today, and it is also an indicator for the magnet. Some were constructed of blue, black, and brown with white stripes. Towers, obelisks, and small clock towers functioned as the intermediate capacitors or batteries to store, distribute, and provide energy throughout the grid. The entire flat realm Earth was connected as one whole grid, a complex interconnected system of free energy production, distribution, and consumption. And this entire grid was destabilized and deactivated somewhere between the 17th and 19th century. Power grids like this do not function on a spherical mass. Our historical ancestors knew that the earth they walked upon was flat. This type of futuristic technological advancement is the result of a civilization knowing exactly what type of earth they lived upon. They were not subject to the same satanic deceptions and abuses as we are. They were not raised believing they existed on a lonely globular rock spinning in the vacuum of space. The true, ethereal, electromagnetic properties of the earth were not hidden from them. They knew there was a domed firmament above their heads. They studied it. They imitated its properties and understood its central relationship with the entire ethereal existence of electromagnetism. They revered the magnificence of its craft and showed utmost gratitude to the source, to God, and the ethereal Holy Spirit for giving them everything they needed. Look. Domes. Have you seen anything as overwhelmingly exquisite as this before? How have we lived our entire lives and not seriously considered the impossibility of these structures? How have we lived our entire lives walking amongst the skeletons of the future long forgotten? I know this is all a lot to take in. And I know that the picture has not formed properly in your mind yet. It is hard to imagine an interconnected electromagnetic power grid of this size across the Earth. And the technical nature of electromagnetism doesn't help. And I know that you're full of questions. Who were these people or beings that built these structures? Where did they go? And why were the power grids deactivated? What about all the religious iconography and art we see inside of the cathedrals and mosques? What about all the histories and photographs we have of the construction of these structures? What about the Romans and the Greeks? What about some of the grand mosques that have been constructed in recent times? And if what you're telling me is true, then how did they distribute and store all of this energy like you say? Was it similar to our Wi-Fi and radio signals? We will get to all of these in good time. We have barely scratched the surface. But for now, it is the last question that is important. How did they distribute and store all of this energy? And in what form? For you see, our sophisticated historical ancestors did something that we, as a society, have come to neglect. They watched the water, and they watched it closely, right here on Earth and up above, beyond the firmament. Come on, let me show you. Tip-tap goes the rain, spitting on my window pane. Drip-drip from the trees, sodden earthy and soggy leaves. Splosh, splash, puddle pools, jumping on their way to schools. Onomatopoeia, the formation or use of words that imitate the sounds associated with the object or actions they refer to. The property of a word of sounding like what it represents. Water has many. The interdependent relationship between water and sound is so fundamental to our connection and understanding of water. The rain patters and drums, the waves roar, the brook murmurs and whispers, the puddles of mud squelch, that it is intrinsically woven into the very linguistic code of our language. Many have explored the powerful connection between sound and water. We have Masaru Emoto and his study exploring the impact of sound on the molecular structure of water. We have those that like to play around with cymatics. There is Peter Davey, a saxophone player who invented a device that boils water with sonic waves. The innovative use of sound coupled with water seems to have no end. So much so that in recent times, biologists are discovering that ultrasonic water can even treat the most resistant of infections and heal wounds at rapid pace. And in a future where electromagnetism was harnessed with the utmost innovation, water, sound and frequency had to have a major role to play. And of course it did. They wanted us to know that it did. And not just the water here on Earth. They were telling us to look up and above. They wanted us to know that what they had achieved right here on Earth was only possible because they had studied what existed above. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. Some criticize the King James translation of the Bible for its use of the word firmament. But in the original Hebrew, the word is rakia, which translates directly as firmament. In the New International Version, it is called the vault. In the English Standard Version, it is an expanse. In the Good News Translation, it is dome. What is important, however, is that in all translations, and in the original Hebrew, the notion of the firmament or vault separating the waters above from the waters below does not change and remains consistent. There is water above our realm. The telescope is an interesting instrument, both at once an apparatus for discovery and simultaneously a weapon of deceit. There are two primary types of telescope, the refractor and the reflector. A refractor uses an objective lens, usually a convex lens, and a reflector utilizes a single or a combination of curved mirrors to reflect light and form an image. Many reflector telescopes use either a concave mirror or a parabolic mirror. This is what a reflection looks like in these mirrors. The eyes we were born with, and which we see the world through, are convex lenses. We do not witness the world through curved mirror reflections. This is Jupiter as seen through a reflected Newtonian telescope. And despite the slight spherical distortion caused by the reflected mirrors, this is still not what NASA has shown us. Your mind immediately sees a planet because you have been programmed since birth to associate an image like this with the notion of a planet. Just in the same way you associate the moon with a ball of rock by default. But as you can see here, both refracting and reflecting telescopes produce images similar to the Nikon P900. The Nikon lenses have been criticized by some astronomers as lacking the power to really see the luminaries above. But as you can see here, there is not much difference between the Nikon and both types of telescope. And in each we see that Jupiter is radiating some kind of light of its own. Both amateur and professional astronomers present footage such as this. But look what happens next. The astronomers here are using imaging processing software to turn their raw images and footage, which display a circular object in the sky above us radiating its own light, into a NASA-style planet. And this type of doctored, processed image is not what we see with our own eyes through these lenses. I am not saying that this is deliberate deception. Astronomy is a practice of its own, but it is very important to never confuse the highly edited images and footage we receive with reality. And it is also worth being mindful of those that are being very manipulative. They are usually the astronomers with the paid sponsorship from magazines and websites. It is also important to note that what we call planets are not actually planets. They are wandering stars, and all of the wandering stars are of a similar nature to the moon. Unlike the rest of the stars above our firmament, their course and journey above us is not fixed and consistent. Their paths deviate from the concentric paths that the rest of the stars consistently make around Polaris. And the reason for this is because they are not located within the waters beyond the firmament. They are very different, and their function is way more occult, and their significance to life here on Earth much more important than we realize. We will be returning to the true nature of the so-called planets and moon later. Back to the waters. Arcturus is one of the brightest stars in the sky. Here is Science magazine's artistic impression of the star. And now here is Arcturus as seen through a refracting telescope. There is no resemblance. What we see through this telescope footage is really similar to what we see when you zoom in on the stars above with a powerful Nikon camera. Many criticize the refracting telescope because it can produce chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration is a failure of the lens to focus all color to the same point. The result can be purple fringing, and we see that here. Photographs can suffer from chromatic aberration. Interestingly, the Nikon does not produce the same chromatic aberration when zooming in on Arcturus. Therefore, you could say that the Nikon is actually more reliable and stable. Through both the telescopic lens and the Nikon, Arcturus is pulsing, shifting, rippling. It is dancing geometry. Many will jump up from their seats and exclaim, it's because of atmospheric distortion and light pollution. It's because Arcturus is so far away. But if it is atmospheric distortion, then why do all the stars display their own unique geometry and light patterns? They should all distort in a unified, consistent manner. It is not atmospheric distortion. The stars are pockets of sonoluminescence in the water above. They are self-illuminating, radiating their own light and frequencies in the waters above. Our own convex-lensed eyes tell us that there is some kind of water above. We see it in the stars and when rockets accidentally hit the firmament. And, like I said before, just because the so-called planets or wandering stars and the moon appear spherical does not mean they are. They are not synonymous with the stars in the water beyond. They are something else entirely. Our advanced predecessors wanted us to watch the stars. They wanted us to understand that electromagnetic vibration and frequency produce pockets of sonoluminescence in the waters above. They were pointing it out because they wanted us to know that water was the key to unlocking the real potential of electromagnetic energy. They wanted us to know that once harnessed, the ethereal electromagnetic energy could be fused with water, so it could be stored and distributed. And once produced, the water could be manipulated, enhanced, and elevated to a level of new possibilities through the use of vibration, frequency, and sound itself. Their civilization depended on the industry of what we will call the living waters. Their technological advancement enabled them to transform the entire Earth into a power grid. But this grid was only possible because of water. The civilization of the future was an electromagnetic water world. Canals are no great secret. They are found everywhere across our realm, both the great and the small. Most of the great canals around our Earth are connected to the ocean. Salt water is an excellent conductor of electricity. Sodium chloride is ionized. We have the Corinth Canal, connected to the Aegean Sea. We have the Panama Canal that connects both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The Suez Canal connects with the Mediterranean Sea. And there is the Volga-Don Canal, connecting the Azov Sea, Caspian Sea, and Black Sea with the major oceanic networks. All of the canals built before the 1920s were not built by us or those in the history books. We inherited them. And while the official narrative tells us that the Volga-Don was finished during the 1950s, its construction actually began back in the 16th century. All narrative surrounding the construction of these canals is purely fabricated, and I will show you how much later in our journey. Once you start paying attention, it becomes very evident that most continents and countries feature a combination of canals and rivers that span the entirety of the land itself. The citizens of the old world utilize the oceans and rivers to create a grid of interconnected waterways to provide water to all of their areas of habitation. In order to pass difficult sections and keep the supply going, they would build aqueducts and viaducts. Sometimes these were constructed with the purpose of energizing the water as it passed through and into different areas, and that is why many were designed with symmetrical archivolt structures. The Romans did not build these structures. The entire infrastructure of so many cities found across our realm are designed around canal systems. Look at Amsterdam from above. The precise geometric grid lines here are not roads, they are canals, and the sole purpose was to supply water from one area to another. The water was stored and manipulated for a variety of purposes in reservoirs, water towers, pumping stations, cisterns, and other structures. The water also functioned to provide necessary balance. A complex grid of electromagnetic production, distribution, and consumption would generate a lot of heat and magnetism. Water provided not only a balance of diamagnetism, but also ensured the entire grid did not overheat. When looking at all the magnificent generators and other instruments of power from the old world, we can always find water nearby, or the remains of water storage. Sometimes this is hidden primarily underground. Many do not realize that many so-called Victorian cisterns and reservoirs run very far under a lot of our cities, and other times it is a central characteristic feature of these structures. An example of which is what the controllers have redesignated as castle moats. The electromagnetic water grid was not just an energized version of what we are already familiar with in our cities and towns. It was much, much, much more. It was way more magnificent, impressive, and futuristic than we could even imagine. The grid was connected to central, bigger power stations, or what is more appropriately termed star stations. Sometimes these were isolated stations, and other times they comprised entire cities. We are going to have to fly to a higher altitude for this. I need to show you. Hold on tight now and keep your eyes open. Look. The sole existence, let alone construction, of these star structures is almost beyond our comprehension. As you saw, they are found everywhere across our realm, with undeviating geometric consistency. A wondrous impossibility. Perhaps they had some kind of technology that allowed them to view huge areas of land from above while planning and building. They were never thoughts. That is a fairy tale invented by our controllers. The stunning geometric precision and symmetry of the star structures would most likely have functioned to enhance the power of the generators and to etherize the water, or turn the water into living, energized water. We can see from comparing some of these ruined sites, and some left a little more intact, that water would have been present throughout the structure. Before the controllers destroyed and drained most of these structures, they were full of water. They were connected to rivers and canals and the oceans. They were a key component of the entire power grid. The star structures are fractals of symmetrical geometry, just like many of the ceilings of these huge energy generators. And, like the acoustic cavity magnetrons and resonators, the symmetrical sharp diagonal walls would have caused the ions to perpetually vibrate. Old plans and illustrations, which have no doubt been edited or manipulated in some way or another, offer suggestion as to how complex, integrated, and essential the star geometry was to the entire grid. Look at Paris here. It isn't obvious at first glance, but upon closer inspection, we come to realize that the entirety of Paris was itself a star station, or a star city. And like with everything else constructed in the old world, these structures were at once functional and a celebration of the source of their innovation. Look closer at the star geometry here. Can you see the resemblance? The snowflake. Do you remember what happened in Masaru Emoto's experiment on water? Ethereal vibration expressing itself through water's molecular structure. Those of the old world had perfected this science. They knew the key to releasing electromagnetism's potential was through sound and water. Just imagine what they were able to achieve. Sound, vibration, and frequency was just as integral to the success of their technology as water was. Those of the old world did not hide their adoration for sound. Traces of this love for sound are everywhere. These structures were literally instruments of power. Or as the so-called Goethe put it so succinctly elsewhere, music is liquid architecture. Architecture is frozen music. This is why so many generators, capacitors, power stations, and intermediates feature holes, pediments, dentils, indentations, and complex 3D ornamentation. They were structural openings to manipulate sound waves, the vibrations and acoustics, so they could tune the electromagnetic energy in conjunction with the water in a variety of ways to achieve different results. They were similar to the aerophone instruments such as the flute, the pipe, the recorder, the bassoon, and the trumpet. The old world revered the geometry of the star because it was through the study of the stars in the waters above that they learned the power of fusing electromagnetism, vibration, and frequency with water itself. They all work harmoniously and in concert with one another. This interconnected and interdependent energetic relationship is what makes the stars and all life itself possible in the first place. Look a little closer at the dancing geometry of the sonoluminescent stars beyond the firmament. Do they remind you of something else? That's right, all of the magnetrons, or what we've come to call rose windows, were designed to mirror the cymatic patterns of ether's vibrations in water itself. Artist Tanya Harris was onto something in 2013 when she turned her attention to studying and recording the silent resonant frequency of churches. By placing water inside of a loudspeaker, she was able to discover the hidden geometry of these resonant frequencies. The results showed that even the silence within these structures produced strong cymatic patterns. And again, can you see the resemblance? Others have applied the same technique and studied the cymatic patterns displayed when bells chimed within the structures. Look at the patterns. Magnetrons. This is why so many magnificent rose windows resemble cymatic patterns so closely. This is why they look like the petrified pulsations of a star. The entire ceilings of many cathedrals also mirror this sacred cymatic geometry. This is why so many of the structures contain huge bells and chiming clocks. The tolling bells would emit powerful vibrations and frequencies and influence an entire area's water supply. The sound would influence the molecular structure of the water, which was then used for a variety of purposes. And that's not all. Many of these structures also housed another wonder of the world, the king of sound, the organ. Have you ever stopped to look at some of the great organs before? These were not constructed by ordinary people in the 19th, 18th, 17th, and 16th centuries. Like the structures they reside in, they are a marvel of elegance and majesty. The most powerful sound instrument in the world. The specific organ sound waves of low and high frequencies would no doubt have enabled those of the old world to manipulate the ethereal energy in ways they saw fit. The magnetron rose windows that would not have contained glass would amplify these sound waves, which in turn would influence the molecular structure and properties of the etherized living water. Organs would have had multiple uses, perhaps providing entire towns with specific resonant frequencies for good health and prosperity. The specific functions of the organ have been deliberately hidden and withheld from our knowledge. Interestingly, the official history states that the first organs of the world were water organs, in which the power source pushing the air is derived by water from a natural source or by a manual pump. No doubt a deceptive half-truth disguising the instrument's true interaction with water. And like I said before, most of these structures had areas nearby to store and hold large quantities of water. Many of the structures feature underground cavities or huge cisterns, some of which have been drained and some kept intact. Sometimes the cistern was located apart from and outside of the structure. The controllers have redesignated many of these areas as Roman baths. That's why Bath Cathedral in England is located right next to the Roman baths. The water was also stored in red brick power stations, capacitors, or water towers. Open rectangular sites, reservoirs, wells, and step wells. This is why step wells were constructed with precise geometric patterns. Again, the symmetrical structures here work to encourage oscillation or vibration of the ions. They kept the water electromagnetically charged, and the aqueducts and viaducts would have worked in a similar fashion. It is likely that a lot of the huge electromagnets we see scattered across our realm would have actually straddled passing water, much like we see on the Volga-Don Canal, even though it's unlikely that the Volga Arch is original, and that many roads themselves were constructed during the Great Reset. It is likely that the inheritors of the 19th century were instructed to drain and fill many of the tributaries that once carried water. That's why we see drained castle moats and star stations. Perhaps that's what a lot of the surplus mud we see during this period was used for. Perhaps a lot of homes and buildings were constructed with underground chambers to store their own personal supply of living water, and these areas were destroyed, filled in, and forever hidden with vast amounts of mud during the 19th century. The use of electromagnetism, sound waves, and water would have had endless applications and uses in the old world, most of which we will never know about. But many structural remains do offer a lot of clues. The abundance of remarkable and impossible stately homes, halls, and manors found throughout our realm all point to the mass-scale farming practices of the old world. We travel miles to marvel at their beauty and grandeur. But more impressive than the structures themselves are their gardens and water gardens. We have the Palace of Versailles, Schwetzingen Palace, the Royal Palace of Caserta, Nymphenburg Palace, Herrenhausen Palace. Even today, they still retain much of their splendor and brilliance. But it's when we look at some of the old plans of these areas that we realize just how otherworldly these sites were. They were never constructed to house the elite. They were the farms of old. Look at the gardens. They are cymatic gardens. Even from these old illustrated plans, we can see just how gargantuous these farms were. Microcosmic grid systems, suggestive of the entire larger power grid itself. The cymatic gardens were likely grids cultivated with sound and the living water to grow food, herbs, and who knows what else. Even contemporary scientists openly acknowledge that sound waves strongly influence the growth of fruit, vegetables, and crops. And to this day, some of these structures retain a lot of their glory when viewed from above. The Palace of Versailles, a wondrous geometric marvel. A collection of impossible structures, extraordinary cymatic gardens, and water systems. Let's venture closer into the Palace of Versailles and have a look. Hold on now. Wait, what? This is not the Palace of Versailles. I really need to fix this thing. It's been acting up a lot lately. Where are we? Wait a minute. I recognize this place. Memories from a long time ago. This is Chatsworth House in the Peak District, England. Oh well, this should do. Come on, let's see what we can find. Chatsworth House was completed in 1708, we are told. Its story, much like the story of the entire Peak District, is a fabrication, a complete lie. The place has changed much over the years. It is situated beneath two large bodies of water, the Emperor and Swiss Lake. The water from the lakes is channeled across a broken aqueduct before falling 79 feet and meandering gently down the hills in complex waterways and running right into Chatsworth Estate. The waters feed the estate's own lakes, rivers and streams through a series of runways and a multitude of complex tunnels beneath the estate and the structure itself. Due to the estate's repurposing, much of this remains hidden, but you can see the tunnels quite clearly here, snaking their way down. It is one interconnected water system. Waterways deliver themselves into waterfalls at the impressive rockery before continuing on their journey. All of the water gathers into a central, rectangular front piece, which feeds the Emperor Fountain. The water then continues underground, until it pours into the River Derwent, a 66-mile-long tributary of the River Trent, which runs throughout the Peak District. While much of the estate has undergone some serious restoration, which is actually a fancy, deceptive word for criminal gutting and destruction of technology, there are a lot of haunting remains of its former glory. It is important to note that unlike many of the huge energy generators, Chatsworth House was probably partially occupied. By farmers, that is. The central engine was located off-site and has been subsequently removed and repurposed as a larder to store hunted game. This magnificent, gorgeous structure would have functioned as a small generator, which also contained a small engine in its center. It was repurposed as the stables. The horses of the 19th century clearly lived better lives than most of the population. Above, atop of the hill next to the Emperor and Swiss Lake, we can see the quadruple capacitor or water tower. This was repurposed as a hunting tower. But stalking the 105-acre grounds, a visitor with eyes to see might spot some unusual sights. One of which is the half-ruined obelisk hidden away in the tangled overgrowth at the bottom of the hill below the lake. The official, controlled history that visitors receive when touring Chatsworth conveniently leaves out any mention of the obelisk. For you see, the hunting tower was not Chatsworth's only capacitor. The entire estate needed constant water storage to fulfill its energetic requirements and purposes. There are many odd structures dotted around that remain unexplained. And then there is this, the Cascade, a true little wonder. The dome, a series of toroidal circles that rise to meet the smaller copper dome. They tread carefully here, making sure they force a distorted history on you. But, as always, they cannot help themselves. They just have to tell you in their own roundabout controlled manner. As the placard states, water can be made to flow over the roof and out of 13 spouts. Some of these spouts are crafted in the form of immaculate stone dolphins and giant fish. There are even hidden jets in the floor, they tell us. The water is received from the lakes above and is used twice more in its journey to meet the River Derwent below. Once in the South Lawn Fountain, and again the private West Garden. But look closer at what they acknowledge. Each step of the cascade is different from the one below and above it, to vary the sound of the falling water. This was allegedly built in 1703. Why would an 18th century people be concerned with varying the sound of falling water? How did they even have the knowledge and skills to manipulate the sound of water like this? And it's everywhere in the estate. The waterways, streams, and rivers all meander gently down to rest briefly at ponds and lakes before continuing their journey toward the River Derwent. Their journey is one of such splendid sounds. As you begin to traverse the labyrinthine passages of our corrupted history, you will inevitably meet the lithographs, renderings, engravings, illustrations, and paintings. How easy it is to lie when there is no photographic or visual evidence, just artistic interpretation. We would never accept illustrations as reliable sources of information today. So why do we accept them as historically accurate? And while these are not to be trusted, devoting some time to browsing their particulars can yield some interesting insights. For instance, the fountain here looks wildly out of proportion. Did it used to jet water more powerfully? And some would claim artistic exaggeration. But if you dig a little deeper, you come to learn that the original Emperor fountain, constructed in 1843, was able to jet water at a height of 296 feet. What? How? This is the 19th century we're talking about. And like I said, they cannot help themselves. Even Wikipedia states that the water power of the fountain found a practical use in generating Chatsworth's electricity. There it is, barely hidden in plain sight. And as we continue browsing these little illustrations, we stumble across it. An old engraving of Chatsworth from above. Look at the size of this. Cymatic gardens, rows and rows of crops, large bodies of water that are no longer there. And again, many would claim artistic exaggeration, the unreliability and inaccuracy of illustrations, and rightly so. But when we look at Chatsworth from above on Google Earth, what is this we find? Shadows on the ground across from the river? No, these are the markings of old infrastructure that was torn down. The markings suggest there was once a bridge here, a bridge we see in the illustration. Look a little closer. An octagon with the clear outline of an old generator. So yes, the illustration is a lie. The estate was much, much larger than depicted here. In 2018, there was a heat wave in England, and the old markings of Chatsworth's former glory started appearing in the grounds themselves. They had to acknowledge it. Sometimes mud and lies are not enough to bury the truth. Chatsworth was a huge farm in the old world. As I said before, the illustrations and paintings are not to be trusted. More often than not, they are used as tools of deception against us. But as you see here, they do have a tendency to backfire on the controllers. Just like with the plans of star stations and cities, our own technological access to tools such as Google Earth validate these old plans and illustrations as half-truths. You can bet good money that even the plans and illustrations are only giving us a fraction of the full picture. Just like here with the plan of Chatsworth. And it's in Chatsworth that we encounter the first of many acts of barbaric desecration by the hands of the enemy. Chatsworth's great conservatory stood immense until destroyed in 1920. It was 84 meters long and 20 meters high, and constructed, they say, in 1840 before the establishment of automatic glass manufacturing. Huge, interconnected tunnels and water pipes collected under the ground of the structure to provide heating via boilers and hot water. An engineering feat as impossible as the construction of the structure itself. It was designed by Chatsworth's gardener, Joseph Paxton. Paxton is a phantom that haunts the pages of the history books. Paxton's story is one of fortunate circumstance, daring innovation, and success. It is, unfortunately, a dishonest story, an unconvincing fiction. We are told that Paxton secured a gardening role when he was 20 years old, while working at Chiswick Gardens, and it was here that he encountered William Cavendish, the Duke of Devonshire, who was so impressed by young Paxton's horticultural abilities that he hired him as head gardener of Chatsworth House. Paxton is responsible for creating the following: Chatsworth's Arboretum, its rockery, the Emperor Fountain. You remember, the fountain that sprayed water into the air at twice the height of Nelson's column. The Great Conservatory. He was responsible for cultivating the Cavendish banana, the most consumed banana in the world today, and designing railway stations all over the Peak District. What a talented and productive young man. Paxton's achievements, however, did not end with the banana and the conservatory. The farce doesn't end here. What a tangled web we weave when setting out to deceive. Paxton's success with Chatsworth led him to design the infamous Crystal Palace of London, just in time for the Great Exhibition of 1851. It was originally constructed in Hyde Park for the fair. It was constructed in just over a year. An engineering feat never again repeated. It was made from more than 1,000 iron bars, and its overall mass comprised of over 4,000 tons of iron. The Chance Brothers Glassworks in Smethwick provided the 300,000 sheets of glass. Remember, this was before automatic glass manufacturing. This is the glassworks in which the glass was produced. A simple maths equation gives us an average of 822 glass panes produced every day, 7 days a week, for a year. Right here in this factory. This was Paxton's initial planned sketch for the structure. He went from this to this in a year. Furthermore, the entire Crystal Palace was able to house gigantic trees, and they had to board a lot of the glass panes up and cover a lot of the top of the structure during the World's Fair exhibition because the interior of the structure became too hot. Wouldn't Paxton, who designed the Chatsworth Conservatory, know that a huge glass palace would produce immense heat? The entire narrative soon dissolves into stupidity when we realize that a year later, in 1852, they dismantled the Crystal Palace and moved the entire structure to Sydenham in southeast London, where it was rebuilt with 2 additional huge water towers at either end of the monstrous structure. Interestingly, no photographic evidence of the original Hyde Park Palace exists. Just illustrations. Wouldn't the structure have been the focus of many photographers during the opening of the Great Exhibition of 1851, the first of its kind? It is highly likely there were either 2 of these crystal palaces in London and both destroyed, or the Hyde Park Palace is just an outright lie. Interestingly, a few years after its relocation to Sydenham, this map of the palace was produced, all designed at the hand of our genius gardener. He struggled with the water supply, we are told. After all, supplying 12,000 fountains, 2 of which shot water 250 feet into the air, and the various cascades would be a difficult task to achieve. But clearly not for Paxton. He made it happen. Interestingly, the Crystal Palace also featured one of these impossible, grand, and spectacular organs. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, while Mr. Paxton was redesigning the Crystal Palace at Sydenham, he was also designing the glorious Mentmore Towers for none other than Baron Mayer Rothschild. Who would have thought that a random, young 20-something gardener would go on to be responsible for some of the most impossible and impressive engineering feats in history? Let's also not forget about his banana. Paxton is an example of the enemy's laziness when it comes to hiding our true history. It is not fathomable or even possible for the citizens of the 19th century to have even built these structures, let alone assign their inception to one sole man. The Crystal Palace and its gardens, just like Chatsworth, were huge farming grids that used the living water in conjunction with sound and electromagnetic energy to cultivate a whole range of wondrous produce. Kew Gardens in London is another example. The abundant electromagnetic energy was able to produce conditions of heat with ease, and the vibrational frequencies encouraged growth. Perhaps that's why Crystal Palace housed a grand organ, utilizing frequencies and vibrations to enable the growth of produce. And that's why the controllers were able to assign the cultivation of the banana, an exotic fruit, to a fabricated Englishman. The technology already established in England was able to grow many things with ease. Among other impressive horticultural achievements attributed to Paxton's genius were the perfect pineapples, another tropical fruit he grew at Chatsworth. He grew enormous lily pads, which could hold the weight of a human. He grew gigantic sequoia redwoods at Chatsworth, which usually only thrive in humid conditions. He grew them with ease, and many of these redwoods remain today, a spectacular sight to behold. It's probably worth noting that among Paxton's many other talents, Wikipedia also tells us that he became quite skilled in moving gigantic trees, as well as gigantic crystal palaces. The largest of these trees weighing 7,000 kilograms. How? With horse and cart? Why are humans so gullible? They destroyed the beautiful and impossible Chatsworth Conservatory in 1920. As the Duke's son said in a letter to his father, they blew off well over 200 pounds of explosives to tear it down, so it must have been well built. The structures of the old world were built to stand for centuries. What a great shame. The lies surrounding the Peak District do not end with Paxton. The entire national park was one gigantic interconnected electromagnetic water system of the old world. It was most likely one of Britain's primary suppliers of farming goods. The national park boasts one of the largest collections of stately homes, halls, and manors, all of which would have functioned as huge farms. It was also a regional retreat that specialized in healing. Yes, that's right, healing. The Peak District is home to two large towns, Matlock and Buxton. Buxton is famous for its bottled water, and Matlock is renowned for its historical baths. Even today, both towns boast an enviable collection of old world structures. We see an abundance of old generators, domed pavilion structures, capacitors, colonnades, columns, bandstands, gardens, and water systems. Overlooking the town of Matlock is River Castle. Its silhouetted frame and turrets stand regal in the distance. It is a derelict structure and has been derelict for over a century. The curious public are not allowed near the structure. They tell us it was built very quickly by a Mr. John Smedley. Smedley was, we are told, an industrialist. By the 1850s, he had become the driving force behind Matlock's hydropathic industry. Hydropathy is the practice of healing and curing diseases through the use of water. The official narrative states that Smedley built Smedley's Hydro, which sits on Smedley Street in Matlock. It is now a government council building. Smedley's Hydro was just one of the hydropathies in the region. At one point, we are told, there were over 20 hydropathic establishments in the region. Just look at these structures. Smedley did not build the Hydro. Its structure, an immense water tower, evades his capabilities and the capabilities of all the 19th century citizens. The citizens of the 19th century Peak District inherited all of this infrastructure, and the controllers of our realm knew that they needed to squash any possibility of it being used for its original intended purposes, or for any of the inheritors to discover the truth. It was just too obvious, and soon someone amongst the crowd might start putting two and two together. So they did what they do best and employed a puppet. But unlike Paxton, who was able to achieve fame and fortune for taking all of the credit, Smedley had a different role to play. A role that many puppets in our society today still play. His mission was to carefully control the introduction of hydropathy, only for it to be declared primitive or fraudulent, and then subsequently buried and eradicated as a serious practice. His story is a very similar story to another enemy puppet that has gained a lot more attention over the years. I too once fell for the lies surrounding this man's story. The hydropathies were able to accommodate hundreds of patients, and they were tremendously successful in curing a whole host of diseases and issues, ranging from inflammation and bilious attacks to paralysis, rheumatism, and fevers. This was conducted through an array of different bathing techniques, applying dripping sheets as bandages, and fusing electricity, sound waves, and water. There were, as one newspaper reported, electric bells throughout the buildings. No doubt the actual potential of hydropathy was never fully expressed in Smedley's array of hydros, but they nonetheless helped people tremendously. And they were a huge success, so the controllers temporarily profited financially. The hydros healed and increased the well-being of people through water and its fusion with sound, vibration, frequency, and electricity. Look at the electric treatment menu from one of the old brochures. Options for high-powered parabolic reflector, electric ionization, and high-frequency treatment. Smedley also demonstrated the ability of etherized water to heat entire rooms in a profound way. The fernery at the hydro had a water heating system built into its walls and always maintained a constant temperature of 65 degrees, even when the room was filled with a crowd of 350 or so visitors. The temperature never deviated. How was this kind of technology available in the 19th century, and yet today we do not have access to this kind of sophisticated heating? Historians and journalists of the time would deliberately smear Smedley, casting hydropathy as pseudoscience, comparable with homeopathy. Smedley had many battles with the burgeoning medical industry, and after his death, the hydros were purchased and the structural alterations began. Like Tesla, Smedley played his role and successfully introduced the science of the old world to have it debunked, tarnished, and sidelined forever. Hydropathy today is regarded as nothing more than a relaxing spa venture. All of its original applications of frequency and electricity have been eradicated from the practice. Smedley's role-playing allowed the controllers to justify the entire water grid system of the Peak District, successfully preventing the current 19th century and further subsequent generations from questioning its presence. The remains of the grid today are so evident. You can sit and relax to the soothing sound of water falling over the turreted regal Derwent Reservoir, which connects the entire region through its branching rivers and canals. You can stroll around shopping inside of old power stations and at old pumping stations. And in every area of the region, there are wonders waiting to be discovered. Not only in the larger towns do we find old fountains that once provided the living waters, but also in the remote villages. Tucked away, we find an old dry fountain. Look, the Lord's gift, a bittersweet joy to behold. The citizens of the old world unlocked the power of electromagnetic water by studying the stars above in the firmament. The stars above taught them that the key to manipulating the ethereal energy they harnessed from the ionosphere was through water, sound waves, vibration, and frequency. They honored this gift by constructing domes, by crafting star cities, cymatic magnetrons, and praising the Lord and Holy Spirit for the living waters they received in return. They understood the firmament as both scientists and disciples. Viewer, I am hoping the picture is starting to become clearer in your mind. And you will inevitably start to see things in a different light when pondering all of these impossible structures. It is not a coincidence that some structures like the Colosseum are also referred to as amphitheaters. Have you seen them from above? They look like speakers. Amphitheater is an interesting word. An amp is a unit of electric current, and an amplifier is a device that increases signal, especially microwaves and audio. And no doubt you will start to put two and two together in terms of some of the inventions that we were allowed to play around with before they were discarded as antique in their efficiency. But time is of the essence. We could ponder examples of the old world's electromagnetic water grid system for hours. But I encourage you to get out and hunt down these structures yourself and to document them in your own time. We have to move on. We need to start. Wait, what? You want to know if these came from the old world? Yes, they did. And they are extremely important. The inevitable ticking of the clock. A deeply unsettling instrument, but unavoidable. I need to show you one more missing piece of the electromagnetic puzzle first, and then we will take a closer look at these timekeeping instruments. Come on, let's keep moving. A missing piece of the puzzle. When observing the old world structures today, there is a great sense of absence and alteration. Structures have evidently been altered and changed drastically over the last 200 or so years. And when journeying across our realm and studying these structures, a tremendous sense of absence persists. Something is missing. The concept of ethereal harvesting through these wondrous antennas is not enough. It is not concrete enough to complete the picture. Something else was once present that made the entire technological grid possible. This, of course, is the key technological component of these structures, the engine, and the central mechanisms that made them function in the first place. The engines were, of course, not tokamaks. A tokamak is a crude and base instrument. It is a design of the new world. It does not belong in the old world. It would have had no place in their structures. Their sophistication and finesse would not have relied on such ugliness, on such primitiveness. What is undeniable, however, are the parallels between the tokamak's fundamental octagonal form and the old world's love for the octagon. It is very likely that the octagonal formation is an essential component when generating a toroidal vortex. We see the octagon everywhere in the old world. Octagonal geometry underpins many of the structure's fundamental formations. And the peculiar octagonal structures everywhere are not by mistake. They are what they seem, empty shells that once housed something else. This sense of emptiness is everywhere and remains unexplained. So many towers and domes rise to smaller, hollow domed cupolas. Why are they hollow? Why would an earlier civilization waste so much time and energy constructing such a seemingly superfluous and useless structure? But they didn't, did they? A lot of these empty areas are always directly below the antennas. And although not all of these crucial empty structures are octagonal, most are, and they are always situated in key areas, like under central antennas, beneath domed resonators, in the center of closed, symmetrical courtyards, or detached and just outside the bigger generators. And when reflecting on such perfectly wrought geometry, the absence is tangible. There used to be some kind of cylinder or apparatus contained within this space. Furthermore, we also find various historical relics that closely resemble the old world structural style. In these relics, we see that empty cylinders or vessels are an integral part of the object. Could these be miniature functional objects that mirror the form of the larger empty spaces we see in the old world structures? Perhaps a kind of micro household object that enabled access to the wider power grid's energy production? Did the larger structures themselves contain similar cylinders within? In many old photographs, the cupolas and octagonal spaces are already emptied. But there do remain a few images and illustrations that can offer a little insight as to what was present before. In some, we see a type of cylinder, and in others we see some kind of orb or container. Due to the lack of images, it is hard to present a consistent finding. And so much has been altered, and in ways that are almost impossible to recognize. For instance, this is an 1880 illustration of the so-called completion of Cologne Cathedral. It focuses on the top of one of these spires. The wooden boards here are scaffolding. As you can see, the tops of these spires open, revealing some kind of cylinder. This is a model of the area of the spire that we see in the illustration. It was put outside of the cathedral to give tourists an idea as to just how large these spires are. An impossibility for citizens of the 19th century. The men in this illustration are not completing the final spire of the cathedral. They are removing whatever existed in the container at its apex. And it begs the question as to how many other aspects and features of these structures open in similar ways. And why do they open? What did they contain? Interestingly, it is the esoteric and occult that provide some clues. Alchemy was an arcane natural philosophy or proto-scientific tradition. Its central focus was chrysopia, or the transmutation of base metals into noble metals. From its inception in ancient Egyptian, Greek, Indian, and Middle Eastern culture, the field of alchemy, we are told, was obsessed with turning base metals into gold, and a maniacal obsession with creating the elixir of life to achieve immortality. We have all heard of the medieval Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. It is a field of inquiry steeped in a rich fabric of occultism, Kabbalah mysticism, and magic. It wasn't until the mid-18th century that alchemy was divorced from its occultism and transformed into the burgeoning field of chemistry. But there was a small occult revival during the 19th century that continued into the 20th century. In 1922, a mysterious text was written by an equally mysterious figure. The Mystery of the Cathedrals by Fulcanelli, a French alchemist, we are told. To this day, the identity of Fulcanelli is still debated. No one knows who he truly was. And like many mysterious figures in the history books, his name appears to be an anagrammatic play on words. Fulcan is a reference to Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, and Eli, a reference to El, the Canaanite word for God. It is evidently a work of one or more Freemasons, but nonetheless, its alchemical reading of the wondrous and magnificent structures we call cathedrals is potently original and offers many insights and half-truths. And it's in Fulcanelli's reading of the statue of Offerus that was taken from Notre Dame Cathedral and destroyed that he begins to offer the reader some truths. As the legend goes, Offerus was a strong giant, but with a dull mind. His intentions were always good. He wanted to serve the most powerful king on earth. He was sent to the court of a mighty king to serve him. One day, the king, hearing a singer say the devil's name, made a sign of the cross with terror. "Why do you make that sign?" Offerus asked. "Because I fear the devil," the king replied. "If you fear him, you are not as powerful as him," Offerus reasoned. "I want to serve the devil." And so he did, and enrolled among Satan's servants. One day, the servants met a cross by the side of the road, and the devil ordered them to turn around. "Why is that?" the curious Offerus asked. "Because I fear the image of Christ," the devil replied. "If you fear him, you are not as powerful as him," Offerus reasoned. "I want to enter the service of Christ," Offerus exclaimed, and passed by the cross and went on his way. On his way, Offerus met a hermit. He asked the hermit where he could find Christ. "Everywhere," the hermit replied. The hermit knew the type of dull giant he was dealing with, and he knew he would not take to prayer. So he led Offerus to a violent river and said, "The poor people who have crossed this water have drowned. Stay here and carry them on your strong shoulders. If you do this, Christ will recognize you as his servant." And so he did. Offerus spent his days and nights carrying people across the river. One night, overwhelmed with fatigue, Offerus received a knock on his door. It was a child who wanted to cross. Offerus took him on his shoulders and began crossing the river. But as he reached the middle, the river became a furious torrent. The waves swelled, and Offerus began to buckle. In fear of letting the child fall, Offerus uprooted a tree to lean on, but the child was becoming heavier and heavier. Offerus began to fear the child would drown. He lifted his head up and asked, "Child, why do you make yourself so heavy? It seems to me that I carry the world." The child replied, "Not only do you carry the world, You carry the one that made the world. I am Christ. As a reward, I baptize you in the name of the Father, in my own name, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. From now on, you will be called Christopher. Christopher walked the earth for the rest of his days to teach the word of Christ. Christopher, the one who bears Christ for the masses. In his focus on Offerus, however, Falconelli reveals a certain key to unlock another layer of meaning in the legend's symbolic expression. In his enigmatic manner, Falconelli writes, Christopher stands for Chrysope, who carries the gold. From then on, we better understand the great importance of the symbol, so eloquent, of St. Christopher. It is the hieroglyph of solar sulfur, Jesus, or the nascent gold, raised on mercurial waves and then carried by the clean energy of this mercury to the degree of power possessed by the elixir. Cryptic indeed, almost impenetrable prose. But let's look at this passage a little closer. Falconelli is stating that in the symbolic legend, Jesus, or Christ, is the nascent gold. Nascent means coming into being. The word's etymological roots stem from the concept of beginning or birth. Nascent gold here, or the solar sulfur, is not just gold, it is gold growing into its full potential. The final section of the excerpt explains why the gold is growing. Because it is being carried on the mercurial waves. The mercurial waves here refer to the metal mercury. Gold is achieving its potential because of the clean energy of mercury. Falconelli explains that mercury's color is an emblematic gray, and that explains why many of the representations of St. Christopher coat him in that color. We will return to the legend of Offerus soon, but first let's look closer at Mercury. Mercury is of the utmost importance when it comes to understanding not only the mechanics behind the old world's technology, but also in understanding our own contemporary time in which we find ourselves traversing the enigmatic landscape of symbols that have shaped our understanding of history and our place in it. The symbol here represents the element hydrogyros. Its literal translation from the Greek means silver water. Hydrogyros has many names. It was also called quicksilver. Today it is referred to as mercury. The alchemical symbol is precisely the same symbol used in classical astrology to represent the so-called planet Mercury. Pure or native mercury is an extremely rare element in the Earth's crust. It's primarily retrieved from cinnabar, a bright scarlet or red pigmented form of mercury sulfide. Cinnabar is the most common source ore for refining mercury. Both Wikipedia and World Atlas tell us that mercury is the 66th most abundant element in Earth's crust. In its pure state, mercury is a silver-like liquid. It is the only metal that is liquid at standard temperature and pressure. It has a freezing point of minus 38.83 degrees and a boiling point of 356.73 degrees. It is an excellent conductor of electricity. Its uses are primarily electrical based. It has a primary role in fluorescent lighting. Its other uses include thermometers and dental amalgams. Mercury dissolves all metals, including gold and silver, to form amalgams. The only exception is iron. It is also used in vaccines. Governmental, medical, and pharmaceutical industries declared mercury toxic in the early 21st century, gradually phasing out its use in medicine and leading some countries to completely ban the element. In some countries, it is illegal to trade mercury. Before this, mercury was a staple in certain traditional medical treatments, such as the traditional Chinese medicine. And while I do not dispute mercury's potential toxicity when injected into the body, the concerns surrounding its hazardous potential are largely overblown. All metals, especially when injected and taken in excess, are toxic. High iron, copper, zinc, and aluminium levels in the body contribute towards a whole host of disease, arguably more so than mercury. And yet the governments of our world have not banned aluminium foil. They have not stopped fortifying grains with iron oxide, and zinc and copper supplements are available to purchase with ease and without constraint on the value of dosage a person can expose themselves to with such supplements. Could there be other undisclosed reasons for demonizing and restricting mercury? Let's look a little closer at this extraordinary element's electromagnetic potential. Mercury is an electrically conductive liquid, and because of this, it has historically been applied to create light switches, electrodes in some batteries, as a gas to create fluorescent lighting, and, most interestingly, it was used, we are told, in lighthouses. According to the mainstream historical narrative, lighthouse keepers were responsible for keeping the massive lens at the top of the lighthouse spinning all day, every day. A spinning lens turning at a set speed made the light flash. They usually achieve this by setting the lens on wheels or bearings attached to clockworks that the keeper would periodically wind. In the late 19th century, some keepers, sick to death with having to keep winding the clockwork, began floating their lenses in liquid mercury. The lens's metal base spun more easily in the mercury, which helped the light rotate faster with less frequent winding. It is a practice still in use in some lighthouses today. It is evident from its structure that the lighthouse's sole function was not just to light the way for ships. It was either one of its functions among many others, or just an inherited act of repurposement. Many lighthouses are constructed in the familiar octagonal structure. Many have the red and white stripes, indicative of power stations. Many still have their antennas, and they were situated right next to the water. It is obvious that they had a similar role as many of the old world's power stations we find repurposed and rebranded all across our realm. Lindau Lighthouse in Germany is a fascinating example. We see all the familiar dentils and holes, suggestive of vibration and frequency manipulation. We see the octagonal cupola. They have replaced the original antenna with New World junk, and oddly the structure has a clock. And although those of the old world made the most advanced clocks ever seen, the presence of a clock face here appears superfluous. Perhaps the abundance of clock faces we see on so many of the old world structures and towers are actually repurposed steam gauges that used to be present to measure the pressure of the energetic water. The intricate and complex design of these lighthouses would have been a feat of engineering for those of the 19th century and their predecessors, unless those that came before the 19th century were technologically advanced, which of course they were. Mercury's role in lens rotation is a subtle example of repurposement. It is very likely that the complex apparatus at the top of these lighthouses were modified as illuminated lenses during the Great Reset, and what existed before operated to extract ethereal energy. For most of the 19th century, gas and oil burners were used as sources of light in these structures. And yet look at the size of some of these lenses. Look at the complexity of the designs. All to house light running on gas and oil? I don't think so. The history of the lighthouse is of utmost importance because it, 1, provides evidence of Mercury being present in some kind of apparatus directly located in a cupola, the very spot we see emptied on so many structures today. And 2, because Mercury's presence here was to enable the lenses to spin and rotate more easily. And that's very interesting, because look what happens when you apply magnetism and electricity to Mercury. It rotates and creates a vortex, either clockwise or anti-clockwise, depending on the application of the current. A vortex, as you know, is an integral expression of a toroidal field. There are 3 main types of vortexes: electrical, magnetic, and electromagnetic. In addition to Mercury's electromagnetic potential and its susceptibility to form a vortex when under the influence of current, the silver water also has another unrecognized application. Look. No wonder Mercury is demonized and illegal. As you can see, Mercury is able to provide even a homemade television antenna with the ability to convert radio frequency alternating currents to extract a television signal. Antennas can be designed to transmit and receive electromagnetic waves in all directions equally. And you could hypothesize that the orbs on the old world's antennas contained mercury. But again, it is no secret that mercury amalgamates with gold and other metals. An amalgam is an alloy of mercury and another metal. Mercury strongly amalgamates with gold, copper, silver, and many other metals. The only common exception is iron. The orbs could not have contained mercury because, as you saw, mercury would have scavenged the gold, silver, and copper and amalgamated with the metals. We do not see any evidence of that here. They function strictly as aerial antennas. But if all of these structures contain some type of engine or apparatus, similar to the Fresnel lenses we see in lighthouses, with mercury continually forming a vortex, then we would have set up that enabled the antennas to extract ethereal energy and transmit strong electromagnetic signals. Just as Falconelli reveals in his reading of St. Christopher, it was the mercury that enabled the gold to achieve its potential. It is highly likely that the absent cylinders, vessels, and containers that were removed from these structures, and which were usually present within the octagonal geometric structures, contained mercury. And it raises the question, if some lighthouses are still running their lenses off of mercury today, wouldn't they still extract ethereal energy? No, they would not. And once again, Falconelli tells us why. As Falconelli states elsewhere in The Mystery of the Cathedrals, the dissolution of sulfur, or in other words, its absorption by mercury, provided the pretext for very different emblems. But the resulting body, homogeneous and perfectly prepared, retains the name philosophical mercury. It is the first-class matter or compound, which requires only a gradual cooking process to transform itself first into red sulfur, then into elixir, and then, in the third time, into the universal medicine. As Falconelli makes clear, transforming pure mercury into a red, sulfurous state is the first step. And as mentioned previously, cinnabar, or mercury sulfide, is red. And as we see here on representations of St. Christopher's robes, he wears one half grey to indicate mercury and another half red, which is indicative of the red sulfur. It is the transformed state of mercury that allows the gold, here represented as Christ, to achieve its full potential, or, to keep it consistent with the legend, to reach the masses. What Falconelli is actually telling us is that in able to distribute this clean electromagnetic energy via golden orbed finials or antennas, a special kind of mercury had to be present. This is what was contained within the vessels and engines. And it is likely that it was this unique mercury that enabled the extraction of the ethereal energy from above in the first place. Perhaps it is just a coincidence, if you believe in such a thing, but it is interesting that many of the smaller vessel-like relics we see have markings inside the containers that are red. Perhaps a homage to the substance they once contained. Now I know what you want to say. Come on, you are turning a molehill into a mountain. You're basing this off a few passages from the ramblings of a Masonic deceiver. How do we really know that those of the old world were the alchemists of old, and that mercury was central to their advanced technology. Bear with me. I will expose this so-called Falconelli for the Masonic deceiver he is further down the line. But, like I said before, there are many half-truths here that we can extract. And you must ask, why this cryptic text about the mystery of the cathedrals focuses primarily on explaining the structures and their symbolism in alchemical terms. For you see, St. Christopher is not the only symbolic expression of Mercury and gold's relationship. Like with their adoration of sound and water, the old world expressed this alchemical relationship in many symbols. In fact, the symbols were so prevalent that the enemy had to appropriate them and use them as weapons of control and deceit. Otherwise, the Great Reset of the 19th century would have failed. The enemy's genius stems from its appropriation, redesignation, and deliberate obscuring of symbols, to the point where tracing the history and true meaning of one symbol in particular becomes a monumental feat. The abundance of lions and eagles we see throughout the old world, primarily in the form of statues, relates to the elements of gold and mercury. As Falconelli states, the lion is the sign of gold. It represents a terrestrial and fixed force, while the eagle represents the airy and volatile force, or the mercury. When the two champions come together, they attack, repel, and tear each other apart with energy, until the antagonists become one body, the animated mercury. The fusion of the fixed gold and the volatile mercury create the griffin, in which the lion, or the gold, represented the fixed, basic part of the compound, which in contact with the adverse volatility loses the best part of itself, the part that has characterized its shape, that is, in hieroglyphic language, the head. And like the lion and eagle, we see the griffin everywhere in the old world. Like St. Christopher, the griffin is symbolic of the alchemical concoction and combination of mercury and gold that powered the old world's technology. The symbolic association of animals and beasts with alchemy has been eradicated from history, primarily due to the appropriation of these animals as heraldic symbols of royalty and nobility. These are the animals that adorn national imperial seals, as we see attributed to the Roman Empire, the British Imperial Empire, the United States, and so on. An act of post-colonial domination over the old world, the appropriation of its symbolism and eradication of its history through falsified narrative. Furthermore, the chemical, alchemical, and cosmological symbol used to represent Mercury is immediately recognizable for its conflation of two of the most widely used symbols throughout history and culture. That is, the cross and the crescent moon. It is openly acknowledged that at one point, all religious symbolism predated its current religious use and application, and belonged to another culture and represented something different during different historical eras. But just because this is openly declared does not mean it makes any sense. Were our historical ancestors and their own historical ancestors really that uninspired that they needed to recycle already established symbols? Or are we not being told the truth once again? The conflation of Christian and Islamic symbolism and culture is so prevalent across our realm that upon closer inspection, it begins to appear quite absurd. If we are to believe the official historical narrative, that is. If we believe the narrative of the Crusades and Ottoman Habsburg Wars, of the continual warring between West and East, then the presence of the crescent symbolism displayed on many so-called medieval European coats of arms and crests indeed makes no sense. Perhaps this is just more cultural appropriation, but the narrative becomes very unconvincing when we turn our attention to the structures themselves. Why was the Hagia Sophia Holy Grand Mosque originally constructed as the Church of Hagia Sophia by the so-called Roman Empire? It remained a church, we are told, for almost 1,000 years. Its 4 minarets were constructed after the Ottoman Empire took the region. But look at its original design. It does not resemble a traditional cathedral whatsoever. And we see this over and over again. The Cathedral of Cordoba in Spain, originally erected as a mosque in the 8th century, and then converted to a cathedral in the 13th century. We see right here the conflation of both styles of East and West. Interestingly, the structure also features the red and white striped arches, indicative of power stations that we find throughout so many impossible structures. And even without their unconvincing narratives of structures passing between cultures, we still see the presence of both styles in many structures that do not have this narrative attached to them. St. Mark's Basilica and the Doge's Palace in Venice look extremely Eastern, as does the Brighton Pavilion in England. These structures were impossible for all of those, East and West, in the official narrative, unless they had advanced technology, which the narrative tells us they did not. The official narrative tells us tales of architects being inspired and influenced by the structures of East and West alike. But remember, at the time these structures were built, the people didn't have accessible transportation. Journeying between continents and countries took weeks, and they had no cameras to document the structures in order to be able to replicate them with such accuracy in the first place. Why don't synagogues have their own unique particular style, like mosques and cathedrals? We see this fusion of architectural style everywhere. We see water pumping stations that resemble cathedrals. We see water towers that resemble castle turrets. We see cathedrals that also resemble official government buildings. All these structures belong to one whole, unified civilization. That's why we find so many ruined cathedrals in the Middle East. They were destroyed and ruined during the Great Reset and after to solidify the falsified narrative. That's why we see the crescent moon in old 19th century photographs in areas it should not be. This is Brazil. Look closer. Even today, Brazil's Muslim population comprises a total of 1% of the country. So why is this crescent present at the top of one of these antennas in the 19th century? Why is it present in San Francisco in 1905? Why do we see many structural antennas composed of both the cross and crescent moon. In many of the old photographs, we see many structures without any religious symbolism, but just standard antennas. And what about all the unusual antennas we see? Many of the antennas functioned as symmetrical instruments to enhance ether extraction and to transmit energy to other antennas. They were never signs of different religious factions in the old world. They were most likely later designated these meanings to fracture the unification of the old world and its understanding of God. Even the mainstream narrative admits that it was not until the 19th century that the crescent moon even became associated with the Ottoman Empire, and it wasn't until 1950 that the symbol became the emblem of Islam. The symbols of the crescent and cross are much more complex than most realize. In the context of the antennas, they are likely a symbolic homage to the alchemical mercury that made them function in the first place. But the crescent and cross also have broader implications that are related to the holy, energetic, and ethereal workings of our realm. We will be returning to these symbols later. This is not meant to discredit the meaning of these symbols today. Symbols evolve over time, but this evolution was carefully orchestrated by our controllers. It is also not to discredit God, and this point is crucial. I understand that much of this may trigger some people, but it is imperative to understand that religion, in an institutional sense, was created by our controllers as a means of control. Many religious organizations today are corrupt and use religion as a front when their true allegiance lies with the psychopathic controllers of our realm. Religion was an essential tool of deception to justify the old world's infrastructure. Religion is not synonymous with an understanding of God, faith, and prayer. And it is also not to discredit the life of the Son of God. No, and this is crucial, and you will see why later in our journey. And in many a sense, this is what Christ tried to teach people, to see through the deception and manipulation. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. You see, the scriptures are more accurate than most understand. They are at once historical accounts, instruction manuals for living, and sacred texts of prophecy. There are a handful of texts that are so important that the enemy has been desperately trying to steer people away from them in recent times. And you will see why this is of utmost importance later in our journey. Stay with me, the best is yet to come. And it doesn't end there. The basis for the alchemical symbol of Mercury, we are told, was a caduceus. And we see the caduceus throughout the remains of the old world. Another symbol appropriated by the enemy, adorning many coat of arms and adopted by centralized, corrupted medical industries that have been responsible for mass crimes against humanity that continues today. It is not a coincidence that the same mercury that the symbol represented is injected into humans via vaccines to disrupt their entire methylation cycle, resulting in widespread autism and a whole host of neurological and metabolic disorders. The caduceus illustrates clearly how both Roman and ancient Greek mythology serve the enemy as a tool of deception. In Roman mythology, the caduceus staff was carried in the left hand of the god Mercury. The Roman Mercury was the god of financial gain, commerce, communication, and messages. In Greek mythology, the staff is carried by Hermes. Hermes was the god of travelers, merchants, and commerce. The fabricated mythologies allowed the enemy to obscure the caduceus's true association with the elemental Mercury, while also permitting them the usual sick, hiding in plain sight mocking ritual by linking their medical industries with the god of financial gain and commerce. As Falconelli writes, the snake indicates the incisive and dissolving nature of Mercury. This reptile is the aspect of Mercury in its first state, and the golden wand is a corporeal sulfur added to it. It is the philosophical Mercury and the caduceus as its symbol. Not only does the caduceus represent the Mercury elixir essential for the transmission of electromagnetic energy, but the dueling snakes form a spiral coil, representative of the energy pathway and the vortex. The rod represents the gold and sulfur, but it is also reminiscent of the antennas themselves. And just as the mythologies hide in plain sight, the wings here represent the connection, the communication, the messages, the signals between antennas in the electromagnetic grid, and also the connection between the antennas and the ether itself. After all, the Roman god Mercury was known as the messenger of the gods. And it's hiding in plain sight throughout alchemical art and illustration. We see the eagle and the lion. We see the caduceus. And we see similar geometries and objects that adorn the top of the old world structures. And yet it is still difficult to imagine the energy grid. And even more difficult to imagine is the level of labor required to remove all the engines and vessels, to destroy and hide enough of the old world, and to begin rewriting history in order for the Great Reset to have been a success. What we are seeing in the 19th and early 20th century is the final stages of the reset. There was a transitory period, and like any transition phase, the period still utilized some of the old world's technology that it was trying to phase out. And like I said, the enemy is lazy. They really should have done away with these photographs and footage. Look. Whoa. Most of these images were taken during the World's Fairs of the 19th century and at the turn of the 20th century. Any electrician will testify to just how impossible illumination in this time period and on this scale would be. What an absolute nightmare to wire. But they didn't need complex wiring, did they? How did they have moving sidewalks during this period? We also see this technology on display in the burgeoning American amusement parks of the early 20th century. There is a reason they called them electric parks. In fact, the reference to electricity can be found everywhere amongst repurposed old world sites, even in the unlikeliest of places. Even in this transition phase of the reset, these environments look glorious. This is with most of the water grid already destroyed. Just imagine what they were able to achieve. So many of the major symbolic icons of our time can be traced back to the Mercury that made this electromagnetic, technological old world possible in the first place. Interestingly, in his reading of Offerus, or St. Christopher, as a mercurial carrier, Falconelli takes his Masonic trickery of half-truths and deceptions to the limit. He begins discussing Offerus's belt as depicted by Julian Champagne, whose painting of Offerus hangs in Jean Lamant's mansion, what Falconelli calls one of the most attractive and rare philosophical residences. The painting depicts Offerus wearing a belt stitched with crisscross lines. It is important to note that none of the other famous artistic renditions of Offerus depict him wearing this belt. Falconelli exclaims that the artist did even better than the rest. Under the inspiration of the Hermetic scientist who has commissioned the painting, the artist depicted Offerus tightened by a wide belt at the level of his abdomen. It is this belt, Falconelli writes, that gives St. Christopher his true esoteric character. Listen very carefully to what he states next. According to some documents kept in the archives of the Lallement mansion, we know that Jean Lallement belonged to the alchemical brotherhood of the Knights of the Round Table. What we are going to say here cannot be taught. Offerus's belt is the sign, that all philosophers recognize as the external mark that indicates the extreme intrinsic purity of their mercurial substance. It is a sign that the old authors called the Seal of Hermes, the Star of the Magi, the Bear Cub, the constellation in which the pole star is found. Comparing Ophiuchus's belt and the Bear constellation by the pole star, or what is known as Ursa Major, or the Big Dipper, at first provides no insight as to what Falconelli is referring to. Is this just a rambling of an insane cryptic mason, or are we missing something? But if you begin to trace the pattern on the belt, then another hidden and familiar pattern begins to emerge within the pattern itself. When documented throughout the year, at each season, the Big Dipper constellation also forms this pattern, the symbol of the swastika. A now infamous symbol of evil. What many do not know is that according to the official narrative, the swastika was one of the most widely used symbols throughout history and different cultures. It is an important symbol in Asian countries, representing Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism. It was used by the so-called ancient Greeks and Romans, the Druids, the Celts, Native Americans, early Christians, and so on. We see it in mosaics, rock churches, bracelets, rose windows, crosses, pottery, clothing, and flags. We see it everywhere throughout time and culture. Interestingly, Swedish and Norwegian power companies used the symbol in the late 1800s and early 1900s to represent electric power stations and hydroelectric stations. This connection cannot be purely coincidental. The task of erasing memory and history is not an easy feat. It takes time. Out of all the symbols, this is the one that the enemy had to corrupt and dilute the most by appropriation. Not just because of its now lost association with electromagnetism, but because, as Falconelli let slip, its original association with Mercury's involvement in the old world's power grid. Like the caduceus's spiraling snakes, it depicts a vortex that Mercury produces in the presence of electromagnetism. The swastika is the vortex. It also represents another vortex, the one below Polaris and the Big Dipper, at the center. The same vortex that NASA has teased hiding in plain sight here on Earth and in their representation of other planets' poles. It is the same vortex that Mercator and others documented in maps and writing. The whirlpool surrounding Rupes Nigra and located at the North Pole. Interestingly, scientists have recently discovered large natural stores of the so-called toxin mercury at the North Pole. They are worried about it melting and causing toxicity. Of course they are. As Kevin Schaefer writes in the National Geographic article, it turns out that not only is there mercury in permafrost, but the Arctic is also the biggest pool of mercury on the planet. Is this another mocking on their behalf, or is there actually a vast amount of mercury at the north? We will return to this much later in our journey. The noble metals and their original location on Earth are very important, and it is the scriptures that hold the answer. The old world knew. They knew the earth they walked upon better than anyone else. They knew the alchemical metals, gold, iron, copper, mercury, and so on, could be fused in ways that allowed them to access the ethereal electromagnetic energy. They knew that Ophiuchus, the alchemical mercury, could elevate the Christ, the alchemical gold, and carry him to the masses. It is not a coincidence that the path Offerus carried Christ was across the river, across water. The legend of Offerus is a symbolic and metaphoric totality of the old world's energy system. You have a question, and I have a feeling I know what you're going to say. You want to ask about the maps, Mercator and such. If they have fabricated history, distorted so much symbolic meaning, and lied about those that came before, how can we trust these old maps and accounts of the North? How do we know that Hyperborea is a real place and that there is a vortex in the center? That's the spirit, an important question. Unfortunately, we cannot trust the maps. And I need to show you why. And it's now time to talk about the clocks. For you see, there is another map, hidden and long forgotten. The oldest map of them all. And it's not perfect by any means, but it's all we have. Come, it's time to lift another veil. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. And during my journey, as I made my way through the tangled labyrinthine paths of deception, looking for the center of truth, I met a brilliant woman who taught me many a flat fact. But out of all of her flat facts, it was one fact that struck a chord. She showed me the maps of old and asked me to find the key anomaly, the one error that all maps contained. I pointed to the varying representations of unknown land masses, to Hyperborea. She shook her head. No, find the glitch. We live on a flat plane. Our world is an electromagnetic terrarium, surrounded by an ethereal sea of water. And like all terrariums, after initial creation, they begin to form their own self-sustaining atmosphere. The sun and the moon journey above our flat realm in concentric spirals. There are 5 prominent circles of latitude, we are told. We have the Arctic Circle, closest to the center, the Tropic of Cancer at 23.5 degrees latitude in the northern hemisphere, the Equator at 0 degree latitude, the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.5 degrees latitude in the southern hemisphere, and the Antarctic Circle. The sun journeys from the equator at the March equinox up in concentric spirals to the Tropic of Cancer. When the sun is in this position, the northern hemisphere experiences summer and the southern hemisphere experiences winter. After which, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator. The word tropic stems from the Latin word tropicus, which means pertaining to a turn. The sun journeys back, taking the same concentric spiral path, and reaches the equator again. It then keeps going and reaches the Tropic of Capricorn. When the sun is in this position, the southern hemisphere experiences summer, and the northern hemisphere experiences winter. After a time, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator for the March equinox. The equinox occurs when the sun is journeying the circle of the equator, and those living along this line of latitude will see the sun directly overhead at a 90-degree angle at solar noon. The March equinox marks a season of spring in the northern hemisphere, and the September equinox marks a season of autumn. If you live in the southern hemisphere, this is reversed, and the September equinox marks spring, and the March equinox autumn. It is important to note that the sun never reaches the Arctic Circle, nor does it reach the Antarctic Circle. It never reaches the poles. It journeys to the tropic circles and then turns back. The point at which the sun reaches its most northerly and southerly excursion relative to the equator is called the solstice. Solstice comes from the Latin word solstitium, which means point at which the sun seems to stand still. And indeed, many do note that the sun seems to stop on the solstices. And this is because, in a sense, it does. It reaches the most northerly and southerly excursion and turns back. But why the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn? Who names these circles of latitude? Our historical ancestors did. They had clocks that not only told them the seconds of the hour, the hours in the day, but also the moment of dusk and dawn and the current phase of the moon. Their clocks understood the true time, the bigger picture. They understood the celestial clock. The stars above us, beyond our firmament, and in the waters above, revolve at a constant 1 degree every 4 minutes, from east to west, that is, anti-clockwise. This means they revolve at 15 degrees each hour. 15 degrees multiplied by 24 hours is 360, a full circle. The stars above are fixed. They do not stray from their anti-clockwise journey, but revolve and complete a full circle every day. Our ancient, historical ancestors knew this. They assigned the stars above into fixed constellations. They divided the 360-degree circle of the sky above into 12 divisional arcs of 30 degrees, in which each constellation of the zodiac resides in. They designated each constellation in each 30-degree arc with an anthropomorphic symbol, most of which are animals. Zodiac is an interesting word. Zodiac, the arcs of the zoo. Yes, the parallels with Noah's Ark are strikingly obvious. Each constellation of the zodiac moves from its fixed position in the waters above at 1 degree every 72 years. The stars in the circle above us are fixed in their positions, but every 72 years, the entire circle shifts 1 degree. This is what is called the precession of the equinox. Remember, each arc is 30 degrees. If we multiply 72 with 30, we get 2,160 years. It takes 2,160 years for the circle above to shift 1 whole arc. Astronomers call this an age, and this is what is meant by entering or the dawn of a new age. As Wikipedia tells us, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn were named such because many years ago, in the days before Christ, the days before BC, the sun was in the constellation of Cancer at the June solstice, and the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. What does it mean for the sun to be in a given constellation during the solstice? It means the position of the sun in the sky at solar noon. Of course, during solar noon, we would not actually be able to see the stars in the firmament beyond. Therefore, to discern the sun's position relative to the constellations requires either 1, a thorough understanding of the stars and their positions above. Our ancient ancestors, we are told, created star charts and used devices such as astrolabes. Or 2, computer technology that is able to map and overlap the sun's position against the backdrop of the stars and constellations at solar noon. The sun's presence in the constellation of a given zodiac sign means exactly as it sounds. At solar noon, on the day of the solstice, the sun should be in front of a given constellation. Look closer at the zodiac wheel featured on the dial of these clocks. Here we see that both the constellations of Cancer and Capricorn are polar opposites to one another. These are the names of the two lines of latitude on the maps, and that we use to discern the sun's most northerly and southerly excursion above our flat plane. All historical cartographic world maps display both these circles of latitude as Cancer and Capricorn. We see it here on Mercator's maps, on the Ortelius, on the Rouge, on the Urbano Monte. Cartographic maps combine so-called science with aesthetics to communicate spatial information effectively. They strive to be accurate. And we still use this designation of Cancer and Capricorn for these circles of latitude on our cartographic maps today. Google Earth also uses these designations. But why? As Wikipedia states, when this line of latitude was named in the last centuries BC, the sun was in the constellation Cancer at the June solstice, the time each year that the sun reaches its zenith at this latitude. Similarly, when the Tropic of Capricorn was named, the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. And the wheel of the zodiac makes this very easy to understand. For instance, if the sun is in any given constellation at solar noon on the June solstice, then its counterpart on the December solstice will always be in the constellation opposite to the June sign. And this is represented with a straight vertical line. If, for instance, the sun was in the constellation of Aries at the June solstice, then it will appear in the constellation of Libra in the December solstice. If the sun was in the constellation of Pisces at the June solstice, then it will be in the constellation of Virgo during the December solstice. These signs are, in a sense, bound in their opposition to one another. And this is where it becomes interesting. The vertical line here represents the tropic circles and their respective constellations during the solstices. But they are governed by another circle of latitude, the equator. On the wheel, this is represented by the horizontal line. And you'll see that the lines form a cross. The equator and the tropic circles are bound in unison by this cross. Remember, the zodiac is the clock face of the circle of stars above us. When one turns anti-clockwise, the rest follow. And just like the signs of the solstices, the left hand of the horizontal line here represents the constellation the sun is in during the March equinox, and the right hand side representative of the sign during the September equinox. And it is the left hand side of the cross, the March equinox, or what is referred to as the vernal equinox, and its zodiac sign, which acts as a reference point for the entire celestial coordinate system. It's called the first point of Aries. The naming of this reference point after the sign Aries is arbitrary, or so they say. We also use it as a reference point for naming the age we are in. And if we start in the age of Aries, we can illustrate the precession of the equinox and the designation of constellations to their corresponding circles of latitude quite clearly. For instance, if the sun is in the constellation of Aries during the March equinox, then we have the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. We also see that the sun will be in the constellation of Libra during the September equinox. Now the stars above us are revolving anti-clockwise from their usual fixed positions at 1 degree every 72 years, and a whole zodiac arc every 2,160 years. So let's jump 2,160 years to the age of Pisces. The sun is, of course, in Pisces during the March equinox. We have the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius, and the sun in Virgo during the September equinox. You'll no doubt have noticed that the wheel represented here turns clockwise, and that's because it's a representation of the constellations, as if your view was outside of the firmament and looking down on the stars. If you were standing underneath this wheel and looking up, it would rotate anti-clockwise. I am using the clockwise representation because it is the best way to illustrate the precession of the equinox. This rotation keeps shifting one arc every 2,160 years until the wheel makes a full circle, or what is known as a great year. Why is this important? What we see here, and what the mainstream narrative confirms, is that the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn occurred during the age of Aries. For the last 2,000 years or so, we have been in the age of Pisces. Remember, an age lasts for roughly 2,160 years. And we are now on the cusp of entering into the age of Aquarius. On June 2020, during the solstice, the sun entered the border of Taurus, and therefore the transition has already begun. And Google will tell you this yourself if you search. A new age, or a precession of 30 degrees into a new constellation on the March equinox, is not some new age, pseudo-spiritual fantasy of astrologists and yogis alike. It is an astronomical law of the stars above in the firmament, and you can track it yourself every equinox and solstice. It is a critical and integral component in the function of our realm. If we are entering the age of Aquarius, then that means that the sun has not been in the constellation of Cancer or Capricorn during the solstice for over 2,000 years, when our realm was in the age of Aries. All the old and current cartographic maps, and even Google Earth, represent these circles of latitude as the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. There are no maps that present the tropic lines correctly, as they should be in the age of Pisces, our current age. Wikipedia and other mainstream narratives of deception tell us that our ancient historical ancestors of horse and cart and copper chisels named these circles of latitude in the times of BC, and no one in the course of history that followed bothered to change the names of the tropics to their accurate designation. We are in the age of Pisces, and have been for over 2,000 years. The circles of latitude should be called the Tropic of Gemini and the Tropic of Sagittarius. And so what? What's in a name? But this brilliant lady, who taught me this flat fact, was patient. What's in a name? Everything. And until she said it, I didn't realize how stupid I'd been to overlook this. Maps are not just pretty projections of the landmass on Earth. They are practical instruments of navigation. Our ancient historical ancestors, we are told, depended on celestial navigation, on the position of the stars in the firmament above to guide their way when at sea. Follow the North Star. And if perchance their compasses failed, then knowing the map of the stars above would be critical. Believing that our ancestors just continued to use the designation of Cancer and Capricorn for the tropics that was established by their own historical ancestors who belong to a different age entirely is absurd. Celestial navigation would have been an essential skill set for anyone navigating their way across the oceans. And if they did have advanced technology, like we have our computers and GPS systems, then would they really be that lazy and neglectful to not bother designating the tropic circles to their correct constellation titles? Did they really invest so much time building the most advanced astronomical clocks only to neglect their maps? No, they did not. All these historical maps present designations for the tropic circles of latitude that are well over 2,000 years old. Why? And why are we still using this designation today? For you see, these maps, and all our maps, including Google Earth, are tools of deception. Where are the maps from the age of Pisces? The maps of the last 2,000 years? And could these maps actually be over 2,000 years old? It seems like someone does not want us to know the age we reside in, or wants to distract us from finding out just how important the precession of the equinox really is. This brilliant lady's flat fact leaves us with the following conclusions. The maps, all of them, Mercator and so on, are either 1. Original maps that belong to a period that occurred thousands of years ago and have been given false dates and narratives surrounding their creation. 2. Manipulated copies and versions of original maps that were created over 2,160 years ago. Or 3. They are all fake and created during the Great Reset of the last few hundred years to generate a false history and timeline and solidify the false historical narrative and the rise of Galilean heliocentricity. Out of all of these options, the second and the third are most likely. Cartographic world maps are not easy documents to create and establish. They require a solid understanding of our Earth's size and shape. They require a thorough understanding of the circles of latitude that are integral to the workings of our world. They require a complex understanding of the continents and land masses. These maps are likely manipulated duplications of maps thousands of years old, or completely fake. And we do see signs of manipulation, especially in regard to the landmass known as Hyperborea. We see Hyperborea in various maps of varying styles, and we are told that these are from the 16th century. But towards the 17th century, we see Hyperborea start to be erased from the maps. We see unknown land masses that are present in some of these old maps vanish entirely. And then it dawned on me, the message of this flat fact. We have no trustworthy maps, not a single one. We have no reliable source to show us the bigger picture of the realm we inhabit. I continued my journey, and as I ventured deeper into the forest, the path to the center that led me thus far was gone, and I could not turn back, and there lay no path in front of me. I became truly lost. How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place, if you don't have a map? All historical waymarks that I had invested some degree of trust in before were now completely unreliable and questionable. How much had been edited by the controllers? How much truth was left? What if all the maps were fake? Why are they hiding the maps of the last 2,000 years? We do not have one single accurate or honest world map. And like in all moments of being lost, right before despair takes hold, an unforeseen circumstance arose that set me back on course. I stumbled through thick overgrowth and out into a moonlit clearing with a small lake. At this clearing, I met a mysterious figure named Sturgios. I told him I was lost, and he told me to come and look into the lake. He told me to watch the water. What did I see? He asked. Myself, I replied. My reflection rippling and glistening in the moonlight. Mirror, mirror. Look beyond yourself, he said. What do you see? And there it was, just as it had always been. Mirror, mirror, way up high. Mirror, mirror in the sky. Mirror, mirror, oh how they lie. It cannot be. All this time, hiding in plain sight. A distorted, unreliable yet steadfast reflection. A quasi-photographic image of both our known world and what is this? This is the unknown world. Thank you, Sturgios, for all your work. Sturgios has mapped out each continent to the minutest detail. His work is meticulous. He has mapped time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distances. The first true flat Earth map. And it is of utmost importance primarily due to the unknown landmass over here that Sturgios has named Terra Vista, after the Eberno Monte landmass of the same name. Why have we never heard of this land before? If the area here is our known world, then the realm is absolutely enormous. But wait a minute. Sturgios' presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles of latitude. We see the Arctic Circle, the tropics, the equator, and the Antarctic Circle, and Sturgios has mapped the sun's concentric journey around these circles of latitude, mapping seasons and time zones with the utmost precision and accuracy. So what's going on? The sun and moon cannot journey the entirety of the land masses presented here because it would take too long. Does this landmass not have its own sun? Or perhaps the moon is not a map of the greater realm after all. But not so fast. We need to spend some time breaking down Sturgios' discovery here. How the image on the face of the moon was and is formed, when it was formed, and why are all questions that no one can answer. Nobody knows apart from the deceivers in higher places. But there are a lot of things hidden in plain sight that bring us a little closer to having a better understanding of this mysterious phenomenon. First of all is the nature of this image. It is a composite image. You are witnessing multiple images simultaneously when looking at the face of the moon. And these images are akin to a type of X-ray photography. There is also evidently a lot of distortion and optical illusion present in these images. No one can offer an explanation as to how this composite image has formed. Nor has anyone ever provided a satisfactory answer as to what exactly the moon is. And rightly so, for if they could, we would not be in this mess in the first place. While most alternative views of the moon's true nature are rooted in nonsensical theories, such as those dreamt up by many deceivers and boys who never grew up, and who like the idea that aliens created the moon and there exist underground bases deep within its craters. There is one man, however, who spoke of the moon in the years leading up to the space race in the 60s, and who offered a very sensible insight. In 1965, Professor R. Foster challenged the corrupt scientific complex by stating that landing on the moon was an impossibility. It is an impossibility, according to Foster, because the moon is plasma and not solid. Here is what he said in an interview.
What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature from what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes. But the moon is definitely, as I assert, a plasma.
Like most that speak out, Foster was most likely controlled opposition. Notice that he says it is possible to land on other planets, but not the moon. It is likely that it was his task to introduce a half-truth, that the moon is a plasma phenomenon, only for his claims to be, quote, debunked and proved wrong, unquote, a few years later, after they staged the moon landings. Since Foster's claim, however, our own access to technology in recent years has allowed us to investigate the moon in more detail. And through this, we see over and over again varying instances of the moon behaving in a way that debunks a lie that it is a ball of rock. We see with our own eyes a semi-transparent moon, either at night or while there is still daylight. We see the sky through the moon. Sometimes it is even possible to see stars directly through the moon. Many have repeatedly demonstrated that moonlight is colder than the shade at night, and therefore it cannot be reflected sunlight as it possesses no residual warmth. We also know that spherical objects do not reflect light. By the laws of reflection, the light concentrates into a highlight point and does not reflect. You can also see frequent crescent moons when both the moon and the sun are within close proximity of each other, meaning that it is impossible for the sun to be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So if the moon is a plasma phenomenon, then how could this be formed in the first place? It is in the appropriation and demonization of the symbol of the swastika that we find some very interesting insights. The existence of a vast amount of historical literature and symbolism suggestive of a vortex opening in the center of our world is too prevalent to be coincidental. We have looked at much of this before, but strangely enough, in the years preceding and during the complete demonization and eradication of the swastika's association with the vortex, we find some additional information regarding this central vortex that is astonishing. In addition to the appropriation of the swastika as their emblem, the Nazis were also obsessed with a very similar symbol, that of the Black Sun. Prior to the rise of the Nazi regime, there existed an occult secret society within Germany called the Thule Society, sometimes alternatively pronounced Thule, that had sub-factions within it. One of these sub-societies, we are told, was the Black Sun Society. Influenced by the Rosicrucians and other Hermetic groups, the Thule Society placed special emphasis on the superiority of an alleged Aryan race with innate mystical powers. The Thule Society derived its name from a mythical northern country in Greek legend. Thule was supposedly a land located furthest north. Others have called it Hyperborea. The Thule Society believed, we are told, that an elder race, the Aryans, colonized our Earth, and they were located within the center of our hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd, the military Antarctic explorer, also made reference to a hollow Earth with an entrance at the North Pole. The Thule Society also believed that the black sun was a big ball of primer materia that existed in the center of the Earth and emanated radiation in the form of real energy. This energy has many names. Some have called it chi, astral light, odic forces, or orgone. In 1933, the main architect of the event known as the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, acquired Wavelsberg Castle, a wonderful piece of old world infrastructure and technology. He supposedly remodeled the castle, and in doing so imprinted the symbol of the black sun into the marble floor of what came to be known as the General's Hall. Much of what has surfaced regarding the German secret societies before and during the Nazi regime is deliberate misinformation, carefully controlled with the sole intention of distraction and demonization. The misinformation regarding these societies has served to further fuel the UFO and alien agenda, which many, such as Jordan Safer, David Wilcock, and Corey Good, have since latched onto and promoted. They are part of a controlled opposition agenda. They are liars. The sole intention of disclosing information regarding German secret societies was to yoke together a ridiculous concept of a superior alien Aryan race existing within our world's northern core, or opening at the center, with maniacal dictatorship that resulted in gruesome genocide. Or in other words, to make them seem crazier than they already were. The controllers of our realm had to appropriate the swastika and eradicate its symbolic association with the Earth's central electromagnetic and physical vortex. And while I do not think there exists a black sun underneath us, if the notion of this seems absurd and far-fetched, just remember that the majority of the world's population have already accepted that there is some kind of dark sphere beneath them, acting as a source of our world's electromagnetic energy. Heliocentrism has convinced so many that inside their little blue ball hoax, there exists a spherical core of solid iron at a temperature of over 5,000 degrees. Their own black sun. Interestingly, they never represent this iron core with the metal's usual black or dark grey colour associations in their illustrations, despite telling us it is a crystalline sphere of solid iron. Surrounding the iron's solid core is an outer layer of molten iron, and it is because of this hot liquid iron, we are told, that the Earth has a magnetic toroidal field. And millions have accepted this, and these silly diagrams that resemble Satsumas, despite the hard fact that the furthest depth a human has ever drilled into the Earth is a mere 8 miles. The heliocentric model has to acknowledge an inner core energy source because it is in fact a reality, and our world cannot exist without it. It is likely that the notion of a black sun beneath us is more distraction, although it is not as absurd as the heliocentric Satsuma model. We will return to this later. What is important now, however, is that not only have we another instance of the concept of a black core at the center of our realm, and another reference to a central vortex and opening, but we also have reference to energy, or what the Thule Society called vril, radiating out of this opening. And if this is truly the case, then we have a theoretical model in which both the formation of the sun and moon makes complete sense. What I am going to try and convey now is complex, and I will do my best, but I need you first of all to forget every model of our Earth you have become familiar with. Things may not make sense at first, but by the end it will. Let's start with the realm and the firmament, and then a central opening. And now let's incorporate our known world, as outlined on the moon by Sturgios. And finally, let's add the source or electromagnetic coil beneath. Whether a magnetic rock or an electromagnetic coil, the source of our world's magnetic field is located at the center and beneath, and any source of intense electromagnetism would produce strong radiation. No one can say indefinitely, but it is highly likely that the concentrated plasma that we call the moon is a result of a unique form of radiation, similar to X-rays, that emanate from this source via an opening or vortex. X-rays or very strong radiation beams would, by the laws of physics, emanate from this central vortex in diverging straight lines. Like X-rays, they would also be invisible. The divergent beams would continue up until coming into contact with the firmament itself. X-ray beams differ from light beams and do not tend to reflect. X-rays are like a super powerful form of light, and because their wavelengths are shorter than ordinary light's wavelengths, it means their frequency is much higher. Because of this, X-rays can travel through objects that ordinary light cannot, and it means that X-rays are not reflected easily. There are not many materials that reflect, scatter, refract, or redirect X-rays. And while I'm not strictly saying that X-rays are the cause, any form of strong radiation beams would behave similarly. There do exist some materials that can reflect high energy rays, and it was a man named Lawrence Bragg in 1913 that discovered that crystalline structures reflect X-rays. That's right, crystalline structures, a crystalline firmament. Bragg reflection is used, for example, to focus monochromatic light, and there is a device called a monochromator that uses curved crystal mirrors to reflect X-rays to focus monochromatic light. Standard monochromators use a prism to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album. What is the title of that album? They are telling us. This means we're right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down, off-center, and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere in which the ethereal electromagnetic energy was harvested from. It is here that the beams will converge and concentrate and generate the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. The idea of electromagnetic rays reflecting from the firmament and converging in the ionosphere may seem preposterous, but there are many homemade experiments you can conduct yourself to prove the power of concentrating light rays. As seen here, the rays of the sun reflected in the concave mirror are able to produce intense heat and start a fire. The reflected light rays focus into a point to generate energy. And remember, radiation beams akin to X-rays are much more powerful than light rays. If the moon is a point of focused, condensed plasma, then it has to occur within one of the layers in the ionosphere above us. All the various inert noble gases in our ionosphere appear at differing layers and altitudes. We looked at how these are charged by the sun's electromagnetism to form the plasma sky. At a certain altitude in the ionosphere, there are two layers of neon and helium gas. It is likely that the sun forms in a similar fashion within these layers. After all, helium is linguistically very similar to Helios. It is likely, however, that the moon is formed at the level of altitude in which the gas krypton is present. Krypton is known for its phosphorescent white light. It is also used to create non-thermal or cold plasma, as demonstrated by contemporary scientists developing this field today. The primary reason that the moon's light is cold and not hot like the sun's is not known, but it is likely due to a polarity produced by their interaction with our electromagnetic field in the ionosphere, the moon being the dielectric negative polarity to the sun's positive charge. The craters seen on the moon are likely from the generation of this plasma. Perhaps it is some kind of plasma emulsion that displays a kind of outgassing or bubbling, much like we see with urethane paint defects. Recently, bizarre theories have emerged that we live within one of these craters on the moon. This is not correct. The moon is some kind of phosphorescent, concentrated plasma and not a solid object. You can see the formation of this plasma and its craters right here. It is not solid, it is a light. And this is great because we have a very realistic and working model as to how the moon is formed. What we don't have, however, is an explanation as to how the composite image on its face is formed. As I said before, the image we are seeing on the moon is akin to a composite X-ray photograph of our greater realm. And it is not an active reflection, but rather a historical moment captured in time. And of course, no one knows how it is formed other than those in high places. The moon is a paradoxical phenomenon, at once a volatile luminary of plasma that waxes and wanes in its luminosity, and also a steadfast image captured at some point in time that does not seem to change. We only ever see this image on the moon, and it never changes. This strange and mysterious image that has puzzled and inspired millions could be a result of a natural, organic phenomenon, or perhaps even artificial. Again, only the controllers know. The word photo originates from the Greek photos. It means light. Hence we have words such as photosynthesis, which means the synthesis of light, in which plants harvest light energy and convert it into chemical energy. A photon is the quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light. A huge misconception is the notion that photographic imaging is not a natural, organic phenomenon. This is not correct. The word photograph means light drawing. The concept of natural light-sensitive material is well understood. Our bodies begin to darken when exposed to too much sunlight. Depending on the exposure to the UV, our bodies can develop tan lines. The light literally draws on us. Certain textures and textiles can fade or come to the surface when exposed to light, and there exists natural camera obscuras. A natural camera obscura occurs when a darkened space with a hole permits light rays to enter from outside the space, resulting in a projected image of the space outside inside the darkened area. We can even see projected images of a solar eclipse here on the ground underneath a leaf canopy due to the holes in the leaves. Natural camera obscura was, of course, the inspiration for the early development of photographic technology. Interestingly, the noble gas krypton, the same gas present in our ionosphere, has been used for years, we are told, as an integral component in camera flashes for high-speed photography. It is also an essential component in hyperpolarized MRI scanners. There is also a possibility that the face of the moon is not a natural phenomenon, but was a result of an experiment. Photographic and X-ray films are created through a fusion of a gelatin emulsion with microscopic silver crystals. Because of this, exposure to light is able to capture an invisible latent image. During light exposure, the silver halide crystals grow to visible sizes, and this is what is called printing out the image. Microscopic silver was essential in producing traditional photographic images. Without it, the technology would not have been possible in the first place. Interestingly, in their alignment of noble metals with astronomical bodies, the alchemists designated the moon as having rulership over the metal silver. The birth of modern photography began in 1800, we are told, when the uncle of Charles Darwin tried to capture the image produced in a camera obscura. He discovered that by coating white leather with silver nitrate, he was able to partially capture real-life images. The use of silver nitrate was developed further by Louis Daguerre, who went on to birth the daguerreotype and modern photography. But what is interesting is that silver nitrate goes by another name. They called it lunar caustic, in homage to the alchemists' association between the moon and silver. It's also quite interesting that many Masonic representations of the alchemists depict the sun and moon as reflected rays. And what are the coincidences that the alchemists, who probably didn't exist in the manner we are told they did, associated the moon with the very metal in which traditional photography is impossible without? This is not a coincidence. Those of the old world knew what the moon was, and perhaps an older civilization that came before them and that were also technologically advanced had a hand in rendering the image on the moon. It's not that much of a preposterous notion, considering that we are continually experimenting with things on a cosmological scale today, staging fake rocket launches that sometimes get caught on the firmament, developing artificial suns, and some demons in higher places are even trying to find ways to dim the sun. Humans have always overstretched their ambitions when it comes to the luminaries, and I don't see why advanced civilizations of the past would have been any different. But how this composite image phenomenon came to be is not important for our journey. It's what it shows us that is important. And perhaps it is best to leave the moon shrouded in mystery. Whether a natural or artificial X-ray photographic image, what is important is its composite nature. The image we witness here is a combination of at least two fixed images that are superimposed upon one another. The first image we are seeing, as Sturgios's groundbreaking work has shown over and over again, is a skeletal outline of our realm's land masses, akin to an X-ray, and in a way we have never seen before. In this image, we see all the continents of land we associate with Earth, or what is more appropriately termed the known world, represented by the dark areas in the image. And we also see vast bodies of land and continents that we are completely unfamiliar with. Sturgios revealed that if you treat the moon as the mirror image it is, and flip its image like you would with any reflection, then you can start to map our known land masses with utmost precision. And this is exactly what Sturgios has done, mapping the known world captured in the moon down to its great lakes and deserts. The striking similarities between our known world landmass and that captured on the moon are far too exact for it to be any kind of coincidence. It has been right in front of our faces every single day, literally. It is likely that no one has connected the dots here before because of this particular unknown landmass, which Sturgios has appropriately named Lumeria. And this landmass is very important because we know that it does not exist anymore. Theories of Lemuria's existence as a lost continent have been around since the 19th century, with most plotting its location somewhere around the Indian Ocean. Those in the 19th century also spoke of another lost continent called Mu. They are one and the same thing. Old maps of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon. And in 2007, Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads, on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lemuria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago, and this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection, but a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon is that of the firmament itself. Yes, you heard me right. The moon is the only known official image of our firmament. The face of the moon is a composite image, and we have to separate the images to fully understand what we are seeing. We have the landmass of the greater realm, and this is one image from one angle. And then we have another image from a different angle. I can only illustrate this by showing you. This specific area of the moon is primarily what gives the phenomenon its spherical 3D appearance. The heliocentric liars love this area of the moon, and they have used it as a weapon of deceit against us. It is not a crater with rays, like they tell us. Look closer. Really look. This is not the markings of a spherical object. It is the apex of the domed firmament from within the dome. Watch closely. This is the composite image on the moon, presenting both images simultaneously. And this is an interior of a hemisphere dome. And now, you see, if you align the central apex point of an interior hemisphere dome, then it becomes quite obvious. If you erase the remaining vector lines of the dome, then it becomes really obvious. And once you see it, it becomes very hard to unsee. It isn't a sphere. That is an optical illusion. It is the markings of a hemisphere dome. And not only is this the interior apex crown of the firmament, it is also a reflection of the center of our realm below. This area of the moon lends its spherical shape because of the so-called rays that emanate from it. But as you can see, it is an optical illusion. The rays are actually hemispherical ribs stemming from the dome's crown. This area in the middle of these ribs is not a crater. That is the vortex directly beneath the highest point of the dome. The controllers have named this area Tycho. It was given this name, we are told, by Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccioli in 1651. If it was not for Tycho, then the controllers of our realm would have a very hard time convincing millions that they lived on a giant spinning ball. And like with everything else, they have used Tycho to hide things in plain sight. For instance, another 17th century Masonic astronomer named Pierre Gassendi called it Umbilicus Lunaris, the navel of the moon, which is interesting as Norse mythology uses the same simile of the navel to describe Vergelmir, the whirlpool in the center of our realm. Arthur C. Clarke's Space Odyssey, one of the most famous science fiction novels of all time, features a crater on the moon named Tycho. In the novel, scientists find that there is a strong magnetic field emanating from the crater and discover that it is coming from a black cube monolith buried 15 meters within the crater. A black monolith, a rupus nigra, a magnetic black rock. If you separate the two images, then you can see clearly how they are in fact two images of two different angles, that somehow have ended up superimposed on each other. We do not see any oceans or water mass captured in the first image, which suggests there is some kind of X-ray radiation at play. We don't see the vortex at the center in the first image for this reason. And again, no one knows how these images were formed. But if some kind of radiation beams were responsible, then the first image, the land masses of our greater realm, were most likely captured as the rays hit the firmament. And as those rays were reflected into our ionosphere and began forming the plasma mass we call the moon, it is likely that the second image was captured. And that is the image of the firmament, of the structure existing above us. And that's why we can see the outline of this structure, the stars beyond this structure, and the reflection of the vortex and other great deeps below. The moon is a masterpiece of distorted perspective, a plasma embodiment of as above, so below. And it's going to take a lot of work and careful consideration in smoothing out this distortion to try and get somewhere close enough to create a proper map of the world we live in. And because the moon is a disc-like mass of plasma, the first image of the land presents some curvilinear distortion. And you can see it here at the edges as the land begins to warp and wrap slightly. A lot of serious work needs to go into creating a flat projection of this distortion. But it shouldn't be too difficult, because the distortion is only slight around these edges. And that's why Sturgios can map the circles of latitude, seasons, and time zones very accurately. A map without the distortion may look something like this. But important questions remain. If the central vortex is absent from the land image on the moon, then why has Sturgios plotted the land we assume is Hyperborea over here, which is not in the center? And what about all this other land? The sun and moon cannot journey above all of this land, as it would take more than 24 hours to circle all of this, and we know the paths of the sun and moon. And the big one, the one you've been desperate to ask about since uncovering the only map we have. Where is the ice wall that you flat earthers constantly bang on about? Let's start with Hyperborea. And here's where many flat earthers may experience cognitive dissonance. Although Sturgios has plotted Hyperborea here, there is no proof that this is the true Hyperborea. There are a lot of different land masses in this region, and we cannot be sure. It pains me to say that Hyperborea may not exist in the way we have come to believe. Mercator's Hyperborea is likely the work of the Masons to throw us off the real path. And this is what our purpose is all about, isn't it? Digging for the truth is difficult business, and as we dig deeper, we come to realize that artifacts we found before may not be as useful or important as we first thought. We all get it wrong, but stay with me, no need to despair just yet. It is very interesting that the Urbano Monte map was added to the Stanford University map collection and made available to the public in 2017. The same year, the flat earth was gaining huge traction, and people were starting to wake up. It's also interesting that it has been arranged as a planisphere. The huge individual sheets of this map were originally arranged as an atlas projection, but David Ramsey purchased the map in 2016, and the team got to work scanning each sheet individually and processing them digitally to wrap around a sphere. Perhaps the release of Monte's marvelous map was an attempt to keep flat earthers thinking Hyperborea was located at the North Pole, and to perhaps bring back any that were sitting on the fence and hadn't truly woken up yet. A very subtle act of manipulation. But why would they want the flat earth community to keep fixed on Hyperborea? I have some thoughts regarding Hyperborea, But first we must turn to the clocks. Those of the old world knew. They knew exactly the type of Earth they lived upon, and it's displayed for everyone to see right here in the astronomical clocks. The zodiac dial here, or what is officially known as the ecliptic dial, on the Prague astronomical clock, allegedly constructed in the 15th century, does not divide its 30-degree constellation arcs equally. It is also off-center from the map behind and appears distorted. And so many clocks of the old world present very similar ecliptic dials. But let's look a little closer at this magnificent Prague clock. As you can see, the zodiac dial contains a border that presents a series of vertical lines. These lines represent a chunk of 5 days, and each zodiac section represents a month. Those of the old world use this dial to track the seasons, the phases of the moon, and to present the date. But in a realm of perfect circles, why are 6 of the 30-degree arcs here represented within a smaller space than the other 6? They all contain 5 subsections, so why are they different? As you can see here, the Prague astronomical clock presents the land of Earth in the middle. Why does the ecliptic dial need to be bigger and off-center with the representation of Earth? The official liars of our realm, the satanic controllers, have an answer, of course. They tell us it is because the ecliptic dial is a stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a mapping function that projects a sphere onto a plane. All maps are stereographic projections. We have no accurate maps. Wikipedia tells us that the ecliptic plane is projected onto the face of the clock, and because of the Earth's tilted angle of rotation relative to its orbital plane, it is displaced from the center and appears to be distorted. The projection point for the stereographic projection is the North Pole. In their fabricated heliocentric model, the Earth has an axial tilt of 23.4 degrees. The controllers needed to invent the axial tilt to justify the entire spherical lie, to justify the seasons, the vastly differing climates, and to justify the absolute fixed position of Polaris over the true geographic north. The reason Polaris does not appear to move, they say, is because Polaris lies nearly in direct line with the Earth's rotational axis above the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. Polaris stands almost motionless in the sky, and all the stars of the northern sky appear to rotate around it. Remember, everything in their model is moving at incomprehensible speeds. But we can see with our own eyes that Polaris remains fixed. If they did not invent the axial tilt, or what is known as the obliquity of the ecliptic, then they would have no way to justify this in their fairyland model of orbiting planets. Polaris does not move, it remains fixed. If you are in Iceland or America, you can film a star trail of Polaris, and it remains fixed. But it is not fixed directly overhead in these locations. The only place, we are told, to observe Polaris directly overhead at a 90-degree angle is the true geographic North Pole. You know, that place where no one ventures. And that's why they invented the tilt. They tell us that Earth's true geographic North Pole is tilting directly at Polaris. And as the Earth spins on its little axis, Polaris appears to remain fixed. They tell us that the star's steadfast nature is an optical illusion. But their lies fall apart swiftly when you consider that the entire constellation system of the stars above remain constant. We always see the same stars and constellations. If Earth was spinning on its axis while orbiting the sun, and the sun was zooming through our galaxy, which is also moving in a bigger universe, Would the precession of the equinox really be that predictable? Would the constellations of the tropic circles of latitude really appear with such consistency in union year after year at the solstice, or would it appear a bit more random? They are liars, and we all know that water does not lie. Rest in water does not curve or convex. For you see, the satanic controllers are masterminds of reverse engineering. The celestial zodiac ecliptic dial is not a stereographic projection. The entire heliocentric model is reverse engineered science, and they had to start at Polaris and trace their steps back to ensure they justified its fixed, immovable position and made sure it was compatible with their globe. The Prague astronomical clock has been altered drastically over the last 200 years. It suffered fires, been restored and altered. And you can see that here in the way the projection of the Earth behind the clock has changed over time from a flat map to a bulging, unsightly sphere. But look, when you align the ecliptic dial with the map of our greater realm, then this all starts to make sense. The zodiac constellations appear distorted, despite all having 5 equal subsections, because our location is limited within a portion of the greater realm, and this governs our observational perspective of the stars. The shape of this dial has nothing to do with an axial tilt. It is designed this way to reflect our known world within this magnetic field pocket. The realm is much larger, and therefore the firmament and circumference of the fixed stars in the water beyond is much larger than the circumference of our own magnetic field. Polaris is here, above the center, and this is so important. They tell us that our magnetic North Pole is separate from what they call true geographic north. Our magnetic North Pole is moving. How can that be? Is that just another one of their lies? No, it is not. It is a half-truth. They tell us over the course of a century, the magnetic North Pole has moved from its location just above Canada to near Greenland and is now en route to Siberia. It is moving fast. Why? The symbol of the swastika and the black sun offer some clues as to why. For years now, flat earthers have come to see the magnetic North Pole and geographic North Pole as synonymous, but they are not. As you know, the swastika symbolizes the vortex, but the black sun takes its symbolic message further. The central core circle here represents the iron core, the black sun, or what the fictional Mercator called the Rupes Nigra. But look closer. There is another ring outside of the central core. Remember, the black sun is the energetic core inside of the vortex. And remember also that in the heliocentric model, they acknowledge that the Earth's core is a solid iron sphere, but there also exists an outer core of molten iron liquid. They also tell us that this liquid outer core is responsible for producing our moving magnetic field and poles. This is why the pole is moving, because the magnetic field is not emanating from the solid core, but from a volatile outer core. This is what the second circle here represents. And like everything heliocentric related, all you need to do is apply common sense and flatten the curve, and things start to make sense. There is not a spherical outer core, but some kind of electromagnetic coil, perhaps even made of molten iron, surrounding the central solid core. At the core, we have a vortex opening, but the actual volatile energetic source is beneath. The central core is akin to a central clock dial. It's solid and remains fixed, and everything else moves around it. But it is also the keystone responsible for this entire movement. Everything surrounding our world moves. The stars above move, the sun and the moon, and the electromagnetic outer core under us, and all the while the land itself and central solid core remain stationary. And not only does this outer core move and take our magnetic North Pole with it, but it is highly likely that it moves in accordance with the precession of the equinox, in time with the stars above as they move from their fixed positions, which means that it probably moves 30 degrees of the realm's circumference every 2,160 years. The North Magnetic Pole is slowly moving, and it is as natural as the sun and moon's concentric journey above us. And this is why the symbol of the black sun is a 12-spoked wheel. Each spoke represents a fixed constellation of the zodiac. Each section is an individual age. And the result is a situation like this. Every 2,160 years, our North Magnetic Pole circles the inner solid core and vortex by 30 degrees. This is why the pole has moved from Canada and is en route to Siberia. It is traversing the outer central circle, or what is more appropriately termed the magnetic circle. We live inside of a perfect clock, inside of God's clock. The sun and moon circle our magnetic North Pole, which is situated roughly at the center of our known world's landmass. But this magnetic North Pole circles the inner vortex and completes a full revolution every 25,920 years, or what is referred to as a great year. Each great year consists of 12 precessional or astronomical ages of 2,160 years each. We are on the cusp of entering the age of Aquarius, and this is why our magnetic North Pole is en route to Siberia. As the North Magnetic Pole circumvents the central magnetic circle, the toroidal magnetic field moves with it. The sun and moon are bound in their revolution by our magnetic North Pole, and because of this, they move within our magnetic toroidal field only. This is why the magnetic North Pole will always be the center of our known world. As I said before, the first image of the landmass presented in the moon's face is likely akin to an X-ray image and has not captured any water mass. And because of this, it has only recorded the areas of our realm with high density, such as the land. In the same way, an X-ray image will capture the parts of our bodies with the highest density, like the bone, but not the blood in our veins. In a sense, it is appropriate to view the landmass captured here as skeletal, and because of this, it has not captured the water or ocean surrounding our land, nor does it display a differentiation between the frozen landmass and that which is not frozen. If the sun's concentric journey above us is bound by the North Magnetic Pole here and its magnetic toroidal field, and this entire magnetic field is moving with the pole, then it is likely we have a situation of a changing climate as this process unfolds. All areas outside of our magnetic field will inevitably be frozen and dark due to the lack of sunlight. And this is consistent with what some of the scriptures have told us. I saw the great rivers, and I came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter. This is your ice wall, and it's not a constant, fixed wall. It is continually melting and refreezing with the revolution of the pole over the course of a great year. and each astronomical age. Do you now understand why they are terrified of the ice melting, of our Earth supposedly heating up, and why this demonic joke of a man wants to dim the sun? They are using natural climate change due to the rotation of the magnetic pole to justify a whole host of useless measures and money laundering. They are terrified because they are on the verge of losing all control of the narrative. We must save the precious Antarctica from melting, the last unspoiled place on Earth. But as you can see, there is no landmass for us to call Antarctica. It is a complete lie. When they refer to Antarctica, there is only the Antarctic Circle, and a lot of the footage at the so-called Antarctica could have been taken at any location around this circle. As you can also see, the land masses of South America, New Zealand, and Australia all fall within close proximity to the outer edge of the greater world map, and would therefore be within close proximity to the foundations of the firmament itself. This is most likely the reason there is heavy military presence in these regions. The changing climate, the melting of the Antarctic Circle, is as natural as day and night. It is a macro process of the larger clock we live within. We have already discussed how the constellations that the sun is in during the equinox and solstice form a cross on the zodiac wheel when signaling the age and tropic designation. We'll look closer at the Prague clock again. The central dial of the clock is placed within the center of our magnetic field, and the sun and moon move within this field. Our magnetic field is off center from the overall greater realm. It isn't an even cross, but a true cross, or what is now referred to as a Latin cross or crucifix. We live within the crossbeam of the cross. And in case you hadn't noticed, our magnetic field pocket within the greater realm also forms a crescent moon. Not the type of crescent moon associated with the alchemical mercury and silver, but this kind of crescent moon. The same symbol that the controllers appropriated and redesignated to represent nobility. The cross and crescent are natural expressions inherent in the workings of the timepiece we live within. They are natural expressions of God's clock. And we got it wrong. Polaris is not situated 90 degrees above our north magnetic pole, in the region we call the Arctic, home to Greenland and Iceland. Polaris rests above the vortex at the center of the greater realm. And this is where the distinction between geographic cardinal directions and magnetic directions needs to be emphasized. When we travel across our known world, or the land within our toroidal magnetic field, we use a magnetic compass, and the magnetic pole is in the center. That's why when we travel from west to east, we go in a circle, and when we travel north, we go towards the center, and when traveling south, we move directly away from the center. However, there also exist geographic cardinal points. And what do the scriptures have to say about this? It's right there in Enoch's reference to the 4 quarters of the world. Our magnetic field, according to Enoch, lies in the geographic north of the greater realm. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. And the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. And the west quarter is named the diminished. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. First of them is for the dwelling of men. The second contains seas of water, the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part, the Garden of Righteousness. The vortex is in the center of the realm, or what is more appropriately termed true north. The X-ray image of the land on the moon map does not display this vortex, but as discussed, it is present in the second image of the firmament. At the crown of the firmament, we see it reflected, the navel of the world. It could be that the Garden of Righteousness that Enoch refers to, and what is also known as Hyperborea, is located right where Sturgios has plotted it. But this land is not the true north or central vortex. That can only exist in the center. And as stated before, there is some curvilinear distortion present in the composite image on the moon's face. I have used my little colourful map here strictly for illustrative purposes. I am not a map maker, but I did attempt to smooth some of this distortion out. Let's hope Sturgios tackles the distortion. And in both my quick attempt and the actual moon map, we do see a body of land right in the center, right here. Perhaps this is the Garden of Righteousness, surrounding the central vortex. And perhaps Enoch's reference to it being located in our northern quarter is because it can only be accessed from within this quarter. Who knows? It is likely that the controllers deliberately put Hyperborea at the Arctic in the fraudulent maps to throw anyone of a curious and adventurous nature off track. If someone set out to find true north using these maps, they would fail. And because of the distinction between magnetic and geographic direction, finding true north would be a monumental feat, even without their deceptions. If anyone wanted to truly journey to the center of our greater realm, they would have a very hard time, and they would need to forsake the compass altogether. If the geographic south of our magnetic field is down here, with the lands usually associated with south, then the central vortex of the greater realm falls within our geographic north. But we would not be able to reach it with the compass pointing north. It is not located at our north magnetic pole. If you use a compass to travel north, you will end up traveling here. If the South Pole is the entire Antarctic Circle, then to travel to the true north, you would need to go south. But even then, this would most likely fail. If the center is made of iron, then at some point it would supersede the southern magnetic pole of our magnetic field. If by chance you were lucky to head in the direction of true north, then the compass would most likely fail altogether due to the iron core. As the mysterious text, the Inventio Fortunata, states, here the ship's compass loses its property, and no vessel with iron on board is able to get away. The only way to get to true north is by celestial navigation via Polaris, a skill set that has been generally eradicated from common knowledge. And I bet these oceans are heavily guarded. We will be returning to magnetic fields later in our journey. And we really need to reappropriate the definition of the word planet. Planet, a smaller subsection or fraction of a much larger plane. Time is ticking, viewer. You are wondering why I brought you into this dark forest. Why is all of this important? Because once upon a reset, the established timeline is a lie. We cannot begin to map our revised timeline unless we start plotting it in accordance with the greater realm we inhabit. We need to apply the astronomical clock, the ages, to get closer to some kind of clarity. We are not out of the forest yet. And can you feel it yet? The entire matrix is starting to crumble. Everything we've ever learned, everything we've ever relied upon to shape our understanding of the realm we temporarily inhabit is now unreliable. And all we are left with is our own eyes. And all we see over and over again is water always seeking its flat level. We see structural remains that those in the history books could not have built. And we see a great evil multiplying. We only have our eyes and old photographs, moments captured in time, the act of photography, the art of juxtaposition, of comparison and contrast. We are so small, our world in the mirror. Where are the maps of the age of Pisces? Where has our history gone? And what has become of us now? Are we that different to those we see in the 19th century? Look at us, desperately searching for lost time. Our boots caked in mud, our entire days spent digging through the deception, digging and moving the mud, frantically digging, tired and aching, but not giving up. And what do we find? The same things that our ancestors of the 19th century found. Glimmers of glory, of beauty, of pain, and wonder that remain stubbornly silent, offering no explanation for its existence or how it came to be. Old photographs and such glory. I haven't shown you just how impossible these structures are yet. The only thing these people have ever built is the lie, brick by brick. And I need to show you how they did it. Our world in the mirror, once upon a reset. There have been many great resets during our realm's history, all very different in nature. We need to look at all of them. How to reset time, to wind back the clock. The death and dawn of a new age. This was not the first reset, nor is it the last. It is happening again right now. Empty cities, such quietness. There is a war going on back home, viewer, and most haven't even realized. A peculiar and irregular type of war. Silent warfare, information warfare, biological warfare. A war as old as time itself. A war between the forces of light and those of darkness. And we're caught in the middle, on the cusp of the dawning of a new age. A war for Aquarius, the water bearer. Watch the water. And for us who fell in love with the truth, and who have resisted the darkness, we've had the armor of God on now for so long. How many of your friends and family have deserted you? How many of them left you stuck in the mud? And you've remained steadfast. But it's time we took a stand and became very loud. It's time to draw the sword of truth. The blind are going to need us because nothing can stop what is coming. The legend of Offerus, bearing Christ, bearing the truth so it can reach the masses. I will try my best to continue our journey, but as things become even darker, the lights will inevitably go out, and our journey may end here. But you have more than you know. More than you need. You've seen enough deception. Do not believe a single thing they say. We have to try and keep moving. The clock is ticking and we don't have much time. We need to go to Siberia. There is something frozen in the ice that needs examining. Come on, it's time to address the big question. Who were the citizens of the future? And it's not what you think. The timeline is wrong, and the maps are fake. This is not the answer. No. For you see, they had a king over them, and not just any king.
Same flow of it. So in other words, you can't make it out the dome until your toroidal energy get on the same frequency of the earth magnetic energy field or magnetic energy flow. See, what you think is a barrier is not a barrier, it's a door. And what happens with the rockets trying to go through the dome is what happened when a human try to walk through a door without opening it, is not going to make it through the door. So you trying to make it through the dome in a rocket is the same as a human trying to walk through a door without opening it. All right? And you don't open this door by trying to kick it down or shatter it. You got to ring the doorbell. And the doorbell is these trumpets. They actually shape like bells, all right, or Hershey Kisses. You got a bell up here and a bell up here. The word bell is also the word bull because Hathor is Hathor or Taurus field. And here go her horns right here coming out of the top. All of the symbols around the world represent these two doorknobs. These are the entry points to the dome. These are the entry points to the dome. It's two doorknobs. All right. If you go and look at your doorknob at your house, each dome shapes like a doorknob and each one is turning opposite direction, just like this energy show. So to the dummies that's trying to penetrate the dome from the inside of the earth plane, you will never penetrate this barrier because the energy is flowing in the opposite direction of upwards.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for lunch off.
Our mission as the Civilian Space Exploration Team is to be the first civilian team in history to launch a rocket that reaches space.
All systems are go for launch. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's talk about this footage. Many of us have seen it plenty of times. And one thing I want to point out about this is I think it's an insult to flat earthers. You got to keep in mind that the media already think we're dummies. So you got this huge Christian takeover on flat earth. Now, many of you who've been following me, we know what the dome is. We know it's a magnetic energy field, and it's not made of glass. It's not made of gas. It's made out of the stuff that made all the elements. Everything can be broken down to pure magnetic energy. So the ancestors did say that the earth was enclosed in a magnetic toroidal energy field, in which we'll discuss later. But let's talk about the image in front of you. What is this? You got to keep in mind, if the dome was any kind of glass or any kind of gas, let's deal with one before the other. If the dome was glass, because if you listen to this, whoever uploaded this, they are working. This is basically edited footage, because what you hear when it impacts the so-called dome is a sound of glass. Listen again. I'm gonna let you listen to it again. Now, first of all, before we debunk the whole glass dome thing, let me go ahead and show y'all how everybody who believed this footage was a dummy. And I hate to use that word, but this thing got 5,000 thumbs down, and I'm gonna give it one myself, because guess what? It's deception. It shows them how many idiots still on Earth. Why do I say that? If you think a doggone rocket was going that fast and impacted anything and the rocket didn't shatter, you got to be a fool. And the thing ain't crashed. If your car going down the street at 40 miles per hour and it hit anything, you're gonna have some severe damage just at 40 miles per hour. You mean to tell me this is a damn rocket going at least 2 times faster than a car? And I don't give a damn if it impact a cotton ball, it'll be some shattering. People, we so dumbed down that we accept this stuff. And what it is let me tell y'all what's going on. The people who gave us the globe don't care about you believing in flat earth. They don't care about you knowing the earth is flat. They don't want you to know what sustains the earth, and that's infinite toroidal flowing energy. This is the dome, a magnetic energy field. And the whole Christian flat earth thing is just a flat earth society all over again. See, the government don't want you to know what the dome is, because when you find out what the dome is, and I made a collage for you, I'm gonna make it easy. Now at the top in the far left corner, we have a magnetic energy field. We call it a torus field, all right? And if you understand magnetic energy on just a simple level, you know that it can be a resisting type of energy, meaning if you try to bring certain magnets together, you just can't do it no matter what, because they're repelling from each other. Even when you overpower them and let them go, they just gonna keep repelling. If you got big enough, strong enough magnets, you would never be able to make them stick, because magnetic energy is the strongest energy on Earth, the strongest energy in the cosmos for that matter. So we understand that we can also levitate things with magnetic energy. Let's look at this example. Let me show you my screen. So they're making levitating devices, but how are they doing it? With magnetism. Okay, for example, let's check out this cool device here where they're trying to give you the globe. You got one magnet at the bottom pushing it down. You got one magnet at the top pushing it down, and you got one magnet at the bottom pushing it up. So the forces equal out, and it just appears to be levitating. Now, this is not magic. If you had on ferrocell goggles, you can see that this globe is actually sitting on a magnetic energy field. It's not suspended in air. People who think that's suspended in air don't understand what air is. Air is ether or ether. The word air is also the ancient word ether. The very air that you're breathing in is magnetic vibration that's being fed from the center of the earth. This is what's stirring up the atmosphere, air. You see, the air inside of this magnetic energy field that we're breathing is the ether, what they call it. Think of fish in a fish bowl. But our bowl is not made of glass. So the air you breathe in is vibration, resistance, meaning it behaves like magnetism. When you look at this magnetic energy field in front of you, there's one pole and there's a push and a pull. The air that you breathe in your lungs represents the same magnetic qualities. You can suck it in and it becomes a suction, or you can blow it out and you can make things go away from you. This is push and pull. It's literally that simple. So the air we breathe is a form of magnetic energy at its purest form, and that's what sustains life. You start breaking this air that you breathe down to a lesser form, you end up at what's called magnetic energy, that which created all of the elements and surrounds all of the elements, enclosing all of the elements within the four corners of the earth, being a 360-degree toroidal field. 90, 90, 90 gives you your 360. Flat earthers, I have a question for you. Have you figured this out yet, Neil? Do you really think that's oxygen you're breathing? No, it's magnetism. Blow on your hand and you can feel it, but you can't see it. You call it wind, but the ancestors called it wind, because that's what's going on. There's a winding. There's a winding going around at the pole, and it's stirring up the very air you breathe, renewing it. And if this stirring didn't happen, the air you breathe would be stagnant like a swamp to the point life couldn't live here. This is the knowledge and the truth about the dome that you're not going to find on a lot of flat earth channels, because a lot of Christian flat earth agendas is to push a physical glass dome that's made by the hands of Yahweh. But this glass dome is another ancient trap. When we was leaving flat earth truth, everyone knew about magnetism. We were leaving the truth, and people were starting to portray this energy field as glass, as water, to really hide the truth. And men was using this knowledge to their own gain, like they're doing today. This is the code of everything, the secrets of infinite energy, and everyone can make it in their backyard. So there's a big agenda in flat earth to hide infinite energy. They don't care if you know the earth is flat. You want to know a shield channel? One that's not telling you about the secrets of Nikola Tesla. When I first entered flat earth, I clearly realized the importance of Tesla right off the bat, and that the importance of them hiding infinite energy. And I clearly realized that it was not the shape of the earth that they was hiding. It was really infinite energy. It's the thing is this, brothers and sisters. Let me show you something. Here's a collage I made. Like I said, in the top left is the magnetic, that's called a magnetic energy field. At the very center of that magnetic energy field, at the heart of it, would be the magnet itself. And all of the ancient ancestors said that at the middle of the earth was a magnetic mountain called Rupes Nigra. I'll show it to you. If you give me a second. Many of you already saw it, but just for the sake of the viewers, let's see it again. Okay, here it is. This is one giant magnet, people. The ancestors said there's a huge magnet at the middle of the earth, and all magnets are surrounded by a magnetic energy field. So you can look at the slit in the middle of this toroidal field as the magnet itself. Now, one thing we got to keep in mind is that if there's a magnet at the center of the earth, then what we call in life or the ground we walking on is nothing more but a result of the energy field that the magnet is creating. In other words, everything you see around you, the wind you breathe, the water you drink, the animals, yourself, all your organs, everything, I mean, everything is simply the output of a giant magnet at the North Pole, even the ground you walk on, meaning if the magnetic energy field was deactivated at the North Pole, everything around you would be complete darkness. There would be no existence. In other words, what we're calling life and existence is nothing but a magnetic energy field that's surrounding a magnet at the North Pole. And if that magnet was to shut off its energy field, that would be the equivalent of life ending. So I hope you guys see what I'm saying. What we're calling Earth is the result of magnetic energy itself. But the ground we walk on, let's talk about that because we're discussing the dome. In the top left corner, anytime you have a magnetic energy field, there will be an equalizing point in the very middle of it. This is where we get the term balance, because what you're looking at is a ball that's lanced with what's called a diametric inertial plane. Me and Masterpiece went over this in the electromagnetic flat earth videos. I know they're long, but if you watch them, you will be granted some divine wisdom. So there's 3 parts of a magnetic energy field, really 4, because if you want to count the magnet in the middle, but the magnetic energy field is not the magnet, okay? It's the field that's generated by the magnet. So it's only what's called a tree of life is these 3 principles that create a magnetic energy field, being negative, positive, and where they both balance each other out is the diametric inertial plane. That would be this little fine plane in between the red and the blue. That's the ground we walking on. In between the red and blue domes is a atmosphere. So the sky is not touching the ground. There's a space in between it, right? If you look at the image on the very bottom in the middle, that's a magnetic energy field seen through a ferrocell. And the green line right in the middle represent the diametric inertial plane. You can see that the 2 ends of the magnetic energy field aren't touching. They are actually separated by a small little energy plane called Earth, and that's a diametric inertial plane. That's where both of these domes, for example, if I tell you to clap your hands real hard, you would feel right before they impact where the wind is being squeezed and compressed. Or if you have air inside of a cylinder, or think of a syringe. If you're trying to squeeze a syringe with nothing in it, it's still going to be some resistance because there's a bunch of air in that syringe, or even if there's liquid in it, you gotta have to push it hard because it's compressed in there. And basically what happens when these 2 forces try to come together and they both are surrounded with their own magnetic energy field, they never really touch because the magnetic energy field around both of these domes creates a space in between them that can be described as this image. It's the same thing. So there's a small space in between the ground and the sky where we live. So we're the meat on a sandwich, and that's why we call it the meat, because where these two sides of the energy field meet, that's where the life is. And that's very symbolic because the meat of a sandwich is actually a life. I mean, that which was slain, you know what I mean, the animal. And the meat on the earth where the sky meets the ground is where we are, the humans wrapped in flesh or meat. We call flesh meat. And flesh exists in Midgard on a diametric inertial plane where the sky gods meet with the ground gods. Your magnetic energy become cloaked in a flesh or meat package. So your soul is pure magnetic energy, and your body is a result of your invisible magnetic energy coming in contact with the elements, giving that invisible magnetic energy field a physical appearance. So in other words, if you got an invisible man in your living room, the only way you would be able to see that invisible man is by covering them with a blanket. Then their dimensions will come to light. That's what every human being is. You are a mold. So when the Bible says we were molded by the Creator, yes, if you think of a mold, it's the outline, it's the 5D outline of a thing. But when you fill it up with putty and let it harden, you get a copy of it. And you can keep making a copy with that one mold. Your soul is a mold that keeps recopying your body. And they call it reincarnation. But it's magnetic energy being clothed with the elements and being not clothed with the elements. Naked magnetic energy versus clothed magnetic energy when it comes onto the inertial plane. So when they say we were made in the image of the Most High, what they were telling you was this, Christian flat earthers. There's a magnetic energy field around every human because humans are nothing but magnets. That's it. Magnets either attract together or repel from each other. And that's all humans do. And we make clicks because of that. And these clicks, what makes us magnets or us humans attract to one another is based upon if someone's aura is the same speed and frequency as your aura. So when we say things like your vibe determines your tribe, vibe is the root word of vibration. And basically when you're looking at the picture in front of you, you got two vibrating energy fields in between both sides of this globe, making it appear to be levitating. So in other words, let's go back to this picture. There's an invisible energy field around you, and it's very subtle, very hard to detect, but it's there, and it's actually what your body is emanating from. And if you want to apply this to a magnet, this field is very physical. It can be felt if you start playing with magnets. You can feel this invisible field. For example, if you was trying to push this magnet down, you would feel that energy field below it that it's sitting on. It's not levitating in air. It's just sitting on an energy field. And the energy field looks like this. Okay? So the magnet in the middle would be this slit. You can see that, but what's invisible is this energy field around it, and you can sit something on top of this and it'll look like it's levitating. But it's actually sitting on a donut-shaped energy field. So why did I bring this up? And I'm talking about the rocket hitting the dome. Because magnetism stops. What I want you to understand is that magnetic energy absorbs inertia better than anything else on Earth. And another way to see what I'm talking about is what they're creating now is magnetic subway systems. And the wheels are never touching the blade. It's levitating off of the blade. just like I was showing you what the globe was doing, how it was levitating. So there's a degree, how this thing gets propelled is because this is a magnet in the head of it, and there's magnets all down the track, checkpoints that's attracting it. So it's being pulled by magnetism, and it doesn't require any gas or anything. So we can actually propel ourselves with magnetism because magnets attract and repel. So they got a subway system that's made simply of magnets. And there's a magnet in the head of this thing, and there's magnet checkpoints throughout the rail, and each just pulling it. Just like magnets pull to each other, it's basically pulling the train around the tracks, magnet by magnet. Very simple. And the wheels, there are no wheels. It's not touching the doggone railroad. It's levitating just like the globe was, because the train bottom is made out of strong magnets, and the rail is made out of strong magnets that they designed to leave that little gap in the middle called a diametric inertial plane, and while they pull it forward with other magnets. So it's not touching the rail, it's hovering above it, and it's being pulled. And that's the secrets to magnetism and how they can fuel our world. But this secret has been hidden from us so that you can buy gas every day and work for energy. You spend your entire life working for gas, lights, and energy and stuff that really, if we understood what's called toroidal flow, we would unlock the holy grail of the ancients. And that's why this shapes like a holy grail or a double-ended cup or two cupids. Remember, the word cupid is the word cup, all right, and lid, couplet. The two cupids is a couplet or a couple, all right, and the word couplet became cupid or cupid. You just took the L off a cup lid. Both ends of this diametric inertial plane is cupped. You got a cup above it and a cup below it, and both has their own trumpet, or what's called a hyperboloid, all right, when you stick them together. But that's the double trumpet that the cupids blow. And each cupid represents each cup, So I'm giving you the Holy Grail. And this is how they are going to be ruling the world in the future and also playing God. They're going to be men walking the earth that's going to be walking on water, because their shoes are going to be designed to make them levitate. And when people see these men walking on water, they're going to worship them. So what's going on the earth right now is the elite are mastering ancient simple science of magnetism and using it to play God, to sell you energy. And really, this unlocks the secrets of infinite energy. This is the Holy Grail. A lot of flat earthers don't want you to know this. They don't care if you know the earth is flat. They will spend money doing experiment after experiment, proving it's flat and saying, yeah, we beat up the globe, but they're not telling you the real secret. The government don't care if you know the earth is flat. They got the Flat Earth Society. The real secret is infinite energy, people. This is what gets you killed. This, when you start talking about the Holy Grail, your fate becomes that of Tesla. Why am I bringing this up? Because I don't want you guys to be distracted with the rocket hitting some dome. The dome is not glass. If the rocket really came in contact with the dome, it would stop the way it stopped. So now let me weigh in on the footage and tell you what I think about it. Let's look at it one more time from the middle. Now, why is this deception? Why is this the ultimate deception? Someone edited that sound in there. Someone edited that sound in there so that it can sound like a strong glass dome. But if it was a strong glass dome that's that strong, a rocket couldn't get through it, at least pieces of it would have fell off. These glass domers are so deceptive. And they even tell you that The crystals that we call as sacred crystals and amethyst and all of that is pieces of the dome. Now, if the dome was made of these crystals, and I got crystals on my desk now, they're not that strong, but if it was made of anything glass, surely at least a fragment would have shattered off right there. I mean, come on, I know that God is almighty, but I mean, if I kick a mountain hard enough, a piece of rock gonna fall off of Mount Everest. I mean, God is almighty, but we can, you know, smash and shatter things. So there's no reason why, if this was any kind of glass material, that shouldn't have been any shattering. Furthermore, if it was any kind of glass material, the rocket would have just shattered itself. A rocket going that fast, making contact with something would fucking shatter, people, excuse my language. The only reason it won't shatter is based upon the principles I'm telling you now. Now, what do I believe about this image? I think that the rocket really did hit the dome. I do believe that it made contact with the dome, but I think that there was no sound. Let me show you something, guys. This plane is levitating above this railroad, and it's going so fast that it would take so many brakes for it to stop. If this was a car, you would be screeching forever across the road. But this thing stops in like a couple of seconds after going over hundreds of miles per hour. How is something that fast able to stop at the drop of a dime? It's based upon what I told you earlier. Magnetic energy absorbs inertia like nothing else on Earth. In other words, right? Let me explain it this way. Let's turn from the magnetic subway train. Let's go back to magnetic levitation so I can drive this home and show you what I'm talking about. Okay? Maybe this video will show you what I'm trying to show you. Let's doggone commercial, excuse me. Commercial break, but hit that like button, guys. Flat earthers, have you figured this out yet, Neo? You know? Now here's the thing. Let me see. All right. Basically what I want to point out to you, because I don't think he's going to drop them from the top down, but basically, right, if you got two magnets that's creating a barrier in between them, let's show you what that would look like. Forgive me for that. I didn't mean to go to that video. I thought he was going to do what I thought he was going to do, but anyway, let's talk about how magnetism is the greatest form of absorbing inertia. Okay, let me simplify this for you. For those who are new to this, you ain't quite true to this. So now check this out, right? Look at this magnet, right? What's making it not touch the metal plate beneath it? Because this magnet is surrounded by a magnetic energy field. So again, let's just say this little eye right here in the middle. Let's go here. Where they got the earth at is where the magnet is. Okay. Let me show you another one. Here's a good example. You see the magnet? Surrounding the magnet is what the Christians call a crown of thorns. You see how a magnetic energy field look like a crown of thorns? This is why the flat earth Christians don't want y'all to know the truth about magnetism, because if you start teaching the truth about magnetism, it'll also debunk Jesus. It'll show you that Jesus is just personification of magnetic energy field as this magnetic energy field as well. In other words, when we talk about the two fishes, you can see the two fishes right here. You can see a fish fan on this end, or what's called a trumpet. You got a fish fan on this end. So you got two fishes swimming different ways. And you can also see how this became the yin yang. because the bottom of this fish's fin is linked to this fish, and the top of this fish fin is linked to this fish. This became the yin yang, and each of the fish fins is the opposite ends of the hyperboloid being pushed and pulled. That's why the two fishes are going opposite ways, and this is why Jesus is associated with fishes, and this is why flat earth Christians don't want you to know about magnetism. They want you to go right back to Jesus. The final part of the truth is not that the earth is flat and you need Christ. It's that the earth is flat and you need to master this magnetism concept. All of the ancients was mastering this. You are a magnet. So if you don't master your energy field, then you're not basically tapping into your God-like self. You're giving praise to another God that's shaped like a magnetic energy field. For example, Jesus wear a crown of thorns. Look at the image in front of you. You think they just making this stuff up out of the side of their neck? But again, you're not going to get this on a lot of flat earth channels, because the Christians are what's controlling flat earth. They are the most richest, you know, they got collection plates. They making a lot of money, man. Big channels like Rob, Skiba, you know, some of them globe busters too. I got to call them out. And a lot of people that's not really calling themselves Christians, but they're affiliated with Christians and they undercover Christians. I'm not hacking you if you're a Christian. I just don't like that people are hiding the truth that Tesla tried to give us so that we can literally empower ourselves instead of giving our power to these gods. Because you give your power to Jesus and you said that he shed his life on a cross. But that's what's going on here. That crown of thorns represent the crossroads of magnetism. All right, this is a cross. It shapes like a cross. Here's another way you can look at it. And you can see how this became the Christian cross. If you delete all of the circles from around it, it becomes a cross or a four-way. You know, a four-way street is a crossroads. So the Christian cross is basically looking at a magnetic energy field from the side view. That's how you get Calvary or the Christian cross. And Calvary is dead, meaning that they hid this truth. This is Calvary. This is Jesus being in the middle in between the two thieves with Christ in the middle. And if you take away each of these circles, you get the Jesuit cross. This is the secret of the Jesuits, y'all. This is the biggest secret on earth. Like I said, this is the Holy Grail. And the flat earth has been infiltrated with gate guards. That's all I'm telling you, with gate guards. It's deeper than the earth being flat. You got to understand that the earth was created. And that's what the Bible say when it say you was made in the image of the creator. That's because you are a magnet with an energy field around you. And that's exactly what the earth is. So if you look at the top row in the middle, it's the Hebrew cosmos. You can see that the Hebrews, you Christians, was just giving you a magnetic energy field in a personified way. Instead of calling a magnetic energy flow toroidal energy, they call it waters above and waters below. So the waters above and waters below are the two ends of a magnetic energy field, with us in the middle being a diametric inertial plane. That's a space in between the sky and the ground where we live at. So there's a gap, right? And all life is born out of a gap. You came out of your mother's gap. All right? That gap allows for life. Okay? So again, you know, in the bottom row in the middle, that's a magnetic energy field seen through a ferrocell, and you can see those two vortexes above and below, what we call in hell and heaven, with the earth in the middle. The earth is a result of those two forces. The earth is not creating the energy field. The earth is actually a result of the two energy fields coming together. And based upon them both having their own toroidal energy field around them, when they come together, there's this gap in the middle, and a child is born, a diametric inertial plane that the Egyptians called Geb. And from that, things can grow and live based upon a balance of negative and positive. All right. And this will even show you how plants grow, trees grow as I move on into this. But right now, I want to stay on subject and link this to the dome. So we understand that magnetic energy is the best absorber of inertia, meaning that this magnet is not levitating. It's sitting upon its own magnetic energy field. If you realize, when you understand that surrounding all magnets is an invisible energy field, then you will know that that's not levitating. It's just sitting on its own energy field, and you can't press it down because you'll be squishing the energy field around it. And when you press it, it behaves like water. Soon as you let it go, it's going to fill that space back in. So that's why the ancestors, the Hebrews, call it waters above and waters below, because it behaves like water. So I saw D Marble did a video, and he was showing y'all some type of gas that behaves like water. And I thought to myself, wow, he haven't unlocked the secrets of magnetism yet. So I was, inspired to do this video. And that's why I asked the question to my flat earth brothers. Neo, do you know? Have you realized yet that you're not breathing oxygen? You're breathing the very magnetic toroidal flow from the center of the earth. And as it breathes, you breathe, as above, so below. When the Bible say we're made in the image of the Creator, what created this cosmos that we live in is the underworld and the above world marrying each other. What hid this knowledge from you was the Christians, was the Jesuits, was the world religious deception that created the New World Order and started selling you energy because they threw you into a dark age where they was hiding the secrets of magnetism. We're leaving a dark age, but unfortunately, there's going to be so many left behind, stuck with beliefs of the New World Order. Now, what I want you guys to realize is there was never a war between heaven and hell. The people that told you that God and devil was at war and that there was a war between heaven and hell, they did that to reverse the knowledge and hide the secret truth from you, being that God and the devil was never at war. They was best friends. They was best buddies. If you want to look at it from a Christian perspective, you want to look at it from an ancient perspective, what the Christians call God and the devil, the ancients call the sky gods and the underworld gods. And the ancients said that these different gods did not have a war. When the Christians got hold of this concept, the Christians said that these gods are having a war. But that's not true. What happened was the sky gods married the underworld gods. That was a marriage that took place to create this earth, just like there's a marriage that takes place to create a family. Okay? The people who wanted to hide the truth, they separated the yin from the yang, and they told you that those two fishes that make up the yin yang are going to war with each other. They're not going to war with each other. The yin and the yang became the God and the devil to the Western world, and they started opposing one another. But in reality, they both complement one another. And you got to get out of the warlike, destructive, opposing energy. The whole world today is opposition type energy, opposing energy. Me versus you. I don't want you to be right because I don't want to be wrong. And my God versus your God. That's a very polarizing energy. The ancestors didn't govern their world by polarizing energy. They governed their world by pole energy, because the pole is in the middle of the polarity. But to move on, there's never a war between the God and the devil. There's a marriage, and that marriage is what gave birth to this diametric inertial plane that we're walking on. So another way you can look at this is that if you look at those two domes coming together, creating a horizontal plane of life, you can look at that this way. If you take two water balloons and smush them together horizontally in your hands, that will be a vertical flow of the water. All right. Now, I went over this in the previous videos. If you put a balloon in your left hand, a balloon in your right hand, and smush them together, when they collide, the water will make a vertical pole. So it will create a cross. And that's a cross that we're looking at right here. Any two times you have a vertical collision, the energy is released horizontally. And anytime you have a horizontal collision, the energy is released vertically. So in the creation of our earth plane, there was a vertical collision that created the horizon outside. It wasn't a collision being that it was something that was chaotic. It was a collision being that when these two domes came together, they was attracted. But since they can't really touch each other because they're both surrounded by our energy field, their energy married together. And that's what we call in the ground and the sky would be these two domes. But in the middle of what we're living, what we're calling life, is a mixture of the skies toroidal field and the ground's toroidal field. So again, the ground has its own invisible energy field around it. So do the sky. So there's two, what we call in heaven and hell is emanating. So in other words, I don't want to get too deep into this concept. What you need to do is just stay tuned when I go into the nature of the cosmos on the next streams, because I'll be here all day trying to explain to you the makeup of the earth. I really wanted to tie this into the rocket hitting the so-called dome, why it stopped the way it stopped. So let me kind of get back on track. But basically, to close off what I was trying to say, there's an invisible energy field surrounding every magnet. And our cosmos is made up of like, if you could think of a domino effect of magnets that's stacked on top of each other, but the magnets can never touch each other. They appear to be levitating. So if you think of this huge column of magnets that stack together, and each magnet having an energy field around it, every place in between the magnet, there will be a diametric inertial plane. So when you look at the red dome, that red dome is the bottom half of a magnetic energy field above it. So a magnetic energy field is basically looks like a donut around a magnet, and it has a top and a bottom. But when we talk about our earth, what we call in the sky is the next, there's planes of existence above us, and our sky is the next plane of existence, ground. And when you get up there and step on that, is like walking on our sky. But we'll get into that in another video. Basically, if you started stacking these little, egg little 8, they look like a number 8. But if you start stacking them together, it looked like DNA. It looked like a beanstalk. It looked like Jacob's ladder. And this is why in the Bible, it say that there are 7 heavens. There are worlds stacked above us and below us, and where they both collide vertically, it creates a plane of existence. So as you start stacking these things together, every time you stack them, you get a vertical plane across them, where this vertical collision creates a horizontal gap or space in between it. It'll be like if you got a book in your left hand and a book in your right hand, and you slam them together, you will feel the resistance as they get closer because the air in between the books is being squeezed together and it's trying to escape this horizontal collision that you're about to do from a vertical route down and up. I know I'm explaining this very, crazy, but you see what I'm saying? Take two books, and if you try to slam them together, right before they slam together, there's going to be some resistance because all of the air is being squeezed together horizontally, is going to escape vertically. So if you see that concept here, all right, our earth is smushed in between the sky and the ground, creating a horizontal plane of existence. And if the two were to separate, our plane of existence will cease to exist. The earth is a result of the sky marrying the ground, or what, in another way, the Christians can look at it. If God and the devil became friends, we would have heaven on earth. But as long as God and the devil are at war, there will be religious wars, new world order, people charging you for energy. So the religious rulers of the earth took the concepts of magnetism and made them foreign to you by making the opposing forces go to war and not showing you the union between them. And see, the reason why the shape of the earth is so important is because the shape of the earth is a pattern that shows you how to create infinite energy on the earth. In other words, if everyone mastered the shape of the earth, simultaneously you would be mastering how to create infinite energy. So let's go back to my collage. They don't want you to know the shape of the earth because they want to charge you for energy. The moment everyone know the shape of the earth is an ancient patent device that show you how to create infinite energy on the earth. Take a minute and grasp what I'm saying. The shape of the earth reveals the mystery of how to create infinite energy on it. So the people who hide in the shape of the earth are also charging you for energy. All of the Masonic symbols around the world come from the symbols on the screen right now. The yin yang and every symbol on earth can be traced back to this concept of magnetism. Now, why am I talking about this in relation to this image here? Because think about what I'm showing you here. Invisible magnetic energy fields can be magical to those who don't know the secrets of magnetism. A child would think this is magic, but it's really magnet. It's not magic, it's magnet. It's only magic to the dumbed down and ignorant. So people who are worshiping Christ and pushing Christianity, they're still pushing magic and they're not pushing magnetism. Once you start pushing magnetism, you become a threat. But the magicians of the world want to keep you caught up in hocus pocus, sun gods and people dying and resurrecting off of a cross. There was nobody wearing a crown of thorns. The crown of thorns is right here. This is the crown of thorns. And yes, Christians gonna hate me for it, but this is your crown of thorns. And from a top view, it looked like this. This is your crown of thorns. And if you look in the middle, you can see your Jewish Star of David. They are hiding this secret from you, guys. This is your crown of thorns. Christians, the reason why the flat earth Christians don't want y'all to know what the dome is, because when you find out what the dome is, you're going to have to let go of Jesus. Y'all see how deep the rabbit hole goes? There's a lot of Christian flat earthers that want to push a glass dome and they want to push everything else but magnetism. They want to push some stupid gas that behaves like water. You really think the dome is made out of some gas on earth that behaves like water? Then that's just foolish. Because when you talk about magnetic energy, it explains how all of the elements was created. So you can't now come on earth and find some gas or some element on earth to explain the dome when the dome created all of the elements. I want y'all to grasp what I'm saying and how deep it is. The Christian flat earth takeover is a Masonic takeover. It's a Jesuit takeover of flat earth truth. They don't want you to unlock the secrets of magnetism, Magneto, because now you become the opposing energy to them. They don't want you to do it. Once you marry magnetism, the God and the devil on your two shoulders will unite and your third eye will open and the two forces inside of you will stop going to war with each other. All your life, there have been dual opposing forces governing your reality. But magnetism marries them together and the angel becomes a friend with the devil. And the third eye is now open because when the left eye marries the right eye, you look cross-eyed and they both point to the third eye. And you look quite funny, by the way, if you ever look cross-eyed. But when they marry each other, they point to the third eye. And the angel on the left shoulder marries the devil on the right shoulder. And they both focus their focus. They both focus toward the center, or the third eye. They both focus toward the center or the third eye, which we know is the reptilian eye. And it shapes like this little slit. So you can look at this as your left eye, this as your right eye. Energy enters and exits the windows of the soul through these two eyes. So the soul can be looked at as this third eye in the middle, taking in the reality outside from both of your eyes, taking it in through the soul. Now we're made in the image of the Creator because the earth, again, that we walk on was created by a magnetic energy field. And your body was created by a magnetic energy field. And everything in nature is emanating from a magnetic energy field because this is a mold and your body is composed of the elements. It feels that mold and your shape come into existence. Every human has their own unique shape. Now, if you think of what a mold is, let me show you a mold. Or a dye, you know, a mold, or, am I calling it right? A mold and dye, you know. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Here it is. This is a good example. This is called a mold, and it's got all of these little insect shapes inside of it, and you can pour some liquid. Now think about it, right? The shapes of this mold is negative space. Yeah, you got a butterfly, you got a wasp, you got a little ladybug, but it's negative space that's making it. It's negative space. The moment you feel that negative space, the object comes to life and you can actually hold the butterfly in your hand now. That's called manifestation. Guys, everything is pressed by the great printing press. When I talk about pressure or pressing, if you look at the image on the top left, the sky is pressing with the ground, maintaining the mold and shape of this reality. Only a few gonna really get what I'm saying, and it's very powerful. When you actually grasp what I'm saying, you'll see how much of a genius I am. Let me quit, I'm just playing with y'all. But everything is pressed into reality, all right? Just like this mold, what I'm showing you here. You fill it up and you press it, and that's how you create the image. So what I'm telling you is your spirit, what we call in the soul is the mold for the body. Your body comes in and out of existence. Just like if I was making Jell-O butterflies with this mold kit, I can keep making Jell-O butterflies as long as I got this mold kit. I can make them forever. All I gotta do is keep filling it up with Jello, and I can keep on making that same butterfly, that same ladybug, and keep eating me some Jello ladybugs. The moment I no longer have that mold, I can no longer shape this Jello into a ladybug. So your body is the physical shape of the mold around it, called the toroidal field. Let me show you, because I lost my page there for a minute. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Thank you for, so this is what this picture is showing you. Around every body, around every human is an aura or a torus field, okay? And that is what's giving you the shape of your physical body. In other words, your soul is the mold that's giving your body its shape. And your soul is a mold that will never cease to exist. So it will constantly keep on pressing your body back into existence, just like a person that just want to sit there and just keep eating Jello butterflies for infinity. Excuse me the way I'm explaining this, but it's hard for me to explain, and it's the best way I can do it. I can keep on pressing these shapes together forever as long as I got this mold. So I don't care about, think about what I'm saying. If I fill these molds up with Jello and I waste it on the floor and I spoil my Jello, it's no big deal, because I can just fill it back up and get the same shape again. So people ask me about reincarnation. Is very real, because your mold is infinite. Your body will come in and out of existence assuming the same shape. Unless you change your toroidal energy, then your body won't change. So if you want to change the shape of the Jello that's being printed from this mold, it won't do you no good to fill this thing up with Jello and take out the pieces and start, smushing the Jello up. You ain't really changing nothing, because if you fill it up again, you're not going to get the altered shape. You're going to keep getting what the mold wants you to get. So if you want to change the shape of your body, change the shape of your soul, because that's the mold that's making you. We are shapeshifters, but your body won't change its shape until your mind, your soul, your aura changes its shape. If you're a fat person, it's because your thought process is a greedy fat person and your aura is small. Your body is fat because your aura is small. Once you get your mind right and your spirit right, your body will assume the right shape. If this mold was damaged, it wouldn't make me a correct shaped butterfly. One of the wings would be broken, because the mold, there was a defect in the mold. Now you can keep on making Jello pieces with this broken mold, but you're gonna have to keep fixing it when you take it out. Why not just fix the mold so that when you fill it up again and again, it'll make the right copy? It don't make no good to make a messed up copy with a messed up mold, then take it out and try to fix the copy. Fix the mold and that'll fix the copy. Fix the soul and that'll fix the body. So I hope y'all understand how everything is pressed together to assume its shape, just like a mold shows you. Pressure is magnetism. Now I got completely off subject. I was supposed to be talking about, shout out to Search for Uhuru. That was who you just saw on the screen. I was watching some of his videos, and I'll be going over that in the future with you guys, talking about the Dogon. Stay tuned. Now, when we look at this rocket hitting the dome, I'm finna expose these people who tried to deceive you guys. What happened was they literally went to the dome. Yeah. Let's watch it again. Listen, if it was, listen, people, it's not a solid dome. It's a magnetic energy field that you can't penetrate because it's so strong. You can see through to the other side because it's transparent. You just can't penetrate it because what we are in the earth, our physical material that makes up our body isn't on the same vibration of it to penetrate it. So if you look at how to basically trying to penetrate the dome from the earth is impossible, just like trying to paddle up creek against the current. You can only penetrate the dome by going in the same flow of it. So in other words, you can't make it out the dome until your toroidal energy get on the same frequency of the earth magnetic energy field or magnetic energy flow. See, what you think is a barrier is not a barrier, it's a door. And what happens with the rockets trying to go through the dome is what happened when a human try to walk through a door without opening it, is not going to make it through the door. So you trying to make it through the dome in a rocket is the same as a human trying to walk through a door without opening it. All right? And you don't open this door by trying to kick it down or shatter it. You got to ring the doorbell. And the doorbell is these trumpets. They actually shape like bells, all right, or Hershey Kisses. You got a bell up here and a bell up here. The word bell is also the word bull because Hathor is Hathor or Taurus field. And here go her horns right here coming out of the top. All of the symbols around the world represent these two doorknobs. These are the entry points to the dome. These are the entry points to the dome. It's two doorknobs. All right. If you go and look at your doorknob at your house, each dome shapes like a doorknob and each one is turning opposite direction, just like this energy show. So to the dummies that's trying to penetrate the dome from the inside of the earth plane, you will never penetrate this barrier because the energy is flowing in the opposite direction of upwards. And you're going against the current. If all of the magnetic energy is pushing down, once you reach this event horizon, what they call in a dome, you will never penetrate it because all of the energy is going down and you're trying to fly up. You're going against the current. It's like someone it's like some ants trying to swim up the Nile River against the current. Impossible. You don't got enough energy to penetrate this dome because ain't nothing we can create on earth that can break this current by going against it. Yeah, I'm strong enough as a swimmer to swim against the current, but no human on earth is strong enough to create anything that can penetrate this dome by going against the current. Impossible. It's too strong. So understand that the dome is an invisible magnetic energy field, and that the reason we can't penetrate it is because from our perspective, we're going up and the energy is flowing down. And once you reach the event horizon, where the dome or the beginnings of the dome, you're going upward while all of that energy is going downward. So we can't penetrate it. It's like mighty wind. This is what the Bible calls the mighty rushing wind. You can't penetrate it. The only way you can penetrate it is not by going up, it's by going down and going with the flow. Then you can penetrate it. So you trying to penetrate it from the inertial plane by launching your clumsy little goofy rockets upward, it'll never happen. You can only penetrate it by launching your spiritual rocket downward. And that's how the ancestors penetrated the dome. They penetrated it through meditation. because they knew that nothing was really physical. All is magnetic toroidal flow. And you can change the channel. And by changing the channel, you can go to a different station or a different plane of existence. And you do it by riding the wave. All right? If you want to leave the earth, you anchor your body in this reality, meaning go to sleep, go sit into your style, go get comfortable, and then you close your eyes and you shoot your consciousness off down into the earth. That's why when we pray, where do we bow our heads, guys? When you pray, you bow your heads, right? This is ancient science that they stole from us. They took all of this stuff and they making it into religion when it was applicable science. When we used to pray, we pointed our head downward and we meditated because we were shipping our consciousness out the bottom of the earth. The only way to the sky is through the bottom. This is why it's called as above, so below. This is why you got the Baphomet, people. Let me show you the Baphomet. The Baphomet is telling you that the only way to the sky is through the ground. That's what all the religions telling you, right? They telling you when you die, that's when you go to heaven. In other words, when you get placed in the ground, you can go up to heaven. And Jesus did the same thing on Calvary. He went into the ground, got the keys to hell, went up to heaven. This pattern is the flow of magnetic energy going down, up to the top of the hyperboloid, and through the middle again, where we call the earth plane. All right? So this is reincarnation. But you can reincarnate while you're still alive. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? That seems impossible. Well, you do it in dreams. When you go to sleep, you lay this body down and you reincarnate in on another plane, in another body, and then you wake back up here and you tell us all about it. Okay, it's not that you took the body in the bed with you to the dream world. Reincarnation is when you rest the body that you're in on this plane. All right, you exist in the middle of this toroidal field. And the only way you can travel the outside of it is by grounding your body to the diametric inertial plane and shooting your consciousness out the bottom. Okay? And when you do that, your consciousness is following the flow of the Earth's energy flow, or Earth's consciousness. Consciousness is just light energy, and light bends around a magnet. So when you shift your consciousness or your light inside of you out the bottom of the earth, is like a rocket taking off. And this is the path that a rocket takes. Let me show you. This is what they're telling you guys. It's the rocket trajectory is hypnotization and taking the knowledge out of yourself. Flat earthers love to pull up the pictures of the rockets, of how the trajectory of the rocket, they're not leaving the earth, they're just doing a big arch. This is a rocket's trajectory. It makes a huge arch. So many of you flat earthers, you saw the pictures of us laughing at the rocket launches. You know, rockets never leave earth. But the symbology is what you need to pay attention to. The symbology. Again, you got to move beyond proving the earth is flat and start decoding the symbology. Look at the arc shape of the rocket. Ask yourself, what is the rocket? The rocket is your consciousness. Look, people, the arch, the flow of the magnetic energy field is the same flow of the rocket. You see, it's making the same arch of the rocket to leave the earth and come back to the earth. When we leave the earth and come back to the earth, we make the same pattern that the rocket makes. It's a big loop. This is the path of your soul. But a lot of flat earthers don't want you to know this because they want you to believe in heaven and hell and that Christ is the only thing that can save you. They're trying to trap you here in this this realm we in now is a matrix reality. When you leave the body, you need to move on to higher worlds. And you do it by walking through the door. And you can't walk through the door without turning the doorknob. It's not a physical glass dome, you Christian flat earthers. They want to trap you inside of Yahweh's terrarium, people. I'm trying to free your mind. The Christians got a contract with the government that when you start waking up the flat earth, they don't care, as long as you don't find out that you enclosed in an infinite energy field. Long as you don't find out the secrets of the Holy Grail, they don't care you knowing about the flat earth. This is the real secret. So they was prepared for you waking up to the flat earth. And they said, well, if they wake up the flat earth, we'll keep them there for the rest of their life. And long as they never find the real truth that we hid the Holy Grail. They wasn't hiding the shape of the earth. It was in front of your face all the time. They was hiding what's protecting the earth. The same thing protecting you, and it's not Christ. It's not Christ. It's a magnetic energy field, and it was called by many names. But the crystal ball is deception. This is what the Christians want you to believe in, witchcraft and magic. But they're trapping you, they're trapping your soul in a crystal ball. By making you think it's a glass dome. This is an old Christian trick of capturing souls to this world. See, the trick about earth that I found out about the ancients is that you can only leave here by what you know. The only thing you take with you is all of your knowledge that you collected here. And if you don't know enough to ascend to higher levels, you keep coming back here. Meaning if the shape of the earth is so important, that is the map of the afterlife that the Egyptians called a Meddling. So when you see the guys on the boats outside of Nut, they know the journey of the heavens. And the journey is not geographic cross streets. It's understanding the original crossroad of magnetism. From a top view, this looked like a four-way street, like I showed you, a Jesuit cross. We went over that. And this is how we travel, by unlocking the secrets of magnetism and going with the flow. So that's where we get that term from, to go with the flow. When you get caught up in these religions and all of these spells, you're going against the grain, and you get into these dumb Christian communities that tell you you can make it through the dome by launching a rocket, or that the dome is some sort of glass ball. And what this is called a crystal ball, but the word crystal is the word Christ and El, and it's a trap. It's a trap for your soul, because your beliefs, whatever you believe in your soul, is where you're gonna go when you die. They got control of your magnetic energy. Remember what I told you, that your soul is your mold. Your soul gets its shape by what you believe. You're a shapeshifter. So if they can alter the magnetic energy by altering your beliefs, they can control where your body's gonna go. Remember I showed you that your soul is actually a mold for your body? This thing's shaped like a big old UFO ship. This is where they get the concept of the flying saucer from, because this shows us how we travel the cosmos by going with the flow. We travel the cosmos through teleportation, coming in and out of existence. Now, when you leave this world, where you pop back up into existence at is determined by your soul. See, Picture this, think of this as a huge UFO ship and a mold as well. When the body dies, the consciousness shifts to this UFO saucer around the body, and you begin to fly through the cosmos on top of, remember that a raft shapes like a sail. Your soul is basically, you can look at it like this. You can look at it like this. It's a circular one of these. Your soul is like a water raft, but it's shaped circular. If you ever been on a circular water raft, that's what your soul is. And when you leave the body, your consciousness shifts from the body and you become the water raft. So in this case, you would be, your body would be inside of the raft. All right. But when you actually become the raft, you are sailing these waters of magnetism in an afterlife. And it looked like a moving UFO ship, but it's actually a soul traveling the heavens. That's what we are. Now, when we leave a body and we're traveling the toroidal field, we're taking the path of a rocket. We're leaving the earth because the earth plane is in the middle. The earth is where the body is. Your body is what's anchoring your soul to the earth. It's giving you weight. By your body being in the middle of your soul can't leave earth yet. That's what's grounding you. So you can only walk on the ground by being in the body and being in between heaven and hell, pressed together, pressurized, holding a form or holding a shape. So when they say we made in the image of the creator, you can see why, because the earth, where they giving you deception right there. Of course, it wouldn't be a globe, it would be a plane. If you smush something together, again, it will look this way. Okay, so again, your body is the same thing the earth is. So when they say you're made in the image of the earth, yes, we're the same thing the earth is, a toroidal field. Your body is a magnet and your spirit is the energy field. All right, same with the earth. There's a magnet at the middle of it, and the energy field is actually all the life that's emanating, creating this reality that we experience. Okay, just like I showed you at the Mercator's map with the magnetic stone in the middle. Okay, so when you were born, the soul shifted its consciousness into the body and it began to hover over the body because you're now in the avatar. And when the souls start to hover over the body, they say it's a halo above your head. Your soul shaped like a UFO ship or a donut. This is how your soul shaped. And the crown of thorns that's on Jesus' head is actually your soul above your body, creating a net around your body called an aura. So this word Taurus has the word Horus in it because the Taurus is the aura. Now, excuse me. Yeah, so when you was born, the soul shifted its consciousness into the body and it began to hover above your head. That's why they say you need to get in tune with your higher self. The reason we say stuff like you need to get in tune with your higher self, because the crown is above the head, is what connects you to the cosmos. Just like you see in this image. So it's a web around your body, but that is your soul. But remember, it's being projected down from the crown and up from the root. So you basically a holograph or something. Your body is like the jello inside of the mold. Really, all you is invisible magnetic energy, but we can't see you until you come into the flesh. So when your magnetic energy marries the earth's elements, you solidify and become physical, which is also becoming visible. Physical is visible. Invisible is magnetism, toroidal energy. Okay, so you're a mold that keeps coming in and out of existence because the body is actually the heart of the soul. All right. So if you look at this aura as your soul, the body of your soul, in the middle of your soul's body would be your physical body. Everything is about projection outward. So your physical body is actually the heart of your soul. That's why when your body dies, the soul leaves this world because it's lost its heart. Y'all see how deep it is? The tin can man was the one without the heart, I believe. They telling you this stuff. This is your hollow earth concept. Because when you think about what I'm telling you here, Christians, okay, is us being made in the image of the Creator. Now, when the consciousness is born into the body, it's a seal, and it's represented by a halo. But that halo above your head is actually spiral. It ain't just a circle. It's a crown of thorns like barbed wire. It's this kind of halo. And all of the energy from that halo above your head is going down your spinal cord and out of your feet and around your whole body. And that's what's creating your aura as I speak. Now, your aura is what creates your body. All right? It's the invisible world that creates the physical world. And you see now how that's possible. Well, I hope you do. The best way I tried to explain it was by using the mold with the jello example. If your soul is a mold, your body gets its shape from it. And if you want to change what shape or condition you in physically, then you need to change your connection with the earth, how you're perceiving the reality around you. So that the information of how you perceiving reality around you can be siphoned back into you. If you're in the middle of this magnetic energy field, your perception of what's going on the outside comes back around on the inside. This is why they say the universe responds to your will. What you think about the earth around you is going to manifest in your reality. Okay, this is why the Christians tell you to have belief. You need to have more belief in Christ. But the reason a lot of people ain't doing good because it's not about belief. It's about will and intent. Your connection with the earth around you. Now, let me get back on track because I'm preaching to the Christians now. And I got so much time to do that in the future. What I want to point out about this rocket hitting the dome is magnetic energy. It's not a physical dome. And the reason this video is deceptive is because someone edited that sound in there to make it sound like it was hitting something that was like crystalline or glassy. Listen to it. They're playing on your ignorance because if it was anything crystalline or glassy, the rocket would have shattered to pieces going that fast. So that debunks the glass firmament. That's a nail in the coffin for the glass firmament that the Christians tried to trap me in. The glass firmament represent the path of the soul around the magnetic energy field of the earth. And it's not no glass firmament. Look, they put a little shine on it to make it pretty for you. And look at this dumb crap, got an ocean around it. There's no water above a glass firmament, people. The firmament is the water. It flows like water. So like D Marble was trying to show you this type of gas that behaves like water. We know water can be a barrier. And if you don't think water can be a barrier, let me see you penetrate a tsunami. So water can be a barrier, but we're not talking liquid water when we talk about the firmament dome. That was a Christian deception. The firmament dome, it has nothing to do with liquid water or glass or crystallization or nothing solid. Shout out to ATP Music. Thank you for your support and your super chat donation. Said, we appreciate you, bro Sanchez. You have really turned me to a hood nerd. I love the knowledge you give. The knowledge you give has changed the way I perceive this beautiful world. Black power and cosmic love to you and your family. Same to you, my brother ATP. You know it's all love. The Christian took over flat earth years before we came in it, and they built contracts with the government. So it's the Christians who doing all the conferences. They got who do you think the media is promoting? The media is not promoting the motherfuckers that's talking about infinite energy. You think they want that cat out the bag so that everybody can go and start generating their own energy? Why you think they killed Tesla? The reason it's a huge push of the glass dome Christian flat earth is because that's what they want you, the rest of the world, to start waking up to. This is the next phase of globalization. You still got a globe concept of paying for energy. Because if you say it's a glass dome with waters above, how can we create infinite energy from that? We can't. We still got to go to the Bible and go to work every day, pay taxes, and pay an energy company by them keeping this glass dome and this water here. But when you go to the ancient truth and you realize it's all magnetic energy and it's the secret of creation, then our children start learning what Tesla was trying to unlock to the world. And we start being on the same level as those who ruling above us. And we stop giving our money, which is our currency, which is our energy, to people who know how to create infinite energy and selling it to you, saying that it's not enough energy. No, it's not enough knowledge. Knowledge is power. And everyone would be powerful if they had this knowledge of magnetism. You ain't going to be powerful with the knowledge of Christ or Allah. Religion is the #1 cause of war. The people that's the Christian flat earthers tell you that flat earth is against beliefs. We're about facts and truth. They call themselves truthers, but they use the truth to foundate you right back on a belief. They say, yeah, man, the earth is flat. So this proves that a man walked on water because the Bible said it was flat. That means Jesus is real. We can prove the earth is flat, but we can't prove Jesus. The Bible said the earth is flat because early Christians knew the truth. Simple. The same reason the Egyptians said it was flat and everyone else said it's flat. But does it make their gods real? Guys, don't fall for the Christian deception of Rob Skiba and anyone that's pushing anything differently than magnetism being what the dome is. That's how you know who is shield. Anybody telling you that the dome anything other than a magnetic energy field, they shilling or they just misinformed and don't know what the hell they talking about because they haven't woke up yet to the truth. The word crystal is the word Christ, and El. And the people who created the crystal ball dome is trying to trap you still into the Bible. It was, and guess what? I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be fair. Guess what? It wasn't just the Christians that did it. I'm gonna be fair here. This is an ancient concept of trapping souls. A lot of ancients used these concepts to hide the knowledge of what the firmament dome was to people they didn't want to know. So they gave you the crystal ball concept, and you spent your entire life believing that you were inside of a globe and that on the outside of it was God, because that's what Christians teach, that we're trapped inside of a globe and that on the outside of it is God. But the truth is that we're on the inside of a magnetic energy field called a diametric inertial plane. And the outside of that plane is the energy field. All right, very simple. Here we are right here. You are here, smushed in between the sky and the ground. And this show you how the sky actually moves, the circuit this is the circuit of the sun and the moon going around the flat earth. This is the circuit of the ocean tides going around the North Pole. So one is going clockwise, one is going counterclockwise. But if you look at it from the top view, they both really doing the same thing. So the top one is spinning up the sky and the stars, and the bottom one is spinning up the ocean, causing the ocean currents. And this negative and positive creates the plane of existence right here in the middle, where the energy balances out so that we can have life. We're the result of a marriage, y'all. It's so beautiful. The Bible is hiding this from you because what would have been a marriage became a battle between God and the devil. But if you look at this picture, there's no battle between heaven and hell. There's a union between heaven and hell, giving birth to the very earth we walk on, and it's so beautiful. But as long as you maintain it as a battle of God and the devil in your mind, then the secrets of magnetism and the unity of infinite energy will continually to be hid from you. They hid these secrets by making God and the devil go to war, and by making the doggone firmament dome a crystal ball that you trapped inside of with a war going on around it. Shout out to QA Enigma. Thank you for the super chat donation. So the Christians are telling you you're trapped inside of this crystal ball, and above it is heaven, and below it is hell, and heaven and hell go on a war around the crystal ball. That's what Christians teach. They teach that there's a war that's been going on in the heavens ever since the earth was created. And the Christians teach you that you're trapped inside of this crystal ball, and surrounding you is a war of the heaven and hell. But the truth is that you're right in the middle of a magnetic energy field. You're right here. You're right in the middle of a magnetic energy field. And there's not no war going on outside around you. There's a dance going on. All right. So heaven and hell is not at war. Heaven and hell is dancing. In fact, there's something called a yin-yang dance, where the yin-yang is actually a dance that they do as well, because those two fishes are not going to war with each other. The two fishes are dancing and spinning together, like when a man spins with a woman, when the ice skater and the man is looking eye to eye and they spin around. That's what's happening. The sky is spinning around, and also the ground is spinning around, because it's 75% water that's creating the ground, and all of that water is spinning around, creating the ocean tides and the ocean current. So the bottom is spinning and the top one is spinning. And you can look at this like two ice skaters, a male and a woman ice skater, and they're just spinning around. And it's so beautiful. They're not fighting each other. They're having a dance. But in the Bible, they turn it into a fight to hide the unity. See, the only way you can unlock the secrets of this is to unite the two. As long as the two forces is opposing each other in our religion, in our spirituality, we won't know how to create infinite energy. It's that simple. The people who know the truth and who sell you energy and who know how to create infinite energy, they have a different religion. And in their religion, the two opposing forces are not fighting, they're unified. If you go and research the Masonic Great Queen, the Architect of Heaven, and all of the secret society gods, the two forces is what create the one God. The two different opposing forces come together to create one God when you deal with secret societies. And that's their way of saying, we know the secrets of magnetism. Everyone else on earth is, the two forces is separated in their spirit, in their religion. And they don't know about the secrets of the earth, about the union between the sky and the ground, the union of heaven and hell. That union unlocked the secrets of how Tesla started to create infinite energy. The people walking around today who are slaves in their spirit, in their religion, they have a concept of heaven and hell, devil and God, and they don't know how to create a magnetic energy field. What became opposing forces in religion was unified forces in natural spirituality. And those opposing forces in religion created congregations of dumbed down sheep. And the only people who knew the truth was the pastor. See, what we call a Christian pastor today was a magician in the ancient world. And a magician in the ancient world was a person that can do tricks to ignorant people who didn't know no better and make them worship them. Let me show you. See, in the ancient world, it was people going around. See what they talk about with Jesus. Jesus could have been a real dude walking around, but the miracles he was performing, it wasn't real miracles. It was magnetism. The secrets of magnetism was getting a lot of ancient people murdered when the Christians started taking over this knowledge. See, when the Christians invaded the ancient lands, the ancient people was levitating stones to build pyramids. They had mastered the art of levitation, which is all lies and magnetism. And that's the secret of the pyramids. I'll be uploading a video after this one that'll show you how the pyramids was built with magnetism. But when the Christian invaders invaded those ancient lands, they took the secrets of magnet and turned it into magic. Magnet became magic. Magnet became magic. And when they first came in contact with our ancestors, they didn't understand magnetism. And they saw our ancestors levitating stones and stuff, and they got scared. It scared them. And they thought that the ancestors were witches and had some type of evil powers because they didn't understand magnetism. The ancestors weren't witches who had evil powers. They were geniuses who understood the secrets of levitation through magnetism. And they had magnetic instruments. That's what the Ankh is. The Ankh is a generator of energy. Also, it can levitate things. It can attract things to it and repel them. So the Ankh is like a remote control, what they gave you in the movie Click. Just think if your TV remote control could control all of the elements around you. That's what the Ankh was. It was a remote control that can manipulate the elements around it, because the secrets of manipulating the elements are in magnetism. So the people who didn't know these secrets looked at people who did like witches or magicians. It was like, how the hell is he making that stone levitate on his desk? He got to be some kind of witch. There's nothing connected. And they would wave their hand in between it, and they would say, yo, he's really doing it. He's making it levitate. And the ancestors would try to explain to them, no, I'm not doing this. It's something called magnetism. But the dumb people didn't know what magnetism was, so they put our ancestors to death. And they said, no, this is a witch, and he's making that thing levitate, because they were so ignorant. And a lot of people was crucified because they was called witches, but they really was just geniuses. They was just geniuses. You know, but the majority of the people who made the government didn't understand magnetism, or they did and was trying to hide it. And you had your few geniuses going around making stuff levitate. That's what I think was happening when the Christian church was government. They was killing people who was trying to teach about magnetism, and they was able to kill them people by labeling them witches. So when the Christians learned about magnetism, they hid it by saying, hey, y'all, anytime you see somebody making some stuff float or levitate, that's a devil, that's a witch. You need to kill them with a stake in their heart. You know, burn them on a cross, because that's a devil. And in a dumbed down world like medieval Europe, the geniuses was getting crucified because the government was hiding this knowledge during the Dark Ages. They didn't want nobody to know about magnetism. So they told the people, anybody you see attracting stuff with some kind of device or repelling shit, or if you see somebody that's levitating something, kill them, because that's the devil. And for so many years, they was putting people to death when all the people was doing was unlocking the secrets of magnetism. But they was using the dumbed down public to hide this secret. Now the people at the top know that the people weren't witches. Them Caesars knew that them people weren't witches who they was killing. They know that them people weren't no devils who was using some mystical powers. The powers that be knew the truth, but they was telling the people, look, if anybody among you come from among you talking about he can do great wonders and talking about he can levitate devices and create infinite energy, that's the Antichrist, that's the devil. He get his power from the devil, kill him, because that's dangerous. He can kill you. See, think about it. They was killing people for levitating rocks, man, because they thought the people was going to levitate them. They said, man, if you making that rock levitate, who's to say you're not going to pick me up and drop me off of a cliff? And the ancestors will sit there and try to explain to them, it's not me making the rock levitate. It's a magnetic energy field. But the dumb asses still won't get it, and they killed the ancestors because they thought that this was dangerous. Keep in mind, if this was really dangerous, when they was nailing them on the cross, then why didn't the witch levitate themselves away? The people were so dumb, some should have told them, man, this person can't be a witch, because they wouldn't just let me nail them to this cross. Think about it. If it was a witch making the rock levitate, why would the witch let you nail them to a cross and kill them? They would make your hammer levitate away, make you levitate away. But the world was so dumbed down, y'all, they didn't even think like that. There was a couple of folks unlocking these secrets when the church ruled. And the church had the people so dumbed down that when somebody tried to share this with the public, they was put to death. They was called a witch and a sorcerer. So the few people who knew about magnetism when the church was ruling, they didn't come out about it because it can get you killed. It'll be hard to explain to a dumbass crowd that's waiting to stone you that it's a magnetic energy field around this thing. Look at me. I try to teach this stuff and people call me stupid. I try to teach them about this stuff and they say, man, y'all are whacked in the brain. So think about medieval Europe trying to teach toroidal flow in medieval Europe. Your butt was put to death as a magician. But it's not magic. It's very simple. So the sleeping giant is the weapon that the elite use against the awakened mind. The elite don't have to come and attack you because they built it into the public that when you come out with the secrets that they trying to hide, to label you a magician, a satanist, a sorcerer, a madman, insane, when all you doing is trying to teach the world how to create infinite energy. Ain't that sad? So it's programmed into the public to reject this stuff. And it's been programmed into the public ever since medieval Europe and before that, even in Egypt. The pharaohs was hiding this stuff so that they can get power. I'm not just picking on the Christians. The Egyptians did it too. The Christians stole the knowledge from the Egyptians to rule their people with it. And as you can see today, you got all of these world governments ruling over the people because the government is what? Governing your mental. They got to govern your mental because you forgot the secrets. You forgot the secrets of creation. And since you forgot them, you got to pay for water now. You got to pay for energy now because you don't know how to generate it yourself. And what Tesla was trying to do was teach every last human how to be independent and their own generator of energy. He was trying to resurrect this ancient science and it cost him his life. This stuff has been hidden for thousands of years, and the Christians have been the main ones hiding it. So it's not a coincidence that the most flat earthers are Christians. The Christians have been at the forefront of all world affairs, manipulating the historical timeline ever since the conception of Christianity. That's who's been controlling it. In case you haven't noticed, the Jesuit cross is the Christian cross. The Christians have been the ones high. What do you think the flat earth society is, people? It's time to wake up. So like I said, I'm probably the only one of the realest flat earth channels on YouTube. I'm still waiting on ODD to come out about a magnetism video. And y'all know I ride with ODD. And I know he listening to this, and I'm going to continue to support my brother, but I'm going to pressure him, brother. I would like to see you come up with this magnetic flat earth video because ODD, he make great videos. He can shorten it and tell them what I'm telling them in like 30 minutes to an hour the way he make his videos. I used to make mine like that. I need to quit being lazy and go back to it. But anyway, this is your Christian cross right here, people. You see your cross? That's your Christian cross, right? When they say that Jesus died so that you can have life, that's a lie, man. What's dying so that you can have life is at the middle of the cross is at the middle of the earth. You see it? This is the Hebrew conception of earth. The vault of heaven is the cross that Jesus was nailed to. The sacrifice is the endless flow of energy that flows through the hyperboloid. In other words, this is the top of the cross right here. Jesus dying on the cross to give you life is a personification of this endless life and death energy flow that take place at this crossroads. This is a crossroads. All right. If you was looking at this from a top view, it's like north, which we call it north, south, east, west, around no direction. This would be 0 degrees. All the directions was birthed outward from this. So when you living on earth, north is the center on earth, but really when you get to north, it's not north anymore, it's center, is what I'm trying to say. So if your compass is pointing north from inside of this energy field, once you get to the North Pole, your compass can't do nothing but point up or down because you're at the middle of the compass now. So the compass go crazy at the North Pole because the energy go crazy at the North Pole, just like you see in this image. Shout out to Tony Smith. It's only a matter of time before the secret of free energy is made known to everybody. Energy and fossil fuels will no longer be a commodity. That's true, because this image alone is the holy grail. It shows you how to make a perpetual energy can be made based upon studying this concept. Excuse me. Study this concept. You can make an infinite energy generating machine. If you want to know how that's possible, check out the previous streams I did on magnetism, because I don't want to take too much time. I got to go ahead and wrap this up right now. But the crystal ball is a deception that you need to wake up from. The glass firmament is a trap. And instead of them trapping you on the outside of the globe, the glass firmament traps you on the inside of the globe. But the key is that you're not trapped. You're not trapped. It's all in your mind, Neo. The moment your belief change, the way you perceive your reality will change, and where you manifest your energy will change. This is how we teleport. So when you lead a body and you unlock the deepest depths of creation on this plane, then your consciousness has outgrew this particular toroidal field. And that's what we call consciousness expanding. So if Earth is a giant donut with a hole in the middle, and you're walking around it, and you are a giant donut being your soul, and the body is the hole in the middle of that donut. Yes, your body is not real, it's negative space. Your soul is the donut, your body is the hole in the middle. That's why the body comes in and out of existence, but the soul is always present. Okay? So the earth is a big donut, man. And you are a big donut, and your body is the hole in the middle. You're walking around this big donut asking questions about reality. And the more you ask and the more you know, the more you expand your consciousness and the more you grow. So when you were born, you were surrounded by a torus field, and it wasn't that big. But as you grew up and start to grow, your consciousness expanded. And as your body grew, so did your soul around the body grew. Your soul came to this earth to blow itself up. Think of a balloon that has no air in it. The balloon goes to the air pump so that it can blow itself up. So if you look at the image in front of you, your body is actually a hole in the middle of a donut, and your soul landed on this earth to fill itself up with information. So let's go back to this picture. Your soul is a little bitty donut that dropped from this vault of heaven, and it was caught up on this earth plane. You're walking around this earth with a donut around your body. You don't know that the real you is surrounding you. But the more you find out about this place, you find out that the real you is surrounding you. And when you do that, you have reached the edge of the earth mentally. And you become one with the earth, because if you're walking around this donut and you have a small little donut around you, The more you learn, the more your torus field grow. And your torus field gets so big that it stuffs this whole doggone, it stuffs it. There's no more room for you to grow here, so you die and you go to a higher place. So basically, all of us people who are going to this next level of knowledge of magnetism, we've reached the edge of the earth mentally and spiritually, meaning we now understand what creates the barrier. And once you have that aha moment, the doorknob turns and the door is open. You are now allowed access through the firmament. You cannot go to first grade if you don't understand everything in kindergarten. So the earth is a universe. It's a giant university of learning souls. And the people that's trying to trap you here don't want you to know what the dome is. When you die, you will keep on coming back to Yahweh's terrarium. Meaning this shithole illusion we in now. There are parallel earths above this one that's waiting to embrace you. But you have to keep coming back here till you get out of your physical way of thinking and start thinking toroidal flow. So what I want you to take from this, and I'm going to close it out, I'm going to close with the rocket dome, another video footage about the rocket hit the dome. Somebody edited the sound of glass on that video. But if you look at the way the rocket stopped, it stopped like it hit a magnetic energy field. Okay? And that's what I was showing you in this picture. Shout out to Flat Food. Didn't know there was so many flat earth Christians not knowing about magnetism. Please expound how they are using Jesus to keep us blind. I just did. You got to rewind the video. You got to rewind the video because you really need to pay attention to what I'm saying. Thank you for the super chat, but you need to rewind and pay attention. I'm going to explain it again. Here is Yahweh's terrarium that the Christian flat earth is trying to give you. This is it. They saying you live inside of a glass ball and ain't nothing else. That's it. This is it. If you ask them what's on the outside of this thing, they tell you Yahweh, Jesus. Now you see how Jesus Christ is hiding magnetism, because here's the truth. Here's the truth. And see, now I got to pull back up a magnetic energy field because he asked that question, and I thought y'all knew that. I thought y'all knew that. Let me give you the truth right now. The earth that we walking on right now, let me show you. And pay attention to my mouse pointer, right? Because you guys asking me questions that I went over in detail. The earth that we walking on right now is this space right here. It's at the heart of the toroidal energy field. Here go the ground we walking on, this line right here. The sky above us is spinning. And this would be Polaris where my hand is. Polaris is basically a point in the sky that we all see. This is where my hand is. So the ground you walk on is right here. The sky is like a big old teepee net, and it's right here. The sky is spinning. There's a toroidal field surrounding our sky that's spinning it. What we call in the North Pole is the entry point to a hyperboloid to exit the Earth. It appears as a little bitty dot in the sky, but if you would enter the North Star, you would exit out a giant opening at the top of the Earth's energy field. You guys get what I'm saying? This is not the North Star up here. This is the opening up of a hyperboloid. This would be the opening up of the North Pole. All right, the actual North Star would be here, where it closes at, to start building a roof for our reality right here. It's all turning the same way. Our sky turning too. If you look inside of here, you will see this little tent right here is spinning, and Polaris don't move, but Polaris do move. Polaris is spinning, but the reason you can't see Polaris spinning, because Polaris is just one dot of light. All right, if the sun in the sky was spinning, you wouldn't know it. It'll still appear like just a light. So Polaris is this dot right here, and it is spinning, but we perceive it as still because it's the point of singularity. It's just a light. How did you detect it spin? You know what I mean? How can you see any shadowing or anything, any movement in relation to it if it's standing in one spot spinning? Everything from Polaris coming outward, you can see it spinning around, following the path of the toroidal energy field, but not Polaris because it's not moving. It's just hovering above, standing right here. It's spinning, but you can't tell because it's what's spinning everything else as well. I mean, I know y'all know what I'm telling you here. It's hard for me to explain it, but this is how Christ hide. This is how Jesus hide magnetism, because they're telling you here go the top of the tent. Just say this is North Star. They saying it's all being spun here, and they saying surrounding this terrarium is Jesus. I'm telling you that what I'm saying, so here go Yahweh terrarium right here. This little tent right here with the ground beneath it, this right here would be what we living in, what they calling Yahweh's terrarium right here. And if you look what's around Yahweh's terrarium, is not Jesus, it's magnetic energy. What we call in magnetic energy flow is what the ancestors call God. If you want to hide magnetic energy, you tell somebody what surrounds the earth is Jesus and not magnetic energy. Am I making myself clear now of how Jesus hiding magnetic energy? If you feel it, put a 1 in the chat room. Because I don't want to move on if you don't. I'm glad that they sent that super chat in and asked that question. Thank you. Let me give you another shout out for that super chat, because that question powerful. We needed to understand, right, how Christians are hiding magnetism with Jesus. Yeah, Flat Food, shout out to you. What surrounds, quote unquote, Yahweh's terrarium is infinite energy. And Christians personify infinite energy as Jesus. But when you personify infinite energy as Jesus, people still got to go to work to power their houses. When you personify infinite energy as Jesus, people don't understand the nature of creation around them, so they destroy the earth, but they keep the churches clean. When you personify the magnetic energy around the earth as some God, and the earth is his funky ass footstool, you're doing the same thing that the globalists did to us by reducing us to nothing in the eyes of our Creator. And I'll even go so far to say this right here, you Christians. I'd rather be a speck of cosmic dust that was born from a big bang on a spinning ball globe before I be a damn germ inside of a glass crystal ball that serves as a footstool to your arrogant ass God. Yes, I'd rather be evolved from dinosaurs and big bangs in a universe that started from nothingness before I let you give me a creator that tells me his creation is only his funky ass footstool. The Christian flat earth has to end, guys, and we're outnumbered. They pushing that for the narrative because if people are going to wake up from the globe, they have to control it. They say, okay, you want to be on a flat earth, we can give it to you. But we still reducing you to nothingness in the eyes of the creator. You're only a footstool now. You don't have to come from a big bang. You don't have to come from nothingness. You want a creator? We'll give you a creator. And guess what? You're its footstool. How much am I to think about myself if I'm only the fucking footstool of your creator? Oh, that's just getting me mad right now. Let me stop. I'm getting mad right now. Let me stop. Let me stop. Just let me stop. So the Christian take over flat earth, all right, is still trapping you in a box like you see. It's still keeping Jack in a box. Only a very few people gonna wake up and get what I'm showing them here today. The box that's around the circle can be seen here. Now y'all get it? This is Pandora's box. The Jack that's in a box is you and me. We are here inside of the box. When Jack comes out of the box, you are born again. The only way Jack can pop out of the box is when you leave the body. Your magnetic energy is drawn toward the center of the hyperboloid. When you get sucked down the drain, you are spit out of the bottom and you do a number 8. You do a number 8 back into the thing. So this became your hourglass and so much more. This is even your yo-yo. So now you know the secrets, the simple secrets of a yo-yo. All right, it's called tension, inertia, resistance. When you yo-yo, you push something down, and all of the energy that you push the yo-yo down, just by you yanking it up on a string, the energy is reversed instantly, and the yo-yo winds itself back up automatically. And you just done nothing but reverse the energy. You're slinging it down, and it's attached to a string on a wheel, on a pole. So when you nudge it back up, all of the energy you use to throw the yo-yo down winds itself back up automatically, because this is the secret of magnetism. It's an automatic, creating this energy automatically. It's a self-perpetual system. Okay? In other words, what we call in wind is really wind. The wind is invisible magnetic energy that's winding or stirring up the atmosphere, which is the ether. The wind would be the hands of God. Or think about it. Let me see if I can simplify. Okay, I can simplify this way. You notice how the magnetic energy field is sustaining itself by constantly winding itself inside, from the inside to the out, going inward and outward, inhale, exhale. That's what you do when you breathe. You wind or you wind. The wind in your lungs is actually the winding of the ether. What we call in wind is actually the winding or the stirring of a magnetic energy field, and you feeling the vibration of it. Just like if I fan my hand in front of your face, I don't gotta touch you. You can feel the wind from my hand. You can feel the winding of my hand. If I was to wind my hand in front of your face, you would feel the wind or the wind from my hand, which is nothing but vibration, which is nothing but magnetic energy. So wind outside is literally wind. It's wind. It's a verb and a noun. It's an action that's constantly taking place to create this noun called earth. Because a noun is a person, place, or thing. But every person, place, thing, and thing is holding this shape by a constant action. So the verb creates the noun. The wind creates the wind. And without the wind, you can't breathe. Okay? Very simple. Now, how do the Christians hide this beautiful knowledge? Instead of them giving you this cross, what I'm giving you right now, they give you Jesus' cross. They tell you the earth flat, whoop-de-doo. My children know the earth is flat. Then they tell you because it's flat, you need to accept Christ. They don't tell you the earth is flat. Now, because it's flat, we need to be generating our own energy, going off grid and getting back to nature. They say, nope, it's flat. Jesus is God. Let's have a flat earth conference and charge your ass all this money to come up in here and say the earth is flat and shout out Jesus' name. Whoop de fucking do. Another trap for your mind. I'm telling you the earth is flat. Now you can leave this plane of existence by shifting your consciousness through the earth. This is what meditation was about, astral travel. The Christians are scaring you. They're saying the earth is flat, and Jesus revealed that to you, and he coming back. And if you're not ready, you're going to hell. Didn't the damn globalists rule you with fear? Don't you know that a flat earth Christian is a contradiction? Because flat earth is against fear mongering and belief systems, and Christianity is all of that. So how can you incorporate a flat earth into Christianity and you got motherfuckers still concluding facts on belief? How can you tell them earth is flat and I know that and you don't have to believe it? It's proven with facts. And we're about facts over here. And because we got these facts, you need to believe. Hold up, let me say that again. Some of y'all didn't catch me. Let me stop myself. What the Christian flat earthers are telling you is because we got these facts, you need to believe more. Stop a minute and think about the stupidity of that. People, last time I checked, the more facts you get, the less belief you need. The Christians are actually doing worse than what the globalists doing, because once you tell somebody the earth is flat, they liable to die with everything else you tell them, because flat earth truth is so powerful. But flat earth is just the beginning. The toroidal field is the ending. And when I say that the toroidal field is the end of your flat earth journey, I mean that in a physical way, a spiritual way, in all kind of ways. Because if you look at this picture right here, this represents flat earth, this line. That's what this line represents. This disc in the middle right here represents the flat earth circle that we're walking on. But where is the ends of this disc, what we call in heaven and heaven? Heaven would be this spinning wheel. Hell would be this spinning wheel. So the ends of flat earth is the toroidal field. Literally, figuratively, spiritually. Everything about what I'm teaching you ties all of the aspects together. The literal aspect, the physical aspect, to the symbolic aspect, to the scientific desecration of the aspect, to the religious aspect. It connects them all. What I'm doing is very dangerous because the Christians don't want to connect all the puzzle pieces. Because like I said, if you look at this image right here, this what became the crown of thorns. This became the Christians' crown of thorns. And if they start telling you about the magnetic energy field or the real, what we call in God, the creator of the earth plane, because the earth plane couldn't exist without this energy around it. So when they said we made in the image of the creator, that's the truth. And everything on earth is surrounded in one of these. This became the monarch butterfly. A lot of cultures personified this as a monarch butterfly. All right, you see your all-seeing eye in the middle of it. All your symbolism is here. But, you know, Christians are hiding this because Christians are calling it a crown of thorns. Here's your crown of thorns. How can our children learn the secrets of infinite energy if you teaching them about a crown of thorns and not a damn toroidal flow? Christians are the most evil people in the flat earth community right now. Your Rob Skibas, all of the orchestrators of your flat earth conferences. It's a Christian takeover and it's government orchestrated. They're not doing it alone. You got to keep in mind that the government has been Christian since medieval Europe. If you thought that the Christians stopped being government, you need to slap yourself because you look at the Pope and the Pope is the ruler of the world and he's a damn Christian. How long have you been in the conscious community? Feel like I'm talking to kindergartens. The term Christianity started government and hiding the secrets of magnetism inside of their little dumbass God. And anybody try to tell you the truth that it wasn't no nigga with no crown of thorns on his head, they put him to death. Because this how they hide the knowledge. Here go your crown of thorns right here, Christians. The halo on Jesus' head. Here go your crown of thorns. See, teaching my child about Jesus' crown of thorns don't put my child on the level of Nikola Tesla. That's why I don't like Christianity. Because it personified things that we can be applying to batter ourselves. Christianity is hiding the truth about reality by misinterpreting the symbols to you. And what they are doing is making you scared of hell and look forward to heaven when really the symbols they ruling you with would create heaven right now on earth for you. You ever notice that the pastor is the only one really living heaven now and when he die? He's so rich on earth and when he die. Just so happen the congregation live hell on their life. They only get to get heaven when they die, but not the pastor. The original pastors were the people who was using this magnetic knowledge to make people worship them. Today they do it in a different way. Of course, you ain't got a bunch of pastors up on a pulpit with magnets doing magic tricks because the people will be like, man, you a sorcerer. Remember, they hid the truth about magnetism. But the first people who unlocked it in the Christian diaspora was actually using this stuff to do tricks and draw crowds like Jesus. And this is how Christianity was born. Your first forms of Christ were different bishops and priests who went around the world using magnets to deceive people. And I'm going to tell you something. I live in Las Vegas, right? So I go to a lot of magic shows. I always been fascinated with magic and the different magicians in Las Vegas and stuff. And they got a lot of magic stores here in Vegas where you can get cool magic gifts and little stuff, you know, to make magic tricks with. And I've managed to go in a magic shop on a strip here in Vegas. They was doing magic inside of there. and they had so much different gadgets of how you can do magic tricks. And do you know 85% of all of the aha items was based upon magnets? Yeah, when you go in a magic store, the foundation of what the magicians are doing for their magic is magnetism. Let me show you what I'm talking about. See, in medieval Europe, this was used to make men gods. So you had men going around deceiving people who didn't know about magnetism. You know? And this is how Christianity was born. Your first Christian congregations was dumbed down people who was worshiping magicians. Today we go to the magic show. We don't worship the magician because we know it's some kind of trick to it. We respect the magicians because we don't understand how they doing the trick. But if we knew the trick, we would be the magician now, wouldn't we? And you wouldn't go to another magic show because you can just do it in your backyard, right? So how is he making her levitate? Magnetism. See, they hid the secrets of magnetism from the world and they rule you with them now. So this is my prophecy. In the year 2020, they're going to be releasing a lot of anti-gravity devices. And what they're calling anti-gravity is nothing more than magnetism. So if I was to drop this magnet from a building and dropped it onto this metal plate, do you know that it would stop itself right here? It would never make contact with this metal plate, and it'll stop itself very, very smooth. It'll be the direct opposite of how you stop in a car at 80 miles per hour slamming on brakes. Remember what I told you earlier? Magnetic energy is the greatest absorber of inertia. So if you drop that magnet from the Eiffel Tower onto a metal plate, it'll never ever hit the metal plate. It'll stop itself right there and it won't be no tension. It'll be like you dropped it in water or something. Why? Because what's surrounding that magnet is a energy field. All right? It's an energy field. And the magnet will never touch the metal plate because the energy field around it, all right, let me go back to it. The energy field around it is present, creating a constant flow of energy around it. All right? So that's why if you drop this magnet from the Eiffel Tower, it'll stop because that energy field is going to hit the ground. The energy field is what's touching the metal plate. The energy field around the magnet is what's touching the metal plate. Okay? And then make the magnet appear to levitate. Okay? So this will show us how to create a braking system for a train or a subway that they got in Asia. I just showed you a picture of it. It's propelled with magnets. There is no gas. It's just magnets attracting the train down the rail. But they don't want y'all to know about magnetism because they want to pay for gas. They want you to pay for gas. See how deep it go? Christians don't really want to change the world. Christians are the ones that created this damn, you got to pay taxes and pay condolences to the Pope. The Pope still rule the world, and he still got Christian agents in all of these communities, hiding the secrets of magnetism. So back in the day, you had men going around the earth doing magic tricks, making people think they was God. This is what was happening when the church took over the knowledge. Now, when they saw the ancestors doing it, guess what? When they saw the ancestors doing it, they said they was witches. They said it was dangerous. But when they figured out what it all was, because remember, the ancestors was trying to tell them, look, man, I'm not making this thing levitate. It's an energy field around it that's doing it. It's not me. But the dumb Christians didn't understand it, so they was putting people to death as witches. When they finally woke up to the truth, and they finally came out of their dark ages and learned what magnetism is after slaying up all of our ancestors, they turned this symbol into, bear with me, just take your time. When they finally woke up and learned about magnetism and came out of their Christian dark age, they turned this symbol of magnetism that you looking at now into this. Why? Because they didn't want everybody to have the knowledge. They didn't want everybody to have the knowledge. Only the men of God could have the knowledge. And who were the men of God when the Christians took over this knowledge? These guys, your Pharisees and Sadducees, your Caesars and all of these, what they call men of God, all of your deacons. It was the best magicians were the highest ranking. So there was a war between these initiated men on who can do the most things with this magnetism to make the crowd say, ooh. And that's what Jesus was doing. Jesus was going around doing miracles, but they weren't real miracles. It was just niggas using magnetism. And they convinced most of the world to worship them. And the world still worship them to this day. The world still worshiping them right now. They carrying it on in their bloodline. And we still worshiping them today. And they still hiding these secrets today, giving your ass that dusty, ugly ass cross instead of the real damn cross, the one that I'm giving you right here. Here is the real cross. And for you Muslims, you ain't getting a pass either, because this is called a sacred tetrad. The name of Allah is a tetrad. Do you know what a tetrad is, you Muslims? It's called a quartet. Let me school the Muslims a little bit. Y'all see why I'm the #1 threat on YouTube? Hit the like button. You know you ain't gonna get this knowledge nowhere else. This is a tetrad, y'all. This is called a tetrad. It's an X that's made out of a series of 5 diamonds. It's an X that's made out of 5 diamonds. Keep it in mind. Keep that in mind. Here it is. So here is your sacred tetrad of Allah. Medium represents Midgard, where everything balances out. Is medium. That's the Goldilocks zone. That's the sweet spot. This would be the Holy Ghost spot. Father, Son, with the Holy Ghost in the middle. That's the medium, right? You can't go to the Father or the Son without going through the Holy Ghost. That's the medium. Because the medium is also a conduit, right? Y'all don't want to get me to teaching here. I'm supposed to be talking about the rocket hitting the dome, but I'm all over the place. But this is for my religious people, because y'all are the ones using the rocket dome footage to support Yahweh's terrarium, and that's deception, and I'm calling it out here today. So this is the sacred tetrad of Islam. This is the name of Allah. Arm, leg, arm, head can be seen in this sacred symbolism here. But what it is this. This is your sacred tetrad. This is also called a quartet. Well, I'm not looking for the band. We know a quartet is a band made of 4 members, and the product of those 4 members is the music that they all create. So a quartet is a band of 4 members that coming together to produce one thing. Listen to what I'm telling you and look at the screen. A quartet is a band of 4 members coming together to make one song. Now look back at this image. Y'all see how they both relate? Our Earth is a song that's made from a quartet band. Here is the 4 members right here, what they call the 4 corners. This is the 4 band members of a quartet, and the song is right here in the middle. The song is right here in the middle where the record is being spun. As the quartet plays on the outside, the record spins on the inside. It's that simple. When you say qua, the word qua is also in the word quarter, because each quartet member is a quarter of the earth. 25, 25, 25, 25, giving you 100. That's also another way of saying 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree, giving you 360. The sacred quartet and tetrad explained by Bro Sanchez. There you go. Made simple. Made simple without all the spooky gods. Tired of these religious deceivers. These folks rich as hell, and I can barely get a donation. Yeah, I'm hating on them. They making all that money, got these folks worshiping these gods, and I can barely get by to give you the truth. So I'm the poor righteous teacher. Here go the symbol of a quartet again. It's the swastika. Here it is from a top view. Your crown of thorns from a top view. All right, right there is what you get. They're giving it to you for the Milky Way. Now, let me hurry up and wrap this thing up while I brought this up, right? Jesus on a cross right here. Jesus cross on Calvary, the North Pole. All right? This is something y'all need to realize. You will never hear Christian flat earthers talk about the North Pole and the Taurus field. Listen to what I'm saying, flat earthers. You will never hear Christian flat earthers make videos about what happens at the North Pole and what the Taurus field is. They'll never do that. When you go to them Christian flat earth channels, they only gonna keep feeding you the Bible scriptures to keep proving that the earth is flat to you with the Bible. They keep using the Bible to prove the earth flat and substantiate the flat earth. They're giving the Bible more life because the earth flat, and the Bible said it is flat. And they get all in the book of Enoch and all these different Bible books trying to make the Bible even more stronger. But the moment they start talking to you about the North Pole and the toroidal energy around the earth, their Bible gets blown to smithereens. So you're not going to hear Rob Skiba make videos on toroidal flow. You will never hear not Globe Busters, because they got a video, Magnetic Flat Earth. Of course, I played it. I'm thinking about Globe Busters trying to mention somebody else, and that is Celebrate Truth. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Celebrate Truth. All right. You will never hear. Go on. Matter of fact, Celebrate Truth is probably the biggest flat earth channel in the community with well over 100,000 subs. All right. The first content pop up when people come into flat earth is their shit, the Christian shit. And they ain't got one video on their channel talking about toroidal flow. They ain't got one video on their channel talking about magnetic energy and Nikola Tesla. You know why? Because if they do that, they can't teach you the Bible no more. How can they teach you that the crown of thorns is not real? It's just an example of magnetic energy, and also teach you that Jesus, if you don't do what they say, Jesus ain't gonna bless you. They can't do them both. They can't teach you the truth and the lie. They can either give you either or. So the big flat earth channels, They telling you the earth is flat, but they still leading you back to Christ. But really the flat earth truth's supposed to lead you back to the North Pole, back home, back to the knowledge and understanding of magnetic energy flow, because that's what you are. And until you understand that, you can't leave this plane of existence. So the Christian flat earth is a warping, it's a cesspool of souls that's been gonna be warped back here till they get it right. And it's sad that they trapping these souls in a little crystal ball. They've been doing it for the past 7,000 years. These are magicians. They trapping your soul in a crystal ball by, see, this is what you got to realize. This is what y'all got to realize. The only way you know God is by you knowing the nature of creation. What are you saying, Brother Sanchez? You can't know the creator if you don't know the creation. It's a symbiotic relation. In other words, the creator says, if you care enough about me, you will study my creation. If you don't care enough about the creator to learn how the earth works, then you will keep coming here till you learn it. Because you showing the creator that you don't love it when you don't care about getting closer to it through its creation. Excuse me, guys. How do you love the creator, but you don't care nothing about the creation outside? The only way you can touch the creator is by letting the wind blow on you, picking up a flower